but rewriting history for the first time, CPM came back to power, and from that pathetic position, it was VD Satheesan who took the term of the Congress party-led United Democratic Front and took the party to success as it could emerge victorious with as many as 102 seats in the 140 assembly constituencies. Now the much awaited decision has come. The VD Satheesan has become the Chief Minister of Kerala, and the official and the further procedures will also be formed. The Congress Legislative Party meeting will also be held, and we should understand one thing that is clear. AICC had a different decision, that was to appoint KC Venugopal. Yes, AICC.
CLP meeting has been postponed, sir. Any announcement on Deputy CM, sir, from IUML or something? Yes. Any update on further, sir, announcement?
I will have a press conference later.
Okay. We'll meet later.
Okay, those are pictures of the celebrations that have broken out instantly outside the home of VD Satheesan. Obviously, the supporters of VD Satheesan all charged up. He's the ground man, he's the strong man, he's the man whose leadership took the Congress party into the elections in Kerala. It was under his leadership that the Congress party not just conducted, went into the elections and contested these elections in Kerala, but also came out on top. The face is that of VD Satheesan. He's the leader. KC Venugopal was trying to, they were going to parrot drop him. They were going to parrot drop him as the Chief Minister. High Command wanted him as the Chief Minister. He was not the people's candidate, but the High Command candidate. But eventually, the Congress party has had to give in to the mood of the workers on the ground. It is going to be VD Satheesan. And I think it's telling, that somewhere the Congress party has learned that lesson that you can't really always play games, go against the mood on the ground. Can't always follow the diktats of the High Command, isn't it, Sankar? Look at the mood on the ground. The celebrations are coming in. People are happy. Hopefully, this all ends well, because even the allies of the Congress in the UDF wanted Satheesan as the Chief Minister.
Yes, there is a common talk here that the AICC was going against the ground reality in Kerala, and finally the people in Kerala, the voters in Kerala, the Congress party workers in the grassroots level had to teach the AICC a lesson, and finally they rectified the AICC, and the AICC has to change the decision, and it has been around 11 days after the votes were counted, and of these 11 days till the 6th or 7th day, the AICC was in a decision to appoint KC Venugopal as the Chief Minister, and the AICC was kept on telling that KC Venugopal had an upper hand. As many as 50 MLAs backed him. He held ministerial positions in the central and state governments. He was a Rajya Sabha MP, he was a Lok Sabha MP, and he had a number of positive qualities. But on the other hand, the ground reality, nothing could have surpassed the ground reality and the mood of the common man in Kerala. As they all say, when I went to the KPCC office 2 days ago, the Congress party workers were saying they are unable to face the voters. As the VD Satheesan, the man who led the UDF in the last couple of years, and in the meantime there were 4 by-elections, and in all the 4 by-elections the Congress party could emerge victorious in a huge margin, and even then the trend was witnessed. And in the last local body elections, the VD Satheesan devised several strategies and held meetings with so many of its allies, RSP, Muslim League, Kerala Congress, and even there are allies who he planned to make some other allies as well to join the Congress party. And his wisdom, political wisdom, it was the only key reason why the UDF could come back to power after remaining without power for the last 10 years. And after the announcement, the KC Venugopal faction created some sort of developed some sort of tactics to become the Chief Minister of Kerala, but the people in Kerala were not willing to accept that. They say VD Satheesan deserved the CM post, as I know how much hard he had worked throughout these 4 years for taking the party to the shore of success. And finally, the much awaited decision has come from the High Command, but it is not over. Now the KC Venugopal faction and Ramesh Chennithala factions should also be happy with the decision. The MLAs who supported KC Venugopal, as you all know, of the 63 MLAs, 50 among them supported KC Venugopal, and they should should change their mind in favor of VD Satheesan. Only then VD Satheesan can have 5 years of smooth governance in the coming days. So Rahul Gandhi, as I told earlier, of the 11 days, the initial 6 days were in favor of KC Venugopal, and the protests developed across Kerala, and there were flex wars, open street fights, and even there were posters affixed on the walls of Wayanad DCC office warning Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi not to come to Kerala again, seeking votes in the next assembly elections. As you know, Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi were taking refuge at Wayanad Assembly constituency when the Congress party was facing a major setback in the national level. Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka won with a stunning margin of 1 lakh votes from Wayanad. So the people in Wayanad were unhappy over the delay in taking CM despite winning at a stunning majority. And days ago there was fluxes asking, urging and warning Rahul and Priyanka, you are not going to win anywhere in Kerala if the National Congress Party workers drop you. You had an option here in Kerala, but you forget it. You will not be able to win here again because you are forgetting the ground reality and the mood of a common Congress men in Kerala. So Rahul Gandhi soon called senior leaders in Kerala, A.K. Antony, VM Sudhir and Vijay Kurian and several of the senior leaders to understand the pulse in Kerala, and they all conveyed to him clearly that the trend and the verb is not in favor of KC Venugopal, and the AICC must understand the ground reality. Even the UDF allies, Muslim League, RSP and Kerala Congress also warned during the conversation with Rahul Gandhi, if you take a decision other than VD Satheesan, the consequences the Congress party is going to face in the coming days will be horrible, and nothing, no saving measure, no life-saving measures, nothing could ever be able to bring Congress party from the big trouble the party is going to face if a decision is taken other than VD Satheesan. So Now, the much-awaited decision has come. Rahul Gandhi had clearly asked KC Venugopal to speak to each and every MLA. You know, there was also a tactic played by KC Venugopal during the time when the candidates were announced, you know, when VD Satheesan, Ramesh Chennithala and all send the list of candidates to the High Command for the assembly polls. It was KC Venugopal who rejected all the some among the names and filled his supporters in the candidates.
Be with me, because Shankar, I have Mr. Sudhiran, VM Sudhiran of the Congress party. He's been a very senior leader and a former KPCC president as well. Mr. Sudhiran, good afternoon. Can you hear me? Are you there, sir?
Hi, good morning. Good morning.
Good morning, sir. So this is a great decision. I think this is what your party workers wanted on the ground. So is all well now? That ends well?
The decision of the Congress High Command is the most appropriate decision, and this will do justice to these strong sentiments of the masses as well as the majority Congress workers. I think Satishan, since he has taken charge of the leader of the opposition, he has been campaigning, he has been working, he has been coordinating all sections of the UDF along with the Congress party, and the misdeed of the government has been exposed. And he has taken an ideological stand, against the communal forces. And he followed the most secular position of Congress party, and he has been doing justice to all sections, all secular forces, all people who believes in justice, and the progress of Kerala. They supported, massively supported Satishan, and I hope Satishan will lead Kerala to a most progressive as well as developed states.
Sir, but I want to ask you, what is this thing about trying to paradrop a candidate, for example? I know you may have good, relations with KC Venugopal, but why does this often happen in the Congress that there is always one candidate who the High Command pushes? Do you think somewhere this time the message has gone out that you can't really do that all the time?
You see, KC Venugopal is just like my younger brother. It is because of I vacated Alleppey Parliament seat. He have got a chance to contest from Alleppey and become a member of Parliament. And we have been maintaining good relations. And Chennithala also is a senior person, senior leader, most acceptable leader. But Satheesan is the most appropriate candidate, and selecting Satheesan, All India Congress Committee leaders has done justice to Satheesan, not only Satheesan, but
ോടെയാണ് വൻ ഭൂരിപക്ഷം നൽകി UDF അധികാരത്തിലേക്ക് എത്തിച്ചിരിക്കുന്നത്. 102 അംഗ ഭൂരിപക്ഷം എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് സമകാലീന ചരിത്രത്തിൽ ഇല്ലാത്തതായിരുന്നു. അപ്പോൾ ആ ജനങ്ങളുടെ പ്രതീക്ഷകൾക്കനുസരിച്ച് ഒരു സർക്കാർ കേരളത്തിലുണ്ടാകും, UDFന്റെ സർക്കാർ. ആ സർക്കാർ നയിക്കുന്ന മുഖ്യമന്ത്രിക്കും ഗവൺമെൻറ്റിനും മുന്നോട്ടുള്ള പ്രവർത്തനങ്ങൾക്ക് എല്ലാവിധ പിന്തുണയും വാഗ്ദാനം ചെയ്യുന്നു. മുഖ്യമന്ത്രിയായി പാർട്ടി ഹൈക്കമാൻഡ് നിയമിച്ച ശ്രീ VD സതീശനെ അങ്ങേയറ്റം ഹൃദയം തുറന്ന് അഭിനന്ദിക്കാൻ ഈ സന്ദർഭം ഞാൻ ആഗ്രഹിക്കുന്നു. അദ്ദേഹത്തിന് എല്ലാവിധ പിന്തുണയും വാഗ്ദാനം ചെയ്യുന്നു. അത്തരം കാര്യങ്ങൾക്കൊന്നും ഇനി പ്രസക്തിയില്ല. ഞാൻ നിങ്ങൾ ആദ്യമേ പറയുന്ന ഒരു കാര്യമുണ്ട്. നിങ്ങൾ ഡൽഹിയിലെ പത്രക്കാർ നിങ്ങളിവിടെ വന്ന് ചോദിച്ചപ്പോഴൊക്കെ ഹൈക്കമാൻഡ് തീരുമാനിക്കും. തീരുമാനം എന്തായാലും പാർട്ടി പ്രവർത്തക നിലയിൽ അത് ശിരസാ വഹിക്കും. ഇതല്ലേ ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞിട്ടുള്ളൂ. ഇന്ന് വരെ വേറെ ഒന്നും പറഞ്ഞിട്ടുണ്ടോ? ഇതാണ് എൻ്റെ ഇപ്പോഴത്തെ ഹൈക്കമാൻഡ് ഇന്ന് തീരുമാനിച്ചു. ആ തീരുമാനം ശിരസാ വഹിക്കുന്നു. ആ തീരുമാനം നടപ്പിലാക്കേണ്ടതിന്റെ ഉത്തരവാദിത്വത്തിന്റെ ഭാഗമായിട്ട് നിൽക്കാനാണ് ഞാൻ ആഗ്രഹിക്കുന്നത്. പിന്നെന്താ സംശയം അവിടെ? എന്താ സംശയം? ഞാൻ അടിയുറച്ച കോൺഗ്രസ്സുകാരനാണ്. ജീവിതത്തിൽ ഞാൻ പറയാറുണ്ട്, മുമ്പേ പറയാറുണ്ട്, എന്താണ് ഏറ്റവും വലിയ ആഗ്രഹം എന്ന് ചോദിച്ചപ്പോൾ ഞാൻ പറയാറുണ്ട്, ത്രിവർണ്ണ പതാക പുതപ്പിച്ച് മരിക്കണം എന്നാണ് ആഗ്രഹം. അത് തന്നെ ഇപ്പോഴും ഞാൻ പറയുന്നു. അതിനകത്ത് ഗവൺമെൻറ് എല്ലാവിധ പിന്തുണയും കൊടുക്കും. അത് മുന്നോട്ട് പോകുന്നതിനുള്ള മറ്റുള്ള എല്ലാ സഹായങ്ങളും എൻ്റെ ഭാഗത്തുണ്ടാവും.
Support to the new government. All support to the new government led by VD Satheesan, to be led by.
മറുപടി പറയേണ്ട കാര്യമില്ല. ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞു ഇത് പല സംസ്ഥാനങ്ങളിലും ഇത്തരം തീരുമാനങ്ങൾ പ്രഖ്യാപിക്കുന്ന ആളാണ് ഞാൻ. നിങ്ങൾക്കറിയാമല്ലോ, കർണാടകത്തിലായാലും തെലങ്കാനയിലായാലും ഹിമാചലിലായാലും ഇത്തരം തീരുമാനങ്ങൾ പ്രഖ്യാപിക്കുന്നവരാണ്. കേരളമായതുകൊണ്ടാണ് ഞാൻ പ്രഖ്യാപനത്തിൽ മാറിയുന്നത്. അപ്പോൾ ആ പ്രഖ്യാപനത്തെ പൂർണ്ണമായിട്ടും അംഗീകരിക്കുക എന്നുള്ളതാണ് ഒരു കോൺഗ്രസ് പ്രവർത്തകൻ എന്ന നിലയിൽ ഏറ്റവും ഇഷ്ടപ്പെടുന്നത്. നേതൃത്വം എല്ലാ വശങ്ങളും ആലോചിച്ചിട്ടായിരിക്കും തീരുമാനമെടുത്തിട്ടുണ്ടാവുക. നേതൃത്വത്തിന് പല പാരാമീറ്റേഴ്സും ഉണ്ടാവും തീരുമാനമെടുക്കാൻ. ആ തീരുമാനമെടുക്കുന്നതനുസരിച്ച് അവർ ആ തീരുമാനമെടുക്കും. അല്ല, ആ തീരുമാനം അനുസരിച്ചിട്ട് അവർ തീരുമാനമെടുക്കും എന്നുള്ളതിന് സംശയമില്ല. അങ്ങനെ എടുത്തിരിക്കുന്നത്.
No, he accepts the High Command decision. That's what he says.
അതൊന്നും ഉണ്ടാകാൻ പോകുന്നില്ല. കോൺഗ്രസിനെ അങ്ങനെ ഒരു പ്രശ്നം ഉണ്ടാക്കാൻ ആർക്കും സപ്പോർട്ടുമില്ല.
There won't be any issue in the further government. He will support.
അല്ല, അതിപ്പം വേട്ടയാടിനെ കുറിച്ചൊന്നും ഞാൻ പറയുന്ന അതൊക്കെ എനിക്ക് പ്രത്യേകിച്ചിട്ട് പാർട്ടിക്ക് ഉപരിയായിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു ഇമേജ് ഉണ്ടാക്കുന്നത്. പാർട്ടിയാണ് എനിക്കെല്ലാം.
Party is everything for him. Nothing beyond the party.
പാർട്ടി പ്രവർത്തകന് വേദന ഉണ്ടാകുമ്പോൾ അതിന്റെ
Nothing beyond party.
പാർട്ടിക്ക് ബുദ്ധിമുട്ടുണ്ടാകുമ്പോൾ എനിക്ക് ജനങ്ങളും പാർട്ടിയോടൊപ്പം നിൽക്കാൻ എന്നും ആഗ്രഹിച്ചിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു പ്രവർത്തകനാണ് ഞാൻ. അതുകൊണ്ട് എന്നെ അങ്ങനെ സൈബറിടങ്ങളിലൊക്കെ ആക്ഷേപിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ അത് ഞാൻ സഹിച്ചോളാം. അതിനകത്തെന്താ? അതൊക്കെ തന്നെ കേരളത്തിൽ ഞാൻ ഇന്ന് തുടങ്ങിയതാണ് രാഷ്ട്രീയം. കഴിഞ്ഞ 10-45 വർഷമായില്ല. ഒരു സുപ്രഭാതത്തിൽ മുളച്ചു വീണതാണ്.
I started politics 45 years ago.
ഞാൻ ഇതുവരെ എത്തിയിരിക്കുന്നത്. അപ്പോൾ അതുകൊണ്ട് എവിടെയെങ്കിലും വെച്ച് ശക്തമായിട്ടുള്ള കടന്നാക്രമണങ്ങൾ ഭയന്നോടുന്നവരാണ് നമ്മളെല്ലാം. ആക്രമിക്കട്ടെ, ഇനിയും ആക്രമിക്കട്ടെ. അവർക്ക് ആക്രമിക്കുന്നവർക്ക് അത് സധൈര്യം തുടരാം. പക്ഷെ എൻ്റെ തീരുമാനം വളരെ ക്ലിയറാണ്. പാർട്ടിയാണ് വലുത്, ജനങ്ങളാണ് വലുത്. ആ തീരുമാനത്തിനനുസരിച്ച് എന്റെ പാർട്ടി ലീഡർഷിപ്പിനെ കുറിച്ച് എനിക്ക് അഭിമാനം തോന്നുന്നു.
മുഖ്യമന്ത്രിയാകണമെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞ് അങ്ങ് മുഖ്യമന്ത്രിയാകണം എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞ് ഫ്ലക്സ് വെച്ചവരുണ്ട്. അവരൊക്കെ ഒരുപക്ഷെ നിരാശയിലാണ്. അവരോട് എന്താണ് അങ്ങേക്ക് പറയാനുള്ളത്?
അവർക്ക് എന്റെ ശൈലി അവർക്ക് നന്നായിട്ട് അടിയുറച്ച പാർട്ടിക്കാരാണ്. എനിക്ക് പറയാനുള്ളത്, ഈ തീരുമാനം അംഗീകരിക്കുന്നതിനും മുന്നോട്ട് കൊണ്ടുപോകുന്നതിനും അവരെല്ലാവരും കൂടെ ഉണ്ടാകണം എന്നുള്ളതാണ് എനിക്ക് പറയാനായിട്ടുള്ളത്.
പാർട്ടിക്കുപരിയായിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു ഇമേജ് കേരളത്തിൽ ഉണ്ടായതായിട്ട് കണക്കാക്കപ്പെടുന്നുണ്ടോ?
അങ്ങനെ ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞു. അങ്ങനെയൊന്നും ചോദിക്കാതെ ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞത് എനിക്ക്.
Okay, so that was KC Venugopal there speaking in Delhi minutes after his party named VD Satheesan as the Chief Minister of Keralam. And with that, of course, the Congress, after waiting for 10 days, has managed to make up his mind. But ladies and gentlemen, I think the biggest takeaway is that the Congress party can't just drop candidates. The biggest takeaway is that the workers, the grassroots workers, and the people who do the hard work will have to be acknowledged. And High Command can't just drop candidates. That seems to be the biggest takeaway. Taking a break here, coming back with all the breaking news updates here on Republic. Stay tuned.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
ये सब आप इसलिए कर रहे हैं ना सर, ताकि आप अपने आरएसएस को बचा सके। वैसे भी आप आरएसएस के बोपोई तो हैं। आरएसएस का सच है मेरी थीसिस, जो सालों से छुपाया गया है, but I am going to unmask the truth. क्लास अब शुरू होगी, because the professor is here. ये जो भी हो रहा है, ये injustice, ये conspiracies, ये manipulation, अगर आप इसको terrorism नहीं कहेंगे, तो फिर किसको कहेंगे? ये है मेरा आखिरी सवाल. This is my last question to you.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है? आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट, स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
कोशिश को कामयाबी, कामयाबी को शोहरत बनते देखा है। हाँ, पिछले 60 सालों में मैंने देश को बनते देखा है। कमला पसंद, 60 सालों से अनोखा स्वाद।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, मसाला।
This week, we've seen a developing investigation into a cluster, a very unusual cluster of cases of a certain type of hantavirus.
What we do know is that the Andes virus, in previous outbreaks, there has been instances of human-to-human transmission, mainly among close contacts, either providing clinical care or people who have had close physical contact.
For the decades that scientists have known about hantavirus, they've almost always believed that the only way you can get it is from being in contact with the droppings, the dried urine of mice or other rodents. Saying this is not the next pandemic, this is not the next epidemic, this is a cluster of cases, a very unusual situation that is not expected to spread its tentacles across the world and across the United States. We've seen a developing investigation into a cluster, a very unusual cluster of cases of a certain type of hantavirus. It's called an Andes virus. It's a hantavirus from South America. And it's the one type of hantavirus that scientists suspect may be able to spread from person to person. For the decades that scientists have known about hantavirus, they've almost always believed that the only way you can get it is from being in contact with the droppings, the dried urine of mice or other rodents. Different viruses have different abilities to spread. Some, like measles, can spread like wildfire. Others are harder to spread. You have to be in very close contact with someone who's very sick, who has a lot of symptoms. This hantavirus, if it's spreading from person to person, seems to be in that latter. Health officials say the general public does not need to be worried about hantavirus. It's still rare. Officials are saying this is not the next pandemic. This is not the next epidemic. This is a cluster of cases, a very unusual situation that is not expected to spread its tentacles across the world and across the United States. Well, investigators are still nailing down exactly what's going on. They're still doing genomic sequencing to understand if there's mutations. They're still looking at the cases and when they happened and what exposures they had. There's still a lot of stuff to be ironed out before people.
For now, health experts say there is no reason for panic. But the outbreak has reopened questions scientists thought were already answered. Questions grow as world watches closely.
हमें पेट्रोल डीजल का उपयोग कम करना होगा.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi recently issued a strong warning to the nation, asking citizens to save fuel avoid unnecessary travel, and even work from home if possible. This urgent appeal comes because global tensions are creating a massive energy crisis.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Viewers, top headlines. VD Satheesan is selected as the CM of Keralam. The government bans export of sugar with immediate effect till 30th of September. RBI Governor Sanjay Malhotra says that government may eventually have to raise the fuel prices if the Middle East crisis continues. After DMK's Udayanidhi Stalin, TVK MLA Mustafa calls for eradication of Sanatan Dharma. One of the accused of the Neet paper leak case alleges that big names have been shielded. Iranian Foreign Minister Saeed Abbas Arakchi took part in the BRICS Foreign Ministers meeting. A woman was gang raped in a moving bus in Delhi. Two people have been arrested in this matter, and the bus has been seized. And Donald Trump is in Beijing for the bilateral talks, receives a very big welcome, travels with top business leaders. Over 100 killed due to storms in various parts of Uttar Pradesh. Good afternoon, viewers. We are live and breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest. So let's go to Beijing because we see President Trump is in China for the high-stake meeting. We'll get you all those visuals coming in. It's a high-stake meeting which is taking place. We have seen President Trump has described talks with Xi Jinping as great after a 2-hour-long high-stakes meeting in Beijing. And still no word from President Trump whether they talked about Taiwan. Now, Trump was given a grand welcome at the Great Hall of the People, where Xi called for the two sides to be partners, not rivals. And Trump has described Xi as a great leader. Trump has come to China with a huge team. He is joined in Beijing by tech bosses, including Tesla's Elon Musk and other tech leaders. So big updates coming in here on Republic TV, viewers. We are tracking the story very, very closely. Trump is offering praise as Xi has warned of confrontation over Taiwan at the summit. US President Trump and his Chinese counterpart are discussing key issues dividing the two superpowers. So a lot of topics will be discussed. Trade, America's relation with Taiwan, and the war in Iran as they are meeting in Beijing. Xi greeted Trump with a lot of pomp and ceremony as they met at the Great Hall of People, which is a very important key cultural and social event center. This is coming at the backdrop of the meeting. Then they went for a bilateral meeting before Trump visited the Temple of Heaven. That's a religious complex dating to the 15th century that symbolizes the relationship between heaven and earth. So we have seen a lot of cultural symbolism there as well as Trump and Xi are meeting. This is a very important meeting coming in at the backdrop of global tensions. Trump has arrived for the 2-day summit accompanied by top CEOs. This is an elaborate welcome ceremony, and we have seen that his motorcade rolled past skyscrapers lit with Chinese characters reading Beijing welcome. The Republican president has said he expects a great big hug from Xi as he banks on what he believes is a strong personal relationship with the Chinese leader. So live updates coming in right now, and we'll try to go across to our editors as well to really understand what is happening at that meeting. This is a very important meeting which is taking place between two world leaders. Remember that Trump had put a lot of tariffs on China, and that, of course, could be a very important point of discussion in that important meeting that is taking place, viewers. So back-to-back updates coming in on Republic TV. Let's tell you exactly what is happening. It's a historic summit because Chinese leader has hailed a new era of US-China relations defined by stable ties and managed competition in talks with President Trump.
新闻记者提问：中国将于今年的这个5月18号到19号在上海举办亚太经合组织第2次高官会。目前我们注意到会期已经临近了，外交部能否进一步介绍会议筹备的有关情况？外交部对此次会议有何预期的成果？谢谢。
APEC 高官会是为领导人会议准备成果的主渠道，每年举办4到5次。作为2026年 APEC 东道主，中方将于5月18日至19日在上海举办 APEC 第2次高官会。本次会议将对今年 APEC 合作进行年终盘点，汇聚早期收获，为下半年各场活动和领导人会议成果做好铺垫。此外，本次高官会前 ，APEC 各委员会、工作组也会于5月11日至17日举行近40场会议，涉及贸易投资、经济技术合作、妇女、电信、粮食安全等领域。预计将有来自 APEC 各成员经济体、秘书处、观察员等超过1000名代表与会。
Member economies of APEC, the APEC Secretariat, and the APEC observers will participate. The host city of Shanghai is China's largest economic center and an important global economic hub, as Shanghai ranks among the world's top 5 cities by economic output and records the largest port, trade volume, and container throughput in TEUs. We welcome all of you to continue following and supporting the second APEC senior officials meeting, as well as the APEC China Year. Next one, please.
Well, President Trump's visit to China has become the biggest global headline. Here on Republic TV, we are tracking this very closely as the bilateral talks that have taken place between President Xi Jinping and President Trump. Joining us on this broadcast is CGTN's reporter Yang. Yang, thank you very much for joining us on this broadcast. I want to begin by asking you with regards to the bilateral that has taken place between United States of America and China. This is in the backdrop of an ongoing war, and the fact of the matter is that China has essentially played a pivotal role here. What are the big takeaways of the bilateral that has taken place between both the leaders?
Well, first of all, nice to be here on the program. Now, let me just round up some of the important remarks that both leaders made during the bilateral meetings. Now, both leaders approach their opening remarks in slightly different ways. Now, President Xi started by saying that the whole world is watching this bilateral summit. Now, because this summit is of immense global importance. He said the big question here is whether China and the United States can overcome the Thucydides trap and create a new paradigm of major country relations. Now, the Thucydides trap is a term that has often been used by Chinese officials. It means it is a term in international relations that is used to describe sort of a structural stress that occurs when a rising power threatens an existing great power, and it suggests that the dynamic often leads to conflict inevitably. So President Xi is saying that the big question here is whether the two countries can make history and overcome this trap and achieve a true mutually respectful, peaceful coexistence. And that is the question of our time. Now, President Xi said that him and President Trump have agreed to define, I'm quoting here, a constructive China-U.S. relationship of strategic stability. And that will be defining the China-U.S. relations over the next 3 years and beyond. So a constructive strategic stability essentially means cooperation and managing competition to a point that is manageable within the appropriate boundaries, so that peace can be anticipated. Now, on the other hand, President Trump started by saying that him and President Xi has great personal relationship, and he talked about the huge business delegation that he's bringing, executives from Boeing, Tesla, Nvidia, Micron, and Qualcomm. It's interesting that these companies many of them have been in the focal points of the sort of large trade disputes between the two big economies, which involve things like AI blockade and agricultural trade, which is seen in the fact that American agriculture from Cargill is also part of the business delegation. So the theme of the two leaders' remark is that both sides should strive to achieve some sort of stability and explore opportunities in the future.
Yang, we're talking about two competitive markets. United States of America and China certainly do not see eye to eye on most issues. So how exactly are both the countries trying to reconcile here? Even though the United States of America has come with a large business delegation, but these are biggest competitors to the Chinese market. Is there any roadmap that both the countries are really looking at amidst the tariff war that has been unleashed by President Trump?
Well, now I just came back from covering the latest round of trade consultation between the two countries with senior economic officials in South Korea. And they have ironed out some very important trade issues in which President Xi said that both sides have achieved an overall balanced and positive results. And he had defined several key sectors that the two countries will be focusing on to increase cooperation in the future, and that is in terms of economic and trade, and healthcare, agriculture, and things like tourism, and law enforcement. So the two leaders have agreed to both respectively host the APEC meeting this year and the G20 summit also this year, and so both sides have agreed to maintain a strategic role in a multilateral trade order.
Yang, one final question before I let you go. We'll also connect with you sometime later in the day to get a sense of the overall big takeaways here. But before you leave, what in your mind is the biggest headline that is emerging from the two meetings that have taken place, and perhaps in terms of how both the countries are laying out a roadmap? What, in your opinion, is the biggest headline that's emerging?
Well, the biggest headline is the fact that the two leaders are talking. I mean, this is the first state visit from a sitting U.S. president in 9 years. So both sides have stressed the importance of head of state diplomacy in resolving many of the issues. And we have seen from the last summit between President Trump and President Xi last year in October in Busan, South Korea last year, both sides have achieved tangible results and resolved a lot of issues in terms of the trade disputes. So we could clearly see this head of state diplomacy working, and that is what many are expecting to see this time around.
Yang, it was a pleasure speaking to you. I'm hoping to get you back later this evening to help us break and decode the meetings that have taken place in Beijing.
You're welcome.
UDF ആയി നിന്ന ഞങ്ങളുടെ UDF നേതാക്കന്മാരുമാണ്. തീർച്ചയായും ഞാനിവിടെ എത്തിയതിന് അവരോട് എനിക്ക് ഒരുപാട് കടപ്പാടുണ്ട്. കേരളത്തിലെ ജനങ്ങൾ ഞങ്ങളെ വലിയ ഉത്തരവാദിത്തമാണ് ഏൽപ്പിച്ചത്. 10 വർഷം നീണ്ടുനിന്ന ഒരു ഭരണം അവസാനിപ്പിച്ച് 102 സീറ്റോടുകൂടിയാണ് അധികാരത്തിലെത്തിയത്. ആ ജനങ്ങളോട് ഞങ്ങൾ പറഞ്ഞ കാര്യങ്ങൾ ഒന്നൊന്നായി ഞങ്ങൾ ചെയ്തു തീർക്കും. കഠിനാധ്വാനം ചെയ്ത് പൂർണ്ണമായ അർപ്പണബോധത്തോടെ ജനങ്ങളുടെ ജീവിത നിലവാരം ഉയർത്താൻ, കേരളത്തെ മാറ്റിയെടുക്കാൻ, പുതിയ ഒരു കേരളത്തെ സൃഷ്ടിക്കാൻ, ഒരു പുതുയുഗത്തിന് തുടക്കമിടാൻ ഞങ്ങൾ എല്ലാവരും ചേർന്ന് കഠിനാധ്വാനം ചെയ്യും. രാഷ്ട്രീയ പ്രവർത്തനവും പൊതുപ്രവർത്തനവും ജനങ്ങൾക്ക് വേണ്ടി നടത്തുന്ന
dedicatedly to form a new Kerala.
അർപ്പണബോധത്തോടു കൂടി ചെയ്യുന്ന പ്രവൃത്തിയുമാണ് എന്ന് ഞങ്ങൾ അതിന്റെ നിർവചനം മാറ്റി എഴുതി. പൊതുപ്രവർത്തനത്തിന്റെയും രാഷ്ട്രീയ പ്രവർത്തനത്തിന്റെയും നിർവചനം അതായിരിക്കുമെന്ന് മാറ്റി എഴുതി. ഇതൊരു ദൈവികമായ നിയോഗമായി ഞാൻ കാണുന്നു.
Of politics is rewritten. It is for the welfare of the people.
ഒരുപാട് ആളുകളുണ്ട് ഈ വലിയ വിജയത്തിന് ഞങ്ങളെ സഹായിച്ചത്. ഏറ്റവും കൂടുതൽ
several people supported UDF.
ആ AICCയുടെ പ്രവർത്തനങ്ങളെല്ലാം
ACC supported us the most.
പ്രിയങ്കരനായ അതിൻ്റെ സംഘടനാ ചുമതലയുള്ള ജനറൽ സെക്രട്ടറി ശ്രീ KC Venugopal. ഓരോ ദിവസവും ഓരോ കാര്യവും ഞങ്ങളോട്
KC Venugopal deserves much for the victory.
അതുപോലെ
he coordinated with us
കമ്മിറ്റി ചെയർമാനായിരുന്ന
even from the beginning of the elections.
മുൻ പ്രതിപക്ഷ നേതാവ് കൂടിയായിരുന്ന KPCC പ്രസിഡന്റായിരുന്ന ശ്രീ രമേശ് ചെന്നിത്തല അദ്ദേഹത്തിന്റെയും പങ്കുണ്ട്. എൻ്റെ നേതാവ് കൂടിയാണ് ശ്രീ
രമേശ് ചെന്നിത്തല. he names him.
എൻ്റെ പ്രിയങ്കരനായ
his role is also there in the victory of UDF.
നേതാവ് കൂടിയാണ് ശ്രീ KC Venugopal. അവരെ എല്ലാവരെയും പൂർണ്ണമായ വിശ്വാസത്തിലെടുക്കും.
Venugopal is my friend.
ശ്രീ സണ്ണി ജോസഫിനോട് അതുപോലെ ഇവിടുത്തെ ചുമതല ACCയുടെ ചുമതലയുണ്ടായിരുന്ന
സണ്ണി ജോസഫ്,
ദീപ ദാസ്മുൻഷിയോട് എല്ലാവരോടും അവരുടെ ക്യാമ്പ് ചെയ്താണ് ഇവിടുത്തെ പ്രവർത്തനങ്ങൾ
ദീപ ദാസ്മുൻഷി
എല്ലാവരോടുമുള്ള
they all camped here for the one worked hard.
ഇത് വലിയൊരു ഉത്തരവാദിത്തമാണ്.
I express my sincere gratitude to all of them.
സങ്കീർണമായ
it's a big responsibility.
ഞങ്ങൾ തന്നെ ജനങ്ങളുടെ മുമ്പിൽ അവതരിപ്പിച്ച
Kerala is going through a tough stage.
ആ വെല്ലുവിളികളെ നേരിടാൻ കേരളം ഒരുമിച്ച് നിൽക്കണം. കേരളത്തിലെ എല്ലാ വിഭാഗം ജനങ്ങളുടെ പ്രതിപക്ഷ
Kerala should stand together in the days ahead.
പിന്തുണ ഞാൻ അഭ്യർത്ഥിക്കുന്നു. നമ്മുടെ കേരളത്തെ നമുക്ക് രക്ഷിച്ചെടുക്കാൻ
need the support of even the opposition.
എല്ലാവരും
we should save Kerala, new Kerala, to form a new
നല്ല ഒരു ടീം ഉണ്ടാകണം. നല്ല ഒരു ടീം ബിൽഡ്
only the coordinated efforts of all can do that.
ഒരു ടീമിനായിരിക്കും ചെയ്യണം.
I cannot do anything alone. I need the support of all.
ടീം ബിൽഡ് ചെയ്യുക.
the team UDF.
തീർച്ചയായും ഏറ്റെടുക്കും. ഹൃദയം നിറഞ്ഞ നന്ദി എല്ലാവരോടും പറയുന്നു. കേരളത്തിലെ ജനങ്ങളോട് പറയുന്നു.
thanks to all.
ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞല്ലോ ഒരു നാണക്കേടിൽ ഇതൊക്കെ ഫോർമാലിറ്റീസ് ഉണ്ട്, നടപടിക്രമങ്ങളുണ്ട്. നിങ്ങൾ മറ്റ് സംസ്ഥാനങ്ങളിലെല്ലാം വിവിധ പാർട്ടികൾ മുഖ്യമന്ത്രിമാരെ തിരഞ്ഞെടുക്കാൻ എത്രയോ സമയം എടുത്തിട്ടുണ്ട്. ചരിത്രം അറിയാതെ അങ്ങനെ കുറ്റപ്പെടുത്തരുത്. നേതൃത്വത്തിൻ്റെ മുമ്പിൽ ഒരുപാട് കാര്യങ്ങൾ വരുമ്പോൾ അവരതിൻ്റെ എല്ലാ ഭാഗവും പരിശോധിച്ച് ഒരു കാലത്തും നടക്കാത്ത തരത്തിൽ
ACC took the decision by examining all the aspects. ACC took the decision by considering all the aspects.
Congress party സാധാരണ ഒരു പാർട്ടി
it was after speaking to all leaders, all people, all allies, the decision was taken by high command.
എംഎൽഎമാരായി ജയിച്ചു വന്നവരിലുണ്ട്, കഴിവുള്ള നേതാക്കന്മാരുള്ള ഒരു പാർട്ടിയാണ്. അതിൽ നിന്ന് ഒരാളെ തിരഞ്ഞെടുക്കുക എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് വളരെ പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട ഒരു ജോലിയാണ്.
There are several good leaders fit for the CM post, but finding one person was very difficult for the ACC.
തീർച്ചയായിട്ടും ജനങ്ങൾ പിന്തുണച്ചിട്ടുണ്ട്. ജനങ്ങൾ UDFനെ പ്രതീക്ഷയോടുകൂടി കാണുകയാണ്. അവർ UDFനെ പിന്തുണച്ചിട്ടുണ്ട്, വൻ വിജയം നൽകിയിട്ടുണ്ട്. അതിനവർക്ക് വലിയ പ്രതീക്ഷയുണ്ട്. ഞങ്ങളറിയാലോ, ഞങ്ങൾ ടീം UDF ആയിട്ടാണ് നിന്നത്. ടീം UDF ഒരു പാർട്ടിയെ പോലെയാണ് പ്രവർത്തിച്ചത്. എല്ലാ നേതാക്കളും, പ്രിയങ്കരായ സാദിഖ് അലി തങ്ങൾ, ശ്രീ PK കുഞ്ഞാലിക്കുട്ടി സാഹിബ്, ഏറ്റവും സീനിയറായിട്ടുള്ള ശ്രീ PJ ജോസഫ് സാറ്, ശ്രീ പ്രേമചന്ദ്രനും ശ്രീ ഷിബു ബേബി ജോണൊക്കെയുള്ള RST, CP ജോൺ ഞങ്ങളുടെ UDFൻ്റെ സെക്രട്ടറി ആയിരുന്നു. അതുപോലെ ശ്രീ രാജൻ ബാബു, ശ്രീ മാണി സി കാപ്പൻ, ശ്രീ അനൂപ് ജേക്കബ് ഉൾപ്പെടെയുള്ള UDF നേതാക്കൾ ഒരു ഒറ്റ പാർട്ടി, ഒരു പാർട്ടിയെ പോലെയാണ് അവരെല്ലാം പ്രവർത്തിച്ചത്. അവരെ എനിക്ക് ഉപദേശങ്ങൾ തന്നിട്ടുണ്ട്, അനുഗ്രഹങ്ങൾ.
All allies in the UDF work together like one party.
ഇങ്ങനെ അത് പാർട്ടിയായിട്ടും ഘടകകക്ഷികളുമായിട്ടും ആലോചിച്ച് ഗവർണറെ കണ്ടതിന് ശേഷം തീരുമാനിക്കും. അത് ഇപ്പോൾ നിങ്ങളെല്ലാം ആദ്യം കാണുന്നു, ഞാൻ നിങ്ങളെല്ലാം ആദ്യം കാണുന്നു. എല്ലാ മുതിർന്ന നേതാക്കളുമായി കൂടിയാലോചിച്ചതിന് ശേഷം ഗവർണറുമായിട്ട് ആലോചിച്ച് പാർലമെൻ്ററി പാർട്ടി യോഗം എന്ന് വെച്ചിട്ടുണ്ട്. അതിനെല്ലാം ശേഷമുള്ളൊരു നടപടിക്രമമുണ്ട്. അത് ഒറ്റയ്ക്ക് തീരുമാനിക്കുന്നതല്ല, ഇതൊന്നും കൂട്ടായി തീരുമാനിക്കുന്നു. വരട്ടെ, ഞാനല്ലല്ലോ മന്ത്രിമാരെ തീരുമാനിക്കുന്നത്, കൂട്ടായിട്ടാണ് തീരുമാനിക്കുന്നത്. പാർട്ടിയാണ് മന്ത്രിമാരെ തീരുമാനിക്കുന്നത്. മന്ത്രിമാരെ തീരുമാനിക്കുന്നത് പാർട്ടിയാണ് നിർദ്ദേശിക്കുന്നത്. ഞാനല്ല തീരുമാനിക്കുന്നത് മന്ത്രിമാരെ. എന്നോട് അഭിപ്രായം ചോദിക്കും പാർട്ടി, മറ്റ് നേതാക്കളോട് അഭിപ്രായം ചോദിക്കും, എന്നിട്ട് പാർട്ടിയാണ് അത് ചെയ്യുന്നത്.
party will take the final call on government formation. Discussions will be held with senior leaders, and after the parliamentary party meeting, a suitable decision will be taken to meet the government.
Taking a short break, the Congress has named VD Satheesan as the next CM of Kerala, ending days of suspense and speculation over the matter. Stay tuned. We'll get you the latest.
अरे ये डिबेट बाहर की सोचे विकी डिबेट यानी विवाद भारत विवाद नहीं संवाद यानी कंस्ट्रक्टिव डिस्कशन इसमें भरोसा रखता है
सच नरेट नहीं करना होता नरेटिव को सच बनाना होता है
जब भी भगवे के ओर कोई कालिक फेंकता है तो उसी स्याही से इतिहास लिखा जाता है
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला डिलीशियस हेल्दी एवरीडे
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MTH का जल
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग असली स्वाद असली मजा
कोई ग्लोबल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन नहीं है इट्स अ टेरर मशीन
अगर हम टेररिस्ट होते तो टेररिस्ट हमें क्यों मारते
आरएसएस ने बाबरी मस्जिद तोड़ी और आरएसएस वायलेंट है
वो तब गिरा जब इस देश के बहुसंख्यक समाज का विश्वास टूट गया
आप लोगों ने तो देश चलाने का दावा किया है लेकिन आप लोगों का ना कोई हिसाब है ना कोई किताब
ये चोट निशान छोड़ेगी
हमें पेट्रोल डीजल का उपयोग कम करना होगा
Prime Minister Narendra Modi recently issued a strong warning to the nation, asking citizens to save fuel, avoid unnecessary travel, and even work from home if possible. This urgent appeal comes because global tensions are creating a massive energy crisis that directly threatens India. India currently imports up to 90% of the crude oil it.
Much coming up, viewers, on the other side. VD Satheesan, the next CM of Kerala. We'll get you all the top updates as VD Satheesan says that a decision has been taken keeping the welfare of the people of Keralam. Stay tuned.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट
Character, the taste of success.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला
This week, we've seen a developing investigation into a cluster, a very unusual cluster of cases of a certain type of Hantavirus.
What we do know is that the Andes virus, in previous outbreaks, there has been instances of human-to-human transmission, mainly among close contacts, either providing clinical care or people who have had close physical contact.
For the decades that scientists have known about Hantavirus, they've almost always believed that the only way you can get it is from being in contact with the droppings, the dried urine of mice or other rodents. Saying this is not the next pandemic, this is not the next epidemic, this is a cluster of cases, a very unusual situation that is not expected to spread its tentacles across the world and across the United States.
Right, 10 days after the verdict, Kerala Congress finally names VD Satheesan as the next Chief Minister. Getting you all the updates on this on the other side. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
ये सब आप इसलिए कर रहे हैं ना सर, ताकि आप अपने आरएसएस को बचा सके। वैसे भी आप आरएसएस के बोपोई तो हैं। आरएसएस का सच है मेरी थीसिस, जो सालों से छुपाया गया है। But I am going to unmask the truth.
क्लास अब शुरू होगी because the professor is here.
ये जो भी हो रहा है, ये injustice, ये conspiracies, ये manipulation, अगर आप इसको terrorism नहीं कहेंगे तो फिर किसको कहेंगे? ये है मेरा आखिरी सवाल. This is my last question to you.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा,
राजा और मसाला, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट। हमें पेट्रोल डीजल का उपयोग कम करना होगा।
Prime Minister Narendra Modi recently issued a strong warning to the nation, asking citizens to save fuel, avoid unnecessary travel, and even work from home if possible. This urgent appeal comes because global tensions are creating a massive energy crisis that directly threatens India. India currently imports up to 90% of the crude oil it needs to survive, and more than half of that oil comes from the Middle East. But the country is currently facing a massive challenges due to the blockade caused by the US-Iran conflict. And right in the middle of this dangerous situation, an event is about to take place that could make things much worse. United States President Donald Trump is traveling to Beijing to meet with Chinese President Xi Jinping. While the news might focus on their discussions about trade rules, technology, or artificial intelligence, the most critical topic for India is what these two leaders will decide regarding the Middle East and global oil supplies. The choices made during this.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and very warm welcome. You're watching Live and Breaking on Republic TV with me, Ishita Mitra. Now viewers, 10 days after the verdict, suspense has come to an end in Kerala. VD Satheesan has now been named as the next Chief Minister. Getting you all the updates on that, but first up a quick check at the top headlines at this hour. Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can. VD Satheesan named as Kerala's next Chief Minister. Venugopal loses out in CM race. Government bans export of sugar with immediate effect till 30th September. RBI Governor Sanjay Malhotra says government may eventually have to raise fuel prices if Middle East conflict continues. After DMK, now TVK MLA S. Mustafa calls for eradication of Sanatan Dharma. One of the accused in Neet paper leak case alleges big names have now been shielded. Iranian Foreign Minister Saeed Abbas Araghchi takes part in BRICS foreign ministers meet in the capital city. A woman gang raped in a moving bus in Delhi, 2 arrested and the bus seized. Donald Trump in Beijing for bilateral talks receives a grand welcome, travels with top business executives. Over 100 killed due to a storm in various parts of Uttar Pradesh. Hello and welcome viewers. Our top focus at this time. 100 people have been killed in a storm in Uttar Pradesh amidst a fierce storm. In fact, we're given to understand Nanne Mian, who was standing while gripping a support pillar of a wedding hall tin shed, was swept into the air as the shed was ripped through its moorings. Now, while the tin shed crashed to the ground, Nanne Mian remained airborne for a considerable time before eventually falling. Now, this is a story of one of the child who suffered in the storm. In fact, across the state, we are looking at 100 people getting killed due to this deadly storm that swept the state of Uttar Pradesh. Now, several people across the state, across the western part of the state, have been killed in this attack. In fact, the figure currently stands at about 100. And you can see in your screen, in fact, how this kid was impacted by this storm, how he was toppled into air due to this storm. He was holding on to this tin shed, which eventually gave in due to the high wind pressure, and he was tossed into the air, as you can see on your screen. And this is due to the storm that swept the state of Uttar Pradesh, killing about 100 people. Now, he's one of the victims of the storm. In fact, on your screen, Nanne Mian, this is a story of one of the child who has been impacted by the storm that swept the state of Uttar Pradesh, and we are given to understand the number is a staggering. About 100 people have been killed in the storm which swept various parts of Uttar Pradesh. In fact, on your screen you can see one of the victims of this deadly storm that swept through the entire state. And Nanne Mian, he was tossed into the air. He was holding on to this tin shed, which eventually gave in due to the high pressure winds, and he was eventually tossed into the air. All right, viewers, we're looking at a deadly storm sweeping across the state of Uttar Pradesh, killing about 100 people. And now this is the visual of one of the victims of the storm being tossed into the air. He was holding on to a tin shed, which eventually gave in due to the high pressure from the fierce winds that were blowing due to this storm. Now, he remained airborne for a considerable time before eventually falling. He was carried, in fact, more than 50 feet into the air. As a result, both of his arms and legs have been fractured, and he has now been admitted to the hospital. All right, so he's one of the victims of this deadly storm that swept the entire state of Uttar Pradesh. Now, we are given to understand that the number of people who have been impacted by this currently stands at about 100. Now, 100 people reportedly have lost their lives due to this deadly storm which swept through the entire state of Uttar Pradesh. And Nanne Mian, as you can see on your screen, is one of the victims. Now, his legs, his arms have been fractured. He's currently receiving treatment in the hospital, but you can see the intensity, the scale of the storm as seen in the visuals, how this child was tossed into the air just by the sheer pressure of the winds. And the scale, in fact, is also reflected in the kind of numbers we're getting in. Now, 100 casualties have been reported as of now. All right, viewers, now moving on to another breaking story we're getting at this moment. Now, RBI Governor Sanjay Malhotra has said that the government may need to hike fuel prices if the conflict in the Middle East drags on. While speaking at a conference in Switzerland, Malhotra added that India's monetary policy can look through temporary supply shocks, but government may in fact have to intervene if inflation pressures become entrenched following the Iran war. Now, he also talks about that how the government has followed fiscally prudent policies, so it is only a matter of time before higher oil prices are passed on to the citizens. Now, he also goes on to add it is important for the fiscal and monetary policy to coordinate at this moment. Now, these are the words of RBI Governor Sanjay Malhotra. He's hinting at a fuel price hike that is now imminent, it seems, given the kind of tensions that are now escalating in West Asia. Now, the war has been dragging on with no peace in sight. And on this, RBI Governor says that so far, the monetary policy can survive through temporary supply shocks. But if the pressure continues, the government will have to intervene, may have to hike the fuel price. So we're looking at an imminent fuel price hike that could be coming in the coming few days. RBI Governor hinting exactly at that. We have seen the sugar exports being stopped. We've also seen a milk price getting hiked. And amidst the supply tensions that around the world countries are witnessing, we could be looking at a hike in fuel price as well in the coming few days, according to what the RBI Governor has now hinted at. In fact, he also goes on to say that during the early days, it was easier for the monetary policy to handle the inflationary pressures. But at the moment, it is only a matter of time before the government may have to intervene, may have to pass on the higher oil prices onto consumers and may have to, in fact, hike the oil price. So we are looking at essentially a surge in fuel prices that could be coming in the coming few days, according to the statement made by the RBI Governor. Now, remember, this comes as tensions in West Asia continue to simmer. There has been no breakthrough between Iran and the US as far as Strait of Hormuz is concerned. So you are looking at disruptions in terms of cargo traffic, in terms of oil traffic, due to which inflationary pressures are now being felt around the world. India, in fact, also taking the heat, and so far, the government has been absorbing the economic shocks. But the RBI Governor now says it is only a matter of time that the pressures could be passed on to the citizens. All right, viewers, now getting some more breaking news development at the Sun. Inflation, in fact, has jumped to 8.3% in April. Wholesale price inflation is currently at 8.3% in April versus 3.88% in March. Now, that's the figure that's coming in. The wholesale price inflation jumping, in fact, at the moment to about 8.3 for the month of April. Now, these are the latest figures you're fetching at the moment. Wholesale price inflation now jumping to a staggering 8.3% in April. And if you compare this to the figures stood at just about 3.88 in March. So you can see how the jump has been rapid from the month of March to April, given the tensions that are now being witnessed in West Asia. That's the number we are fetching at this moment. Inflation, wholesale inflation, in fact, jumping to 8.3% for the month of April. This has come to 8.3 from 3.8% for the month of March. Now, this has come in given the tensions that are now being witnessed in West Asia and inflationary pressures are being felt around the world. Now, Indian economy also taking the heat, and we're looking at the result. In fact, the figure of wholesale inflation now jumping to about 8.3 for the month of April. The figure stood at just about 3.8 in the month of March. So you can see the rapid jump that's now come in due to the tensions surrounding the Strait of Hormuz, which has blocked essentially the cargo traffic, the oil traffic that passes through the economic corridor, and the kind of tensions that are still simmering between Iran and the United States. That impact now being felt around the world, especially Indian economy as well. Indian economy now taking the heat, feeling the inflationary pressure as well, as the wholesale inflation now jumps to 8.3. So looking at a major figure now coming in, wholesale inflation now jumping to 8.3 for the month of April. Now this figure has in fact leaped from 3.8% for the month of March. All right, now joining us on the broadcast is Kishore Subramaniam. He's an economist. He's joining us on the Republic broadcast. Thank you, Mr. Subramaniam, for joining us. I want to ask you, sir, how do you decode this figure that has come up right now? The wholesale inflation has jumped to 8.3% for the month of April. So how do you analyze this figure at the moment?
Okay, currently with the situation of the US-Iran war and the Strait of Hormuz being closed, I think this was very, very much anticipated. It's not a shocker. It's not a surprise. Point number one. Point number two, you need to understand that till now, the inflation impact has not been passed on to the consumer. Yeah. And I should actually congratulate the policy measures we had reserved for 45 to 60 days. And if you would have seen the news the other day, yesterday, that few tankers of Indian tankers with LPG has been released, and the speculation or at least the news item, I'm not sure about the veracity of it, says it's about 15. Now, what is important to understand that finally, which is in the next 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks, I'm not inside the government, I do not know the exact dates, somewhere this is going to be passed on. If you look at the global headlines, every single country has passed on the fuel price hike.
Right.
Inflation is at an all-time high across the world, specifically US. And you should also remember that the bond yield in US has shot up. So that's a great indicator that things are not great. But having said that, this is a pure event-based stuff. So the day the war stops and it gets cleared, mark my words, Brent will drop by about 10 to 20% very coolly. But having said that, tough times ahead until unless this war stops. I think Mr. Donald Trump has shot himself in the foot and probably ensured that all of us struggle along with him.
Right, Mr. Subramaniam, as you mentioned, this is not a shocker for us. We saw it coming because inflationary pressures are being felt around the world given the tensions which are still simmering around the Strait of Hormuz. Now, I want to ask you, you said that the government of India has not passed on these pressures to the consumers as of now. But the RBI governor just said yesterday that it is only a matter of time till the time government may have to intervene and pass on these higher oil prices to consumers as well. So according to your analysis, what is the timeline we're looking at?
So another 2-3 weeks is my personal guess, but my guess is as good as yours. But having said that, I also have a guess on the numbers. I think anywhere between 5 to 10% is what will get hiked straight away. The commercial cylinder has already had a 25-30% hike. Though the consumption of commercial LPG cylinder is overall in the Indian context is only 1% of the total LPG consumption. So I think anywhere between 5 to 12% will be the hike, and it will be between next 1, 2 or 3 weeks max out. And I believe for fiscal prudence, India should use it. And this is where, all the people who were questioning the government that when the Brent was going down, why didn't we pass on the benefit? It was exactly for this reason that during a rainy day, we would require the reserves, and our reserves at the all-time high. And I think RBI is also bringing in liquidity by probably selling some gold and stuff. We have enough liquidity. We have stopped the export of sugar today, and a lot of measures is going to come in. But having said that, I think we are not in a situation where we need to cry on top of the roof saying that, oh my God, everything is collapsing. That's not the situation. But yes, tougher times ahead. So you will see earnings getting a hit. And as far as the repo and the reverse repo is concerned, I just don't see that coming. If it continues for a couple of more quarters, then I think we have seen the end of lower inflation, lower RBI rates on the repo side, and we will head northward. But my personal feeling, I am no international expert on war or stuff. My personal feeling is that sooner rather than later we are coming towards an end, until and unless both the parties are headstrong and saying that we are not closing this stuff, because it's not only India. The geopolitics of the entire world, the inflationary pressure on the entire globe has changed, and every single country is impacted, including America.
Right. Well, we hope for the same, because as you said, otherwise we have to brace up for the tough times ahead. On that note, thank you, Mr. Subramanian, for joining us on Republic TV and sharing your analysis. Now, viewers, moving on to another big story that's coming at the moment. Now, after Udayanidhi's challenge, TVK MLA has gone ahead to say that they entered the field, electoral field, in fact, to eradicate Sanatan Dharma. It is S. Mustafa, a TVK MLA on Sanatan Dharma, who's now said that we also have Periyar and Ambedkar, and we entered the electoral field only to eradicate Sanatan Dharma. Now, that's a controversial statement coming in from a TVK MLA. Remember, it is only after Udayanidhi Stalin also made a similar statement on the floor of the assembly just a couple of days back, and now followed by TVK, they have again attacked the Sanatan Dharma. Now, this is the statement made by a TVK MLA S. Mustafa, who goes on to say that TVK only entered the electoral field to eradicate Sanatan Dharma. In fact, we also have the reaction from the TVK MLA. Let's take a listen.
So the mask is finally off. TVK MLA S. Mustafa says that we have also entered the field only to eradicate Sanatan Hindu. First, it was Udayanidhi Stalin who said Sanatan should be eradicated, then Congress supported him. 3 years ago also, Udayanidhi Stalin had said this. At that time, Congress had supported him. Congress MLA also said that Sanatan needs to be removed from Tamil Nadu. Hindus should be removed from Tamil Nadu. And now this statement has been reiterated by TVK, who claims to be secular. This shows that this entire bunch is a Hindu Virodi bunch. Whether it's Congress, DMK, Samajwadi Party, Trinamool Congress or TVK, they all believe that Hindu ka karo apman, taki mile vote bank ki dukaan, they are actually nafrat ke bhaijaan. So the mask is finally off. TVK MLA S. Mustafa says that we have also entered the field only to eradicate Sanatan Hindu. First, it was Udayanidhi Stalin who said Sanatan should be eradicated, then Congress supported him. 3 years ago also, Udayanidhi Stalin had said this. At that time, Congress had supported him. Congress MLA also said that Sanatan needs to be removed from Tamil Nadu. Hindus should be removed from Tamil Nadu. And now this statement has been reiterated by TVK, who claims to be secular. This shows that this entire bunch is a Hindu Virodi bunch. Whether it's Congress, DMK, Samajwadi Party, Trinamool Congress or TVK, they all believe that Hindu ka karo apman, taki mile vote bank ki dukaan, they are actually nafrat ke bhaijaan.
All right, now joining us on the broadcast is my colleague Sharda. Sharda, I want to ask you, in fact, first it was Udayanidhi Stalin and now it is a TVK MLA S. Mustafa. The anti-Sanatan brigade is all out. They continue to attack Hindus with one statement after another. In fact, my colleague Shivam also joins with more on this. Shivam, do tell me. All right, my colleague Sharda is in fact now back with us. Sharda, I want to come to you. Now, the anti-Sanatan brigade is out. First it was a DMK, now it is a TVK. I want to ask you, any word from the TVK leadership on this kind of statement? Any condemnation that has come in yet?
As you see, Mustafa, the TVK MLA, was also making the statements after Udayanidhi made a statement telling that Sanatan Dharma should be completely eradicated. Mustafa now made a very strong statement saying that they have also come to power for the same reasons when media questioned about Udayanidhi Stalin's statement. This is not the first time that the Tamil Nadu leader is openly speaking about eradicating Sanatan Dharma. While TVK MLA says
eradicating Sanatan Dharma. While TVK MLA says that the TVK ministers, the chief minister has a different ideology altogether, while they express telling that they are secularism, they are for all the people, and that they would not be against one particular set of religion, and that they wouldn't be speaking against one particular religion. This statement of the MLA of the TVK has been taken into, it's becoming a very big news in the seat of Tamil Nadu now. Just like the DMK, TVK is also building up a platform where the words of saying the eradication of Sanatan Dharma is very important, and that's the reason they are coming to power. The BJP is now asking for Chief Minister Joseph Vijay to take action against the MLA, because Vijay has already promised that they are not here to eradicate Sanatan Dharma, and all the leaders seem to be believing in the Hindu religion. We saw Minister Kirtana going to the temple, and Anand, the Puducherry MLA, going to the temple. Vijay himself had visited 2 temples before taking oath as a chief minister. In that case, now it keeps constantly coming that eradication of Sanatan Dharma as a line from the TVK. BJP has asked for Vijay to take action against the MLA who spoke about it.
Right. Thanks so much, Shada, for joining us on this. And now, in fact, as the statement comes in from a TVK, questions are being raised whether it is a statement of just one leader or whether it is what the party represents at the moment. And now, viewers are moving on to another breaking news. Now, Israeli Prime Minister's office claims that Netanyahu made a secret visit to United Arab Emirates in the middle of a war and met the king as well. Now, on this, the UAE has responded denying that such a visit never took place. Now, there were reports claiming that Israeli Prime Minister had made a secret visit to United Arab Emirates, but we've now got a statement coming in from the UAE denying that such a visit took place amidst a war. Now, remember, this comes as Iran and the US still are holding on to a fragile ceasefire, but tensions continue to simmer in West Asia. And amidst that, there was a report that came out pointing that Israeli Prime Minister, in fact, made a secret visit to UAE, but now reports saying that such a visit never happened. All right, viewers, that's all you could pack in this edition of Live and Breaking. Thanks so much for watching, and don't go anywhere. Coming up after a short break, after DMK's big statement by Udinidhi Stalin, TVK also attacks Hindus' calls for eradication of Sanatan Dharma. Getting you all the updates on that story on the other side.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, everyday.
अरे ये डिबेट बाहर की सोचे विकी। डिबेट यानी विवाद। भारत विवाद नहीं, संवाद यानी कंस्ट्रक्टिव डिस्कशन। इसमें भरोसा लगता है।
सच नरेट नहीं करना होता, नरेटिव को सच बनाना होता है।
जब भी भगवे के ओर कोई कालिक दिखता है, तो उसी स्याही से इतिहास लिखा जाता है।
This week, we've seen a developing investigation into a cluster, a very unusual cluster of cases of a certain type of Hantavirus.
What we do know is that the Andes virus, in previous outbreaks, there has been instances of human-to-human transmission, mainly among close contacts, either providing clinical care or people who have had close physical contact.
For the decades that scientists have known about Hantavirus, they've almost always believed that the only way you can get it is from being in contact with the droppings, the dried urine of mice or other rodents, saying this is not the next pandemic, this is not the next epidemic, this is a cluster of cases, a very unusual situation that is not expected to.
Character, the taste of success.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH
कोई ग्लोबल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन नहीं है, इट्स अ टेरर मशीन।
अगर हम टेररिस्ट होते तो टेररिस्ट हमें क्यों मारते?
आरएसएस ने बाबरी मस्जिद तोड़ी और आरएसएस वायलेंट है।
वो तब गिरा जब इस देश के बहुसंख्यक समाज का विश्वास टूट गया।
आप लोगों ने तो देश चलाने का दावा किया है, लेकिन आप लोगों का ना कोई हिसाब है ना कोई किताब।
ये चोट निशान छोड़ेगी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
हमें पेट्रोल डीजल का उपयोग कम करना होगा।
Prime Minister Narendra Modi recently issued a strong warning to the nation, asking citizens to save fuel, avoid unnecessary travel, and even work from home if possible. This urgent appeal comes because global tensions are creating a massive energy crisis that directly threatens India. India currently imports up to 90% of the crude oil it needs to survive, and more than half of that oil comes from the Middle East. But the country is currently facing a massive challenges due to the blockade caused by the US-Iran conflict. And right in the middle of this situation, an event is about to take place that could make things much worse. United States President Donald Trump is traveling to Beijing.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can. VD Satheesan named as Kerala's next Chief Minister. Venugopal loses out in CM race. Government bans export of sugar with immediate effect from 30th September. RBI Governor Sanjay Malhotra says government may eventually have to raise fuel prices if Middle East crisis continues. After DMK's Udinidhi Stalin, TVK MLA S. Mustafa calls for eradication of Sanatan Dharma. One of the accused in Neet paper leak case alleges that big names are now being shielded. Iranian Foreign Minister Saeed Abbas Araghchi takes part in BRICS Foreign Ministers meet in the capital city. A woman gang raped in a moving bus in Delhi. 2 accused arrested and the bus has now been seized. Donald Trump in Beijing for bilateral talks receives a grand welcome, travels with top business leaders. Over 100 killed due to storm in various parts of Uttar Pradesh. All right, viewers, you're watching live and breaking on Republic TV with me, Ishita Mitra, and big day as far as the diplomacy is concerned in the national capital. Now, the BRICS Foreign Ministers meet is underway in New Delhi. It's happening for 2 days, today as well as tomorrow, and it marks the first major ministerial level engagement under India's 2026 BRICS chairship. Now, it is expected to play a key role in shaping the agenda for the upcoming BRICS Leaders Summit scheduled later this year. So it is a precursor to the summit that's set to take place and being hosted by New Delhi, the BRICS Leaders Summit. But currently, right now, the foreign ministers are in the capital city from not just the BRICS nations, but also from other partner as well as observer countries. There just a short while ago, it was Yes, it was the Foreign Minister Ajay Shankar who delivered a keynote address to all the BRICS foreign ministers, saying that it is the need of the hour. It is the need for BRICS to step up to ensure that there is stability in geopolitics at the moment. In fact, he's met with his counterpart from several other countries, as well as the meeting is still underway in the capital city. Now, Iran war is certainly going to shadow the discussions which will take place among the foreign ministers of BRICS and other countries as well. My colleague Gesu, in fact, is present at Bharat Mandapam. She's been tracking all the developments from the ground. Gesu, take us through the latest developments, what's happening at Bharat Mandapam right now, and what is lined up for us ahead.
Right, Ishita, a sunny day in New Delhi, and foreign delegates have already arrived. In fact, the meeting started at 10 a.m. today. This is happening under India's BRICS leadership. Remember, just 3 months from now in September, India will brace up to hold the BRICS summit. So this is a precursor, a procedural precursor. The foreign ministers' meet that's coming here. So 11 member nations are all here, of course, but also the guest nations are here. In fact, very interestingly, Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi is in New Delhi as well. He touched down yesterday evening for the meetings that have begun at 10 a.m. today morning. In fact, the entire delegation has just broken for lunch, and remember, they've all headed to the Prime Minister's headquarters, and that's exactly where they will also be meeting Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Not just that, the Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi gave the BRICS Foreign Ministers Summit a miss, and that's because Donald Trump is also in Beijing as we speak, and that is why China's ambassador to India has in fact come here to represent Beijing's side. Now remember, in the opening note, Indian External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar did mention that climate and, economics and geopolitical ties and tensions are going to be the center focus of the BRICS summit, the BRICS foreign ministers' meet. But also, with the Iranian foreign minister in the meeting, there is no doubt that that is going to be a dominant sort of a dialogue. That is going to be a dominant discussion over what's happening in West Asia. And we also have the UAE foreign minister. So this is the first time that Iranian foreign minister and UAE's foreign minister will come face to face in a diplomatic discussion. Remember, UAE has been pressing charges of violence on Iranian military. They have been saying that Iran is plunging the entire Gulf nation into a tragic situation amid the ongoing war. So we will expect to see, the dominant discussion revolve around West Asia conflicts, but also how BRICS nation can stabilize the current ongoing geopolitical and economic situation that's unfolding across the world. Remember, all of these countries, they've come together. They are a competition to the Western Bloc, and that is exactly the inception of BRICS. Started with 5 countries, now it's 11 members strong, and now we're yet to see what comes out of this meeting. They've all broken for lunch right now, and this day ends at around 7 p.m. with the dinner of the delegates and the foreign ministers to be held at Bharat Mandapam, and after that there's only one session that we will see tomorrow. Ishita.
Right. So, Gesu, the broader theme is around resilience, innovation and sustainability. So around that, discussions will take place. And of course, the Iran war will also shadow all these discussions. But we also have on the other side a string of bilaterals lined up for the Indian External Affairs Minister. So what are we catching up on that?
So, Ishita, before the meetings even began, like today morning, yesterday when the delegations were touching down, External Affairs Minister did have a few dialogues by the sidelines with international members and foreign ministers. They were discussing geopolitical situation across South Asia, across West Asia, of course, also. And that's the first bilateral that's taken place. By the side, in fact, Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi is also set to meet External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar. We do not have an exact time for when that's supposed to happen, but that will happen any time today. And in fact, not just India, but External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar also said that Abbas Araghchi will have a sit-in on the sidelines of the BRICS Foreign Ministers Summit with multiple foreign ministers, of course, putting forth the Iranian view. Ishita, that's the latest that we're picking up.
All right, Gesu, thanks so much for joining us and giving us all the latest from Bharat Mandapam on what's happening on the BRICS Foreign Ministers meet. And now, viewers, moving on to what's happening in China. Now, Donald Trump is in China for a 2-day visit, and amid that, he's refused Taiwan question in a press engagement. Now, after the bilateral meeting, both the leaders were in fact engaging with the press, and one question was posed to Donald Trump regarding Taiwan. Now, remember, Taiwan remains a flashpoint as far as China and US ties are concerned. And on that question, he dodged it. He refused to answer the Taiwan question and brought up in a press engagement. That's the latest we are picking up as far as Donald Trump's China visit goes. Now, it's a 2-day visit. Today is day one. It started with a grand welcome at the hall, and then it was followed up by a bilateral meet and then a visit to the Temple of Heaven. Now, following that, there was a press engagement that took place. Both the leaders were taking up questions, and one of the flashpoints that remains between the two countries of Taiwan was raised. And on this, Donald Trump refused the question. He refused to answer the flashpoint, the contentious question posed to him on Taiwan. Now, Taiwan is a flashpoint. US has historically provided support as far as security of Taiwan is concerned, but China, of course, follows one China policy. It considers Taiwan as part of its own mainland. And on this, it remains a flashpoint between the two countries as well. My colleague Amrita now joins with more details on this. Amrita, now we were discussing this before as well, that Taiwan remains a flashpoint between the two countries. And on this, when a question was posed to Donald Trump, he refused to answer it.
That's right. As was expected, even this was expected, Ishita, because Taiwan is one of those flashpoints that China has been recurrently trying to, swallow back again, as it was a former territory as Formosa. And now Taiwan has a lot of U.S. military bases as well, as we all know, and that still remains a flashpoint because there have been a recent escalation just months before when China decided to place some of its military aircraft carriers very near to Taiwan. And now with this arrival of U.S. President Donald Trump, Taiwan, and he also remained mum on this particular point, because Taiwan is a very key area for the U.S. as well. They have placed many military equipments, big military equipments, assets in Taiwan as well, and still being protected by the U.S. military so far. And China and U.S. have many other friction, and Taiwan still remains the major flashpoint even now. And Donald Trump has in fact refused to say anything about it. And even though it is still in the discussion, we can still say that Donald Trump will not, when push comes to shove, Donald Trump will not bend over, or especially regarding Taiwan. Taiwan is very critical for the U.S. and we feel like we know so far that even after discussions go on, U.S. definitely will still maintain the stronghold over Taiwan as of now. That's how we are seeing it, Ishita.
Right, of course, Amrita, we were seeing that Donald Trump is desperate. He has midterm comings up in the U.S. and he wants from this trip, from this China visit, to take something solid back home, and certainly does not want to diverge, does not want that China should be upset at this moment, therefore refusing to answer any question on Taiwan. But I want to ask you, it's the first day of the visit and a lot of engagements have taken place so far. So take us through what has happened so far and what is lined up for the U.S. president ahead.
Just upon his arrival, we have seen with a very grand welcome, a state of the full honors welcome given to Donald Trump. We have seen that, and he was also visiting many key historic sites, even from the Ming Dynasty, the Qing Dynasty, which is one of the key revival periods of Chinese history as well. We saw him visit the Temple of Heaven, which is a crucial point in Chinese history as well. And now we are seeing they will now be moving on to further talks, to further deep talks that will be happening between the two nations. Earlier, there was just initial statements were exchanged, some conversations were exchanged, and then setting the agenda of what's next to come between the two nations. And I think as for the reports that we are getting so far, one of the key flashpoints, another flashpoints that will be discussed is also the current situation in West Asia. Right. Because we know that earlier United States have repeatedly spoken about it, that China should take a step up regarding reopening of the Strait of Hormuz. So that remains to be another flashpoint, a major talking point between these two nations, as we know that China is the biggest importer of Iranian oil, and the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz is very critical for China as well. And we are also getting reports that, in fact, U.S. will in fact speak to China to put some leverage, as it has some leverage over Iran, and maybe speak to Iran to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. So that remains to be seen how it unfolds. But these are some of the things that we are tracking with this latest visit from United States President in China.
All right, thanks Amrita for joining us and giving us a lowdown of what's happening in China as far as the US President's visit is concerned. Thanks so much. Now viewers, as Amrita was discussing, Chinese President Xi Jinping hosted a welcoming ceremony for visiting US President Donald Trump in Beijing today. Now Donald Trump and Xi stood side by side for the playing of their country's national anthems before inspecting the military guard of honor. They later even held a meeting. Watch this detailed report about what's happening in China at the moment. US President Donald Trump received a grand welcome in Beijing today. Trump arrived at the Great Hall of the People in Tiananmen Square, where he was greeted by Chinese President Xi Jinping. Senior US officials, including Marco Rubio, Pete Hegseth, along with top American business leaders such as Elon Musk, were part of the visiting delegation. Trump received the Guard of Honor as the two leaders stood side by side while their national anthems were played. The US national anthem echoed through Beijing as a Chinese military band performed it at the Great Hall of the People. The two leaders were later seen walking together along the red carpet, speaking as hundreds of school children waved Chinese and American flags while welcoming them. The high-profile welcome was followed by a crucial bilateral meet between the two leaders. During the opening remarks, Xi Jinping said China and United States could move beyond the so-called Thucydides trap and set a new example for ties between major powers. President Trump also remarked both nations had always worked through differences quickly and expressed confidence about a fantastic future together. Trump also underlined the presence of leading American business executives accompanying him on the visit.
I just want to say on behalf of all of the great delegation that we have the greatest businessmen, the biggest, and I guess the best in the world. We have amazing people, and they're all with me. Every single one of them, we asked the top 30 in the world, every single one of them said yes. And I didn't want the second or the third in the company. I wanted only the top. And they're here today to pay respects to you and to China. And they look forward to trade and doing business, and it's going to be totally reciprocal on our behalf. So I really look very much forward to our discussion. It's a big discussion. There are those that say this is maybe the biggest summit ever. They can never remember anything like it. I can say in the United States, people aren't talking about anything else.
Amid growing global attention on the summit, stability in US-China relations remains the key focus of the two-day summit. All right, viewers, and now a quick look at what's making headlines within the country. The top stories are lined up for you ahead. Iran's foreign minister attends the BRICS foreign ministers meet in New Delhi, strengthening multilateralism and promoting sustainable development on the agenda. External Affairs Minister S. Shankar greets Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov. Ministers discuss ways of stepping up efforts in key areas, including politics and security. Shocking incident of gang rape in the national capital, Delhi. Women are allegedly gang raped inside a moving bus by the driver and the conductor. After a drubbing in the West Bengal Assembly polls, Mamata Banerjee put on a black robe to argue about poll violence in Calcutta High Court. A severe storm claims the lives of over 100 people across Uttar Pradesh. Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath condoles deaths, announces compensation in 24 hours. All right, viewers, now moving on to what's happening in the Neet leak operation. Our security agencies have started a massive crackdown in the Neet paper leak case following the outpouring of anger and frustration across the nation. Now, CBI has so far arrested a total of 5 people in connection with this case, and one of the main accused in this case, Shubham Khairner, has now been brought to Delhi for further questioning, while an amount of rupees 10 lakh has also been recovered from another accused, Manisha Wagmare. Meanwhile, one of the accused in the case has made a sensational claim that there is a cover-up underway and important people are being shielded in this matter. Our editor-in-chief, Arnab Goswami, shares his perspective on this matter. Take a listen.
Yes, the Neet cheating case, the Neet exam cancellation is a terrible thing. Yes, I know many students are angry, many parents are angry, and I'm with you in that. But I want to warn everyone tonight across the country. Be careful of politicians who are saying that because the Neet paper was leaked, we must burn the country down. Be careful of people who say because the Neet paper was leaked, we should start rioting on the streets. Be careful and reject the people who say in their fake tones that we must do what happened in Nepal and Bangladesh. Arvind Kejriwal, what on earth do you think you were doing? You think that people will go by what you're saying and say that let's create a Nepal-like situation. He says, let's create a Bangladesh-like situation. Arvind Kejriwal, because you lost an election, because you don't immediately see a line to coming to power either in Delhi or nationally, you want to say that let's burn the country down. Let's create a Bangladesh situation. Let's create a Nepal situation. And then you say, I have full faith in the students that they will create a Bangladesh and Nepal situation. Arvind Kejriwal, I was shocked when you said this. And you want to say, go out on the streets and change your government. Ladies and gentlemen, today Arvind Kejriwal proved what we suspected about him. That he's essentially got an anarchist point of view. This electoral route was okay as long as it is working. The moment he started losing elections, he's saying, come on the streets, let's create hierarchy, let's create hell, let's do a Bangladesh, let's do a Nepal. Listen to this.
अगर नेपाल का और बांग्लादेश का जेनजी सड़कों पे उतर के अपने देश की सरकारों को बदल सकता है, तो हमारे देश का जेनजी पेपर लीक करने वाले मंत्रियों को जेल नहीं भेज सकता है। मुझे अपने देश के जेनजी पे पूरा भरोसा है। ये देश आपका है। इस देश के नेताओं को इस देश में कोई इंटरेस्ट नहीं है।
The last part I agree with, where he says देश के नेताओं को देश के कोई इंटरेस्ट नहीं है, आप जैसे नेताओं का देश के हित में कोई इंटरेस्ट नहीं है। अरविंद केजरीवाल, first of all, Arvind Kejriwal, you are about 57, 58 years old. You are not Gen Z, so stop trying to speak for Gen Z. Secondly, Gen Z will not listen to you and burn the country down. What do you mean by saying कुछ करना है क्या? What is this suggestive language? Do you think Gen Z are fools, Arvind Kejriwal? Do you think Gen Z will listen to you and say, one person leaked the paper, the government is taking action, Neet will happen again, but in the meantime, let's burn the country down. Let's bring down the government. Why? Because Arvind Kejriwal is not being able to win an election. Arvind Kejriwal, that you can't win an election is your problem. That Raghav Chadha left your party is your problem. That your party broke in parliament is your problem. The country will not burn because you're having political trouble. And then even Manish Sisodia's loyal number 2 also said the same thing. So then this language obviously means that somewhere Arvind Kejriwal and Manish Sisodia sat down and says, let's provoke Gen Z. Let's tell them to do a Bangladesh and Nepal. Because even Arvind Kejriwal said this and then Manish Sisodia quickly said this. Listen to the similarity.
ये जो बच्चे हैं ना 22 लाख, ये देश की नौजवान पीढ़ी है, ये देश का जेनजी है। आपने नेपाल में हाल देखा ना जेनजी ने क्या किया है। याद रखिएगा कि अगर ये जेनजी अपनी पे आ गई ना, अगर आपके लोग चंद पैसों के लालच में इसी तरह से पेपर की दलाली करते रहे, तो ये जेनजी नेपाल बना के सत्ता के लोगों को खदेड़ती है, फिर सत्ता में बैठे लोगों को। ध्यान रखिएगा प्रधानमंत्री जी।
Again the example of Nepal. My dear viewers, fellow nationalists, I want to say something very seriously to you from the heart. I believe that there will be attempts to break the country, but we must not allow it. There will be attempts to burn the country, we must not allow it. People like Arvind Kejriwal, people like Manish Sisodia will say, do what happened in Nepal. Why are you saying that? In Nepal, I feel, and in Bangladesh, it was an American hand. I believe it was the American deep state which brought down the government by doing rioting in Bangladesh and Nepal. I believe it's the American deep state. Are you, Arvind Kejriwal, speaking for the American deep state? And do you think that if you speak for the American deep state, Arnab Goswami and Republic will be quiet about it, that the people of this country will not question you? Look at the pictures of what happened in Nepal. That is what Arvind Kejriwal wants. In Arvind Kejriwal, the wife of a former Nepal Prime Minister had severe burn injuries during the Gen Z protests. She was lying like that on the streets. This is what Arvind Kejriwal wants. He wants violence, killing, shooting, rioting. He wants people killed on the roads. This is eventually what Arvind Kejriwal wants, I suspect. Otherwise, why did he talk about Nepal? Arvind Kejriwal, do you not know that the American deep state is believed to be behind what happened, that a social media tool called Discord was used in Nepal? Do you think people are stupid? They will not understand who you are batting for. How dare you, Arvind Kejriwal? How dare you? How dare you, Arvind Kejriwal, suggest that India's capital should be burnt? There should be anarchy? How dare you say that what the deep state did in Bangladesh should happen in India? Just because you are failing as a politician. Ladies and gentlemen, yes, I stand against what happened in Neet. Yes, I will take the government to task for how this fault happened. Yes, I have questioned the chief of the National Testing Agency and grilled him more than anyone else has. But if someone thinks the Bangladesh model should be brought here, then I'd say this is as much against national interest as one can go. Arvind Kejriwal, you have crossed the line, Arvind Kejriwal. You are calling for riots in the country. I cannot believe you've done this as the chief of the Aam Aadmi Party. If you're calling for violent street protests, you're only exposing yourself. And let me assure you, this nation will stand united, despite whatever your intentions are, Arvind. Despite whatever your intentions are.
All right, we are slipping into a very short break, but don't go anywhere. Coming up after a break, after DMK's Udyanidhi Stalin, now TVK MLA S. Mustafa calls for eradication of Sanatan Dharm. The anti-Sanatan brigade is now out, getting you all the updates on that on the other side. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है? आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट? स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और बरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा,
ये सब आप इसलिए कर रहे हैं ना सर, ताकि आप अपने आरएसएस को बचा सके। वैसे भी आप आरएसएस के बोपोई तो हैं। आरएसएस का सच है मेरी थीसिस, जो सालों से छुपाया गया है। But I am going to unmask the truth.
क्लास अब शुरू होगी, because the professor is here.
ये जो भी हो रहा है, ये injustice, ये conspiracies, ये manipulation, अगर आप इसको terrorism नहीं कहेंगे, तो फिर किसको कहेंगे? ये है मेरा आखिरी सवाल. This is my last question to you.
This week, we've seen a developing investigation into a cluster, a very unusual cluster of cases of a certain type of hantavirus.
What we do know is that the Andes virus, in previous outbreaks, there has been instances of human-to-human transmission, mainly among close contacts, either providing clinical care or people who have had close physical contact.
For the decades that scientists have known about hantavirus, they've almost always believed that the only way you can get it is from being in contact with the droppings, the dried urine.
Coming up after a short break, the anti-Sanatan brigade is now out after DMK's Udinidhi Stalin. TVK MLA S. Mustafa calls for eradication of Sanatan Dharma, says only entered electoral field to eradicate Sanatan. Getting you all the updates on the other side. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
अरे ये डिबेट बाहर की सोचे विकी। डिबेट यानी विवाद, भारत विवाद नहीं, संवाद यानी कंस्ट्रक्टिव डिस्कशन, इसमें भरोसा रखता है।
सच नरेट नहीं करना होता, नरेटिव को सच बनाना होता है।
जब भी भगवे के ओर कोई कालिक फेंकता है तो उसी स्याही से इतिहास लिखा जाता है।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
हमें पेट्रोल डीजल का उपयोग कम करना होगा।
Prime Minister Narendra Modi recently issued a strong warning to the nation, asking citizens to save fuel, avoid unnecessary travel, and even work from home if possible. This urgent appeal comes because global tensions are creating a massive energy crisis that directly threatens India. India currently imports up to 90% of the crude oil it needs to survive, and more than half of that oil comes from the Middle East. But the country is currently facing a massive challenges due to the blockade caused by the US-Iran conflict. And right in the middle of this dangerous situation, an event is about to take place that could make things much worse. United States President Donald Trump is traveling to Beijing to meet with Chinese President Xi Jinping. While the news might focus on their discussions about trade rules, technology, or artificial intelligence, the most critical topic for India is what these two leaders will decide regarding the Middle East and global oil supplies. The choices made during this
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
VD Satheesan named as Kerala's next Chief Minister. Venugopal loses out. Government bans export of sugar with immediate effect till 30th September. RBI Governor Sanjay Malhotra says that government may eventually have to raise fuel prices if Middle East crisis continues. After DMK's Udinidhi Stalin, now TVK MLA VMS Mustafa calls for eradication of Sanatan Dharma. And one of the accused in Neet paper leak case alleges that big names have been shielded. Iranian Foreign Minister Syed Abbas Araghchi took part in the BRICS Foreign Ministers meeting. A woman was gang raped in a moving bus in Delhi. 2 have been arrested and the bus has been seized. Donald Trump is in Beijing for bilateral talks, receives grand welcome, travels with top business leaders. And over 100 people killed due to storm in various parts of Uttar Pradesh. And big development in West Bengal post the victory of Bharatiya Janata Party. Bengal government makes Vande Mataram mandatory in all schools in state. National anthem to be followed by Vande Mataram in school assemblies. All right, viewers, we're getting a big breaking news development, and this is MEA's response. This is India's response on the attack on Indian flagged ship off the coast of Oman. Now, India condemns attack on Indian flagged ship off the coast of Oman. Indian crew on board Indian flagged ship that came under attack off Oman coast is safe. That is what MEA now says, and also it condemns the attack on the Indian flagged ship. Now, the attack on Indian flagged ship off the coast of Oman on Wednesday is unacceptable. This is the reaction by MEA. Big development. India is condemning the attack on Indian flagged ship which was attacked off the coast of Oman. And this is the reaction from MEA on the Indian flagged ship that was attacked off the coast of Oman. Big breaking news development. India condemning the attack and saying that this is completely unacceptable. However, they've also highlighted the fact that all the crew is safe. All the crew members are safe in this case. Big breaking news development. All right, viewers, we are covering the Neet paper leak story, bringing you the latest updates, minute-to-minute updates on what's happening. Many have been detained, many arrested, and now we have another big breaking news development. Republic infiltrates the Telegram, the chats on the groups in the Telegram group and WhatsApp group linked to the paper leak. And on camera, Republic tracks down the Neet cheats. Republic infiltrates the Telegram group linked to Neet paper leak. And the Telegram admin claims that you will get the most authentic paper you ever found. The most authentic you will ever get. This is a shocking claim. And a shocking claim which says the re-Neet paper leak also is being planned. So they're planning for another paper leak, and we have these exclusive chats on your screen. We have highlighted the text for you so that it's easy to understand. They're saying join karke dekh lo, just try and join, and those who seriously want to get selected in Neet, please purchase the paper and message the attached person here. Neet Helpers 1 is what the message reads. Now this is exclusive Republic, exclusive, where we have investigated the matter, and we have infiltrated the Telegram groups, the chat groups, and we now have the exclusive screenshots of that chat. Now, further, the chats reveal that soon I shall, this is one of the admins who says that soon I shall upload the full paper, kindly note that. So he's making all of them aware, and he's also giving them the password. The password is leakmafia@9466, and the chat will continue. We'll bring more pictures, more developments, more plates on this. He's claiming that I shall upload the full paper. Kindly note that. So there were preparation. He was also, this all was password protected. Everything was password protected in this case, and those who paid the price, they received a password, and then they were able to unlock the document. And this is the booklet, ladies and gentlemen, of the leaked 2026 Neet UG paper on your screen. So they were giving proofs that we have the leaked paper, and if you want to buy, because many students were asking for the proof. Sir, do you have the paper or not? We need some sort of proof. And then they shared the booklets. In many sets, the booklets were present. And now he goes on to ask fees, 20,000 DGA or paper legia. You pay 20,000 bucks, and then you'll get the paper, you'll get the examination booklet for you. And also he goes on to boast about it. Jo paper nahi kharidenge, those who won't buy the paper, they will not crack the Neet examination. And this is the password protected Neet 2026 paper on your screen. And he says, before buying paper, we'll show the paper proof, that will show you the proof of the paper. And goes on to say that today is the last last day for buying the paper. Today, if you don't buy, then you'll miss the opportunity. So it's not just that he was selling for 30 lakhs, 15 lakhs, but also in the groups he was selling for 20,000, 30,000. And further, in the further chats also, we'll reveal how many people, more than 1,200 people were viewing. See, this is exactly the screenshot, and we have highlighted it for you. 1,200 people viewed the leaked paper. So you can imagine the magnanimity, the scale, the magnitude of the paper leak. This is the document of the paper, the leaked paper, which was viewed by more than 1,200 people. So you can imagine the magnitude, the scale of this paper leak, because these are visuals of the protests also on your screen, ladies and gentlemen. But we are here to explain you the magnanimity, the scale of the paper leak. 1,200 people viewing the leaked paper. Just imagine, they must have downloaded the paper, shared with others, resold, and this happened on a national scale. And this is Republic exclusive. We have the exclusive chats. We also spoke to a student who revealed the chats, also exclusive on your television screen, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go back to the other plates of the graphics so that you can clearly understand the scale of this, how they were chatting, how they were openly boasting that we have the paper. This is the leaked Neet UG exam paper. These are the booklets. So imagine if you have the Neet examination is conducted where many students receive various sets of paper. So they're showing that we have many sets of examination paper. This is set number 58 on your screen. Then you have another set which is booklet 58 on your screen. And they had more than 3 to 4 booklets to claim, to prove that yes, the paper is the leaked. We have the original copy of the leaked paper. So just imagine the level of this paper leak. And that is why this has been cancelled by the NTA. Exclusive chats we have revealed to you. They're saying, join kar lo, dekh lo. Those who seriously want to get selected in Neet, purchase this paper and message Neet Helpers 1. All right, Shambhavi is continuously tracking the story. We'll go to Shambhavi for the latest updates on this. Shambhavi, this is Republic exclusive. And now they're chatting in a manner as if this is some family group or some friends group. They're saying, soon I shall upload full paper. Kindly note that. So they were prepared and they had no fear of the law and order. What is the latest that you're fetching in this story now? Shambhavi.
Absolutely. As you can very clearly see from the chat, they're talking in such nonchalant manner when they are talking about leaking the paper, and the kind of guarantee that they're giving, the kind of confidence that these people have that whatever paper I'm giving you, that is 100% authentic, and no other channel or no other person can provide you, because we get our paper directly from one of the NTA officials. So they're very confident that whatever paper they're given, they're also to the point, they're saying to the point that if you take this paper and this paper does not match with the paper you sit for 2026 Neet exam, I will give you 10x refund, 5x refund. That is how confident they are. And they're not only, and they've shown that how people, if you, so this is very clear that if you have even
I would like to interject in between. I want to highlight the very fact. I was going through the entire chats and there were students who were saying that, sir, you have just given us the question paper and if you just give us the solution key, it will be great. So he's saying, sir, aapne question paper to de diya, agar aap answer bhi de dete, maza aa jata. So that is the language that they're using, and they're openly chatting amongst each other and they are doing a crime openly. That's the highlight, Shambhavi. And they do not fear law and order situation, that they will, in the future interrogation, they will be asked questions and they will be arrested for this. Shambhavi, over to you.
Definitely, Shivam. Very nonchalant behavior, as you're saying. The language is very nonchalant. And it's not like they're leaking. And one of the toughest exam of India, by the way, Shivam, one of the toughest exam of India, Neet exam, the paper of the same leaks and is being sold for lakhs and lakhs of rupees. And students have that kind of resource that they're buying that paper for 3 lakhs, let's say 10 lakhs, 7 lakhs. Although it did boil down to 30,000 rupees till a few hours before the exams. But it is kind of language, the kind of behavior that you can clearly see on the chats that students are sure. The kind of guarantee that they're giving. He's also sharing scorecards of the people of the previous newspaper, because he has very openly claimed that this is not the first time I'm doing it. I've been doing this for 5 years now. I've been leaking paper for 5 years now. And for proof, what you can do is you can see the previous year's scorecard. The students who have bought paper from me and have appeared for the same, see how good they've scored. So even if you will buy that paper from me, you will also score that good. So this is the level of confidence and this is the level of nonchalant attitude that these people carry. And even the students are falling prey to it. The students are buying it, sitting for exam. And just because a chunk of students, these groups have around 3,000 to 4,000 students, parents and teachers, and just because of these 3,000, 4,000 students, lakhs and lakhs of students who sat for NEET exam will have to reappear for the exams again. Back to you, Shivam.
All right, we also have Revati joining us from Mumbai, from Chhatrapati Sambhaji Nagar. Revati, because this is happening pan-India. There is a Nashik connection to it. Many people have been arrested in Maharashtra also, then Rajasthan also, various parts of India. And also, you also spoke to one of the student, the one who revealed. What was he saying exactly? Because the chat that we have with us, it reveals that they did not fear the law and order, and they were very confident that they will never get caught. And there's also information about their planning for the leak of the re-examination also. Revati.
Right, as you rightly mentioned, that the NEET paper leak scandal has created a stir, and it has connection with Maharashtra as well. And exclusively on Republic, we saw that the screenshots of the chats which were approached to a specific person which we spoke to. So the screenshot which I have with me right now says that actually it is in Marathi, but I'll translate it into English. So the person says, I am telling you with this trust, with full trust, don't tell this to anyone, but my father's staff, sister, she has approached my father, and that person, that staff is saying that he has a NEET paper with him, and also they have demanded 50,000 rupees for that NEET paper 2026. And also the most shocking part is that they have also paid 50,000. So this is one of the cases. Also, while talking to another student who requested anonymity on this particular case, he said that there are many such cases, but the most important case here is that in Kota, Rajasthan, there were students who collected 24 lakh rupees. Mind you, 24 lakh rupees for the NEET examination paper 2026. That is the most shocking revelation which was made by that specific student. Also, I have screenshot of one more chat which says that आपका क्या हाल है, मेरा भी अच्छा गया, 680 plus तो confirm है, उसी पेपर से आया था. Then that person is replying, yes, congratulations, thanks, अब result का wait है, enjoy. And the next statement is really shocking. यार मुझे तो believe ही नहीं हो रहा है कि NEET का paper भी leak हो सकता है, but अब believe हो गया. So the paper which was leaked before some few hours before the NEET examination 2026. A post also went viral on social media, but none took the cognizance of that screenshot or those viral posts. There are n numbers of screenshots that we have exclusively received, and the most shocking part here is that one screenshot says that, did you pay? Yes, I did, 30K, but please do not tell anyone. Which channel? Akash. That thing I can't say, but it was in a PDF.
Okay.
Date bata sakti hai. May 3, 4 a.m. So when there was exam on May 3rd, at 4 a.m. student received this NEET paper examination, which is a shocking thing, and people were ready to pay the amount which the party in front of them were asking to. Literally, Students from Kota, Rajasthan demanded 24 lakh rupees, and we have one more screenshot which says that pay 30,000 before the NEET examination, and once you are done with the paper, once you know that these were the only questions, pay 70,000. These are the scam. These are the
Revati,
scandals which
what
are
was
happening
surprising
right now.
in amongst the many chats that we have, we'll put it across in future bulletins also. In many chats, they were asking, sir, do I need to attempt all the questions? क्या सब कुछ करना जरूरी है? Or should I not attempt everything? And then the reply comes, सब नहीं भी करोगी, government college के लिए चलेगा. That even if you don't attempt all the questions, it's all right for the government college. And also he went on to say, if you attempt all the questions and you'll be the topper for that, and tomorrow media will come to your house and they will ask you questions that how did you succeed, how you became the topper, because this is happening openly in Telegram chats, this is happening openly in WhatsApp. He's saying that if you attempt all the questions, maybe you'll get full marks. Maybe you'll top the NEET examinations, and this will draw media attention towards your home. Now, Revati, thanks a lot for all the information and the exclusive information that you have shared with us. Also, Revati earlier spoke to a student who has revealed this to us. Let's watch that exclusive interaction with the student.
NEET paper leak scandal has created a stir not only in a specific state but in entire nation. Everyone had screenshots of literally people asking for 10 to 15 lakhs to get the NEET paper of 2026 examination. First, many students came up with this, but no one believed them. And one such example is here with me right now. I have Deepa Patil with me, who is a second year MBBS student, but he appeared for 2026 NEET examination, and the reason behind it is that he is a mentor. He does mentorship to various students in medical field for the NEET examination. But the most shocking part of this very case is that students approached him, and then they told him very shocking details. And today, exclusively on Republic, we are going to see that what exactly students told him. दीपक जी, सबसे पहले तो मैं आपका शुक्रिया अदा करना चाहती हूँ कि आप ये जो बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण मुद्दा है उस पर आप बात कर रहे हैं. तो सबसे पहले आप मुझे बताइए कि आपके साथ क्या हुआ इस एग्जाम सेंटर पे.
मैं 3 मई को एग्ज़ाम देने गया था. मेरा सेंटर लातूर के अंदर मारवाड़ी स्कूल बोल के, राजस्थानी मारवाड़ी स्कूल बोल के है. मैं पेपर देने गया. मैं एग्ज़ाम देने इसलिए गया था कि सिर्फ मेरा एक उद्देश्य था कि नीट के एग्ज़ाम जो दे रहे लड़के, उनकी मेंटालिटी क्या है, उनका प्रेशर क्या है, मतलब वो मैं उनसे जान सकूं. फिर मैंने उनसे एग्ज़ाम के पहले ही बातचीत की और एग्ज़ाम के बाद भी बातचीत की. बातचीत के दौरान मुझे जब एग्ज़ाम हुआ तो एक लड़के से मैंने क्वेश्चन पूछा जो मेरे हॉल के अंदर मेरे पीछे बैठा था. मैंने उसको बोला एग्ज़ाम कैसा गया. फिर उसके बाद उसने मुझे बोला कि वो पेपर मेरे पास पहले ही था. बट मुझे शॉक लगा, मुझे लगा ये कुछ भी बोल रहा है. बट मैं थोड़े आगे जाता हूँ, मैं उससे बातचीत करता हूँ, और तो मुझे अंडर पैंट से 2 A4 शीट्स निकालते हैं वाइट. उसके ऊपर डायरेक्टली पूरे आंसर्स लिखे हुए थे. बायोलॉजी, फिजिक्स, केमिस्ट्री, पूरे आंसर्स डायरेक्टली उसके ऊपर आंसर्स लिखे हुए थे. मैं वो देख के शॉक हो गया. और जैसे मैं 5:10 तक वो मुझे बताया, उसके बाद मैंने सोशल मीडिया पे ये डिक्लेयर कर दिया कि पेपर लीक हो चुका है. अनफॉर्चुनेटली मैं उसका फोटो नहीं निकाल पाया, बट मैंने सोशल मीडिया पे डाल दिया. वो सोशल मीडिया पे डालने के बाद मेरे पेज पे वो ज़्यादा वायरल हो गई पोस्ट, और मुझे ऐसे मैसेजेस प्राप्त हुए कि लोग खुद से आगे आके बोल रहे कि हमको भी ऐसा मैसेज आया था, हमको भी ऐसा पैसा डिमांड किया गया था, बट हम कुछ कारण से नहीं दे पाए. ऐसे बहुत सारे स्क्रीनशॉट्स हैं.
पहले हम आगे जाने से पहले, ऐसा मैसेज आया था, मतलब क्या मैसेज आया था?
ये आप देख सकते हैं इधर. 6 अप्रैल को मुझे एक मैसेज आया था, जो मैं मेंटरशिप प्रोवाइड करता हूँ स्टुडंट्स को 100% फ्री. वो ज्युनियर मुझे अप्रोच किया और मुझे वो बताते हैं की मी तुम्हाला हे खूप ट्रस्ट ठेवून सांगते आहे, तुम्ही कोणालाच नका सांगू. माझ्या पप्पाच्या स्टाफला एक सिस्टर आहे, नर्स आहेत त्या, आणि त्यांनी मी या पेपर मध्ये काम करतो नीटच्या एक्झामिनेशनमध्ये, आणि मी तुम्हाला पेपर देतो, तुम्ही मला पैसे द्या, अशी मागणी काही लोक करत आहेत. तो ज्युनियर ती मला मैसेज करून सांगते कि मैं इसके ऊपर ट्रस्ट करूँ या नहीं. फिर मैंने उसको बोला कि नको करूँ, मतलब ये ट्रस्ट करने लायक नहीं, इट्स फेक, 100% फेक. तो उसने आगे भी लिखा है कि वो 1 ईयर से मेरे से संपर्क के अंदर है. मेरे पापा के जिधर मेरे पापा काम करते उधर मेरे संपर्क के अंदर है, और उन्होंने 50K पैसे ऑलरेडी लिया भी है. ये आप लाइव स्क्रीनशॉट
ये 50K किससे लिया है उन्होंने पैसे?
जो स्टूडेंट है जो अभी नीट देने वाला है, उसके पापा से लिए है.
ओके
यस
ये वो स्टूडेंट बात करिए जो इस साल नीट का एग्जाम
कि मैं उसके ऊपर ट्रस्ट करूँ कि नहीं, एज अ मेंटी मैं उसका मेंटर हूँ, मुझे बता रही है कि वो मैं उसके ऊपर ट्रस्ट करूँ या नहीं, या पढ़ाई करूँ।
ये बात है तो बिफोर वी मूव फॉरवर्ड द मैसेज विच वाज रिसीव्ड बाय दीपक पाटिल is the translation of that very message is that because as he mentioned earlier he is a mentor, he does mentorship to various medical field students. One particular student approaches him and then she says that there is one guy in her staff where her father works. From that very staff a person is approaching her. He is saying that I have paper, you can pay me for that, and then he is being constantly in contact with her from last 1 year. This is a very shocking thing, and already she has paid 50,000 rupees to that particular person. This is very shocking, and now we can see that this is a very big nexus behind it, because this particular NEET paper leak scam is under construction or was underway from last 1 year. So moving फॉरवर्ड दीपक जी आप बताइए कि इससे आगे क्या हुआ, आपको अभी ऐसे कितने सारे स्टूडेंट्स अप्रोच?
जो सोशल मीडिया पे मैंने पोस्ट डाली वो वायरल गई, कुछ लैक्स में उसको व्यूज आए, अभी तक मिलियंस में उसको व्यूज आए, और जो लोग उस ग्रुप के अंदर थे बट वो खरीद नहीं पाए, उन्होंने मुझे स्क्रीनशॉट भेजे, अनेक वीडियो भेजे, बट मैं वो सोशल मीडिया पे डाल दिया, वो भी वायरल चला गया। बट कुछ लोगों का ऐसा कहना था कि ये एडिटर है और एआई की मदद से हम ऐसे तैयार कर सकते, बट अभी एनटीए ने और सीबीआई ने एक कंफर्म कर लिया है कि पेपर लीक हो चुका है। उसके मेरे पास बहुत सारे स्क्रीनशॉट भी अवेलेबल है और वीडियो भी अवेलेबल है।
ओके, तो आप हमें ये जो पहले टेलीग्राम पे आया था, फिर कुछ प्राइवेट मीडिया नाम का एक ग्रुप भी बना था, तो आपके पास उस रिलेटेड कोई स्क्रीनशॉट आया है कि हाँ हमसे ऐसी ऐसी मांग की गई थी?
यस, वो डायरेक्टली मांग की, वैसा स्क्रीनशॉट भी हमारे पास है।
तो वो स्क्रीनशॉट में क्या है बताना जरा।
वो बोल रहे कि फीस 2000 दीजिए, फीस 20,000 दीजिए और पेपर लीजिए। जो पेपर बाय नहीं कर रहे हैं वो 101% नीट क्रैक नहीं कर सकते, उम्मीद ही मत करना, ठीक है। और कुछ स्क्रीनशॉट दीजिए और पेपर लीजिए। जो पेपर बाय नहीं कर रहे हैं वो 101% नीट क्रैक नहीं कर सकते, उम्मीद ही मत करना, ठीक है। और कुछ स्क्रीनशॉट ऐसे है कि मतलब बिफोर पेपर 30K देना, आफ्टर पेपर 70K देना। और ये जो चार्ट से मतलब रिसेंट एग्जाम के एक हफ्ते पहले है, मतलब पहले तो उन्होंने पेपर लैक्स में भेजा, अभी वो 1 लाख पे आ गए, पहले 10 लाख पे आ गए, पहले 10 लाख भी 15 लाख में भेजा, अभी 1 लाख के अंदर आ गए। उनका एक ही मकसद है, पैसे कमाना है। और उसके अंदर 2 टाइप के स्कैम हुए, जो लोग सच में पैसे लेके पेपर लीक भी कर चुके, वो पेपर सही था, और कुछ लोगों से ऐसे पैसे लिए गए मैं पेपर दूंगा बट वो पेपर फेक था। मतलब स्टूडेंट्स की जो है, जो 2 तरीके से यहाँ पर क्या बोल रहे हैं हम, चीट किया जा रहा है लड़कों को, कि मतलब। और इस कोटा से भी एक ऐसा उदाहरण आया मेरे पास, वो स्टूडेंट ने अप्रोच किया कि राजस्थान कोटा से, जो इंडिया का मोस्ट बिगेस्ट ट्यूशन हब है, उधर से एक स्टूडेंट ने ही सबसे 24 लाख रुपए जमा किए पेपर दूंगा बोल के, बट वो पेपर नहीं दे पाया, और उसके ऊपर वो स्टूडेंट ने कुछ तो एक्शन भी लिया, ऐसे भी प्रूफ हमारे पास है।
All right, so this is the situation of the paper leak. We brought the exclusive information to you of the leaked WhatsApp groups and Telegram groups. Now, also our correspondent Harsha spoke to Delhi Chief Minister Rekha Gupta. Let's listen in.
ये सभी एजेंसीज अपना काम कर रही है, सरकार अपना काम कर रही है, और मुझे लगता है कि अरविंद केजरीवाल जैसे लोग जो हर विषय का राजनीतिकरण करते हैं, उनको इस बात को समझना चाहिए कि देश के युवाओं को जिस तरीके से आप गुमराह कर रहे हैं, आपने ना कभी अपने समय में सत्ता सरकार को ठीक से चलाया। आज भी आपके पास पंजाब है जहां पे युवा नशे में लत होकर के, आपके मुख्यमंत्री नशे में लत होकर के घूमते हैं। आपके पास उन पे बात करने के लिए समय नहीं है, परंतु आप देश के हर एक ऐसा व्यक्ति विषय जो कि बहुत ही संवेदनशील है, उस पे ऊल जलूल बातें जब करते हैं, तो उनको सच में हम सब जनता ये कहना चाहती है कि आप कृपया करके देश के युवाओं को गुमराह करने की कोशिश ना करें। ये सभी एजेंसीज अपना काम कर रही है, सरकार अपना काम कर रही है, और मुझे लगता है कि अरविंद केजरीवाल जैसे लोग जो हर विषय का राजनीतिकरण करते हैं, उनको इस बात को समझना चाहिए कि देश के युवाओं को जिस तरीके से आप गुमराह कर रहे हैं, आपने ना कभी अपने समय में सत्ता सरकार को ठीक से चलाया। आज भी आपके पास पंजाब है जहां पे युवा नशे में लत होकर के, आपके मुख्यमंत्री नशे में लत होकर के घूमते हैं, आपके पास उन पे बात करने के लिए समय नहीं है, परंतु आप देश के हर एक ऐसा व्यक्ति विषय जो कि बहुत ही संवेदनशील है उस पे ऊल जलूल बातें जब करते हैं तो उनको सच में हम सब जनता ये कहना चाहती है कि आप कृपया करके देश के युवाओं को गुमराह करने की कोशिश ना करें।
All right, we continue our coverage on the Neet paper leak. However, the demands of the opposition from Gen Z can be simply called as deadly politics. Now, let's move on to another big breaking news development that we are fetching right now. And this is about the protests which have erupted in Delhi over the Neet paper leak. Protests erupt again in New Delhi over Neet paper leak. Earlier, there was a protest by NSUI, then there was a protest by ABVP. Now, again, there is a protest that has erupted in Delhi over the Neet paper leak. Again, protests are happening. Protests have erupted in Delhi over the Neet paper leak. We showed you the exclusive information, how the paper was leaked on camera. And now, these are the visuals coming in from Delhi. Now we have our correspondent Saurav with more details on the story. Saurav, there is another protest happening in Delhi. Over to you for more details on that.
Yeah, a massive protest has been staged by the ISA, which is the left-backed student political wing, and they are protesting against the scrapping of NEET examination here at Jantar Mandir in the national capital. As you can see that they are continuously raising slogans that the government should sack the union minister and the NTA should be scrapped. And you can see they are having placards in their hands which states that the NTA is equal to the never trustable agency and one country, one exam, one disaster every year. These kind of the slogans they are raising here, and these kind of the things which are written are on their placards. And as you can see, that massive protest has been staged by the ISA in the national capital against the scrapping of the NEET 2026 exam. However, Republic exclusively talked to the NTA DG Abhishek Singh, who told us that the exam will take place in the next 3 weeks and the admit cards will be given reissued again to the students, and the schedule will be soon out regarding the regarding the NEET examination, which will be conducted again due to the paper leak which took place in Rajasthan Seeker. And now we have with us several students of the ISA student political outfit who are willing to speak to us, and now we will try to have a word with them between this massive protest, and we will see that what they have to say in this paper scrapping scam which took place in the India. And let's try to talk to some of the students who are protesting here. So सर क्या बोलना है आपका?
लीक हुआ है उसके लिए जो जिम्मेदार है वो जिम्मेदार.
Currently they are not ready to speak as they are saying that they are currently protesting, and after the protest they will speak to the media. However, I have shown you the visuals that there is a massive protest which is going on here regarding this, and we have a score of students gathered at Jantar Mantar who are protesting against the NEET examination scrapping, and they are demanding that the NTA, which is the agency to conduct the exams, they are saying that this should be scrapped, and soon they will speak to the media. As currently they are saying that currently they are underway, the protest is underway, and after the protest they will be willing to speak to the media, and we will give you all the live updates. We will give you all updates regarding this story on the other side of the break.
कोई ग्लोबल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन नहीं है, इट्स अ टेरर मशीन.
अगर हम टेररिस्ट होते तो टेररिस्ट हमें क्यों मारते?
आरएसएस ने बाबरी मस्जिद तोड़ी और आरएसएस वायलेंट है.
वो तब गिरा जब इस देश के बहुसंख्यक समाज का विश्वास टूट गया.
आप लोगों ने तो देश चलाने का दावा किया है, लेकिन आप लोगों का ना कोई हिसाब है ना कोई किताब.
ये चोट निशान छोड़ेगी.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार.
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला. केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे. केसरिया से मन
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MDH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH।
This week, we've seen a developing investigation into a cluster, a very unusual cluster of cases of a certain type of Hantavirus.
What we do know is that the Andes virus, in previous outbreaks, there has been instances of human-to-human transmission, mainly among close contacts, either providing clinical care or people who have had close physical contact.
For the decades that scientists have known about Hantavirus, they've almost always believed that the only way you can get it is
in the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
ये सब आप इसलिए कर रहे हैं ना सर, ताकि आप अपने आरएसएस को बचा सके। वैसे भी आप आरएसएस के बोपोई तो हैं। आरएसएस का सच है मेरी थीसिस, जो सालों से छुपाया गया है। But I am going to unmask the truth.
क्लास अब शुरू होगी because the professor is here.
ये जो भी हो रहा है, ये injustice, ये conspiracies, ये manipulation, अगर आप इसको terrorism नहीं कहेंगे तो फिर किसको कहेंगे? ये है मेरा आखिरी सवाल. This is my last question to you.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये ही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है, अरे मेरे राजा। मसाला।
Character, the taste of success. हमें पेट्रोल डीजल का उपयोग कम करना होगा।
Prime Minister Narendra Modi recently issued a strong warning to the nation, asking citizens to save fuel, avoid unnecessary travel, and even
All right, viewers, a very good afternoon. We are live and breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in. The Republic has infiltrated the Telegram group where the Neet paper was leaked. We have got a lot of exclusive details on this development, but the headlines first. Let's get started.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
VD Satheesan named as Kerala's next CM. Venugopal loses out. Government bans export of sugar with immediate effect till 30th of September. RBI Governor Sanjay Malhotra says that government may eventually have to raise fuel prices if Middle East crisis continues. After DMK, Sudhenidhi Stalin, TVK MLA Mustafa calls for eradication of Sanatan dharma. One of the accused of Neet paper leak cases alleged that big names have been shielded. Iranian Foreign Minister Saeed Abbas Araghchi took part in the BRICS Foreign Ministers meeting. A woman was gang raped in moving bus in Delhi. 2 have been arrested and the bus has been seized. And Trump is in Beijing for the bilateral talks, says he received a grand welcome and travels with top business leaders. Over 100 killed due to storm in various parts of Uttar Pradesh. West Bengal government makes Vande Mataram mandatory in all schools and state. National anthem to be followed by Vande Mataram in school assemblies. Big breaking news coming in. The U.S. Election Commission announces the SIR Phase 3. Now, SIR Phase 3 to be conducted in 16 states and 3 union territories. During this phase, 3.94 lakh booth-level officers will conduct the house-to-house visits of 36.73 crore electors with the assistance of 3.42 lakh booth-level agents appointed by political parties. Big updates coming in here. In terms of what we can expect next, this is a huge announcement which has come in. Election Commission is announcing rollout of Phase 3 of Special Intensive Revision in multiple states, and the third phase will be held in multiple states. And once a third phase of SIR is completed, entire country will be covered except some few states. Okay, so let's go straight across to my colleague who is joining us. We have been joined by Ishita. Ishita, this is a huge coming in. And there's a schedule which is out as well. There's a EC schedule, house-to-house visit by BLOs between May 30th and October 14th this year across multiple states. Yes, Ishita. Right, of course, Shivangi. Now, after a successful second phase of SIR, which covered about 9 states and 3 union territories, the third phase of SIR has now been announced by the Election Commission. Now, as you mentioned, the entire schedule is out. This will be conducted across 16 states and 3 union territories. In fact, let me break it down for our viewers because I have the schedule released by the Election Commission. What are the states and union territories which will go under SIR in this third phase? Now, this will include Andhra Pradesh, Arunachal Pradesh, Chandigarh, Haryana, Jharkhand, Karnataka, Maharashtra, Manipur, Meghalaya, Mizoram, Nagaland, Delhi, Odisha, Punjab, Sikkim, Tripura, Telangana, Uttarakhand. So you have about 16 states and 3 union territories which will be covered in this phase. So this will come down to about 36.73 electors which will be covered in this third phase of this SIR exercise. Now it's set to be conducted across the length and breadth of the country. Now remember, this comes after a successful phase of the second phase of SIR which was conducted across several states which went into election right after the exercise. Now we have seen the successful implementation of the entire SIR exercise in these elections process, and now after which the Election Commission, emboldened by the successful implementation of the entire model, has now called in for the third SIR phase across several states and the union territories. All right, well, thank you for getting us all those details. Ishita, I will be coming back to you for more on this story. We're getting some more updates coming in. Let's move ahead, viewers, to some of the other stories we're tracking here. 2 ambush in Manipur at 2 different locations. Tensions has escalated between Nagas and Kukis in Manipur yet again. So there are 2 ambush incidents which have come in. In one ambush incident, 3 church leaders were killed, while in another ambush incident, 1 civilian belonging to the Chiru Naga community was killed. The 2 ambush incidents happened in 2 separate districts in Manipur. Now the CM, Khemchand, Deputy CM, former CM, all of them inspecting the injured victims who are currently undergoing treatment. No group has claimed it so far for this incident which is coming in. So we will be getting our viewers all these updates and tell our viewers what has happened. But one more case of Manipur violence coming in from Manipur. 3 church leaders were killed and 4 others, many injured after there were cases of ambush which have been reported. I really want to go ahead and play out some of the reactions that are coming in.
Actually, we don't have any suspect, but it happened in a region where there's between two villages, but it happened to be to the side of Zhozangte. Yeah, actually, there has been no exact identification, but we see it as an attempt to killing of this innocent villagers. Yeah, and it was already in the evening. It was dark, so we cannot identify the the person who are alive cannot identify who are the perpetrators. Not yet. That has been not done. I asked the police department, and they say there has been no survey of the spot.
Okay. So Zolantec is one of the very hot spots, which is mainly dominated by the cadres of Kuki groups.
That I'm not sure, but
is there any designated camp or nearby that area?
somewhere that I think it's not. It doesn't exist around.
We all condemn this kind of heinous crime. Whoever committed, the government is taking all steps to bring the culprit into book. We share the sorrow and grievances of the victim families of all the communities, whoever has been affected or whoever has been killed. I appeal to all the publics, all the community leaders, all the church leaders to come together to fight against this kind of unlawful crime, unlawful activities.
Highly condemnable. So, being human, we should also at least love like we love our life. No, so others also should love the other's life. So how long it will pull on like this? So it is highly condemnable, and we will try to nab the perpetrators as soon as possible. And yesterday also, under the chairmanship of Honorable Chief Minister, we had a security review meeting with all the central paramilitary forces and the state forces, and we'll take a call very soon, and we'll let the media person to know it.
All right, let's go across to my colleague. I'm being joined by Johnson and Linthoy. Both are joining us from Imphal. I want to go across first to Linthoy. Linthoy, we have been tracking the violence, and once again we see violence between these two communities, even though there has been so much of effort in the past few months to bring peace and negotiate peace. Yes, Linthoy.
Yes, Raksita. So, despite the government effort to bring peace in Manipur, the government, measures are all in vain right now. So, the Home Minister himself also confirmed that more than 38 civilians from both Kuki and Naga communities are, currently being held hostage. So, he stated that the government is also trying its best level to secure their release, and through continuous dialogue with the various CSOs and community leaders. However, these measures are still now. These measures are not, are not going ahead. So yes, Manipur is yet again, witnessing a soft escalation of ethnic tension after two separate ambush incidents on Wednesday, claiming 4 lives across Kangpokpi and Nonne districts. So the first ambush took place at around 10 a.m. along the Kojim Kotlen exit in Kangpokpi district, where the church leaders belonging to the Thadao Baptist Association lost their lives. Meanwhile, this crisis, this conflict is used to be between the Maitai and Kuki, and after it's between the Naga, there's Tangkul and Kuki. However, suddenly yesterday, Thadao church leaders were, were ambushed in the midway when they were returning from Churachandpur after attending a religious conference in Churachandpur and returning towards this Kangpokpi. So then later in the evening at around 6:30 p.m., another ambush at Jogzang Take in Nonne district claimed the life of the Thiru Naga civilian. He was identified as Wilson Thanga. So 2 other civilians, Olive Jatung and his wife Aroma Jatung, sustained injuries and are currently undergoing treatment at Imphal. So what is making the situation even more sensitive is the location of the Nonne ambush. Jogzang Take is considered one of the strongholds of Kuki Sioux groups, and notably this is also the same area where 2 Maitai students Hemanjit and Linthoinganbi were believed to have been killed during the ongoing period, during the Maitai, during the peak conflict between Maitai and Kuki. So now, following this incident, the ethnic divide between Naga and Kuki communities appears to be widening further. And also sources after the Scotland Ambush says that around 21 Naga individuals, including one person, one Naga from Nagaland, were allegedly abducted by Kuki groups. And in retaliation to this abduction, Naga groups are also said to be holding around 23 Kuki hostages, demanding the safe release of the abducted Nagas. And also security forces have now launched a rescue operation, according to sources. It was reported like this, and at multiple locations, while parallel talks are underway between CSOs and community leaders from both sides to prevent the situation from, spiraling further. Back to you, Rasa.
All right, I just also go across to Johnson, joining us from Imphal. Johnson, so 3 Kuki Jo church leaders were killed, and Linthoy was talking about the security situation. Just get a sense of what that is looking like, a little more details on that, and what is the atmosphere looking like on the ground?
Okay, as a clarification, they were claimed not to be Kuki leaders. They are claimed to be the Thado church leaders. Yes, they were killed yesterday in an ambush, and also one more Lagasiu lab was claimed by the late evening ambush. So yes, the situation is very tense in all the southern hill areas, which is mainly dominated by the Kuki, which is mainly dominated by the Thado, which is mainly dominated by the Tangkhul Naga and the Naga communities. Right now, total shutdown has also been declared in Chorsanpur by the Kuki student organization, and also in the in Imphal National Highway 2, there is Imphal Dimapur Road along this Imphal Kangpokpi and Senapati Road by the Thado Society organization. Right now, there is shutdown still going on, continuing in Chorsanpur, various slogans seeking, demanding justice and swift action against those miscreants who have conducted this brutal killing of this ambush. And as of now, those abducted 21 civilians from the Naga and 23 civilians from the Kuki groups, they are now not released. They are not released, and where their whereabouts are not yet officially announced. So, as Home Minister have also appealed to all civil societies leaders, government is trying its best by talking to the CSO leaders and community leaders to release, for the safe release of those hostages which are in the which are in the hand of those in the Kukis and also in the Naga community. Right now, situation is tense, and in the Kangatombi area, huge civilians, huge publics, they are coming out on road protesting the urgent release of those abducted Naga civilians. Security, yes, as Linthoy have also mentioned.
All right.
From yesterday.
Well, thank you, Johnson. I will be coming back to you as tensions escalate in Manipur. I really want to move ahead to what is happening in Bharat Mandapam. PM Modi is meeting with BRICS foreign ministers. Let's put out those latest information for our viewers. Huge updates coming in here on Republic TV. We see that multiple foreign ministers and very important ones and coming here in the national capital. Iran's foreign minister Rakchi to Russia's Lavrov. These are the world leaders attending the BRICS meet in Delhi, and Prime Minister Modi shaking hands with these multiple foreign ministers. India is hosting the BRICS foreign ministers meeting. It's being chaired by External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar. And you can see that many of these world leaders are attending this crucial summit. During the meeting, we will see that the foreign ministers of the BRICS member countries will exchange views on global and regional issues of mutual interest. So big updates coming in here on Republic TV, and we can see that Prime Minister Modi there meeting the foreign ministers who have come. Iranian foreign minister is also here, beginning his 3-day official visit to India, marking the first high-level diplomatic engagement from Tehran since the outbreak of the US-Israel war with Iran more than 2 months ago. So additionally, we see Indonesian foreign ministers, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Ethiopia, Cuba's Minister of Foreign Affairs, Thailand foreign minister, Malaysia's foreign minister, all of them attending the meeting. Let's go straight across to our senior executive editor, Abhishek Kapoor. Abhishek, now we see that these are a very important meeting happening, and Prime Minister Modi, they're receiving and shaking hands, a very solid handshake there with multiple foreign ministers from various nations.
Well, 11 countries are part of the BRICS now. It began as 5-member grouping between Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. And now it's an 11-member grouping, which includes Middle Eastern countries, including UAE and Iran, and both the foreign ministers are there. In the pictures, we are seeing Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov. And before he arrived, he made some interesting comments on the dynamics of India-Russia relationship. Every foreign minister they're meeting, having a photo op with the Prime Minister. It's like customary for the host nation. Arakchi there in the pictures now, the Iranian foreign minister. Now, what is important is the contours of the summit were set by External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar early in the morning when he stressed on the fact that BRICS has to deal with the supply chain disruptions, the energy crisis panning out in the world, and the whole issue of securing the future of Global South on these specific issues. The kind of inflationary trajectory that the global economy has taken, the kind of impact it's going to have on poverty and the poor, and most of them being in the Global South. India has an important role to play in terms of highlighting its concerns and that of Global South on why this war has been so disruptive and consequential insofar as poverty dynamics are concerned, that this is going to affect millions and millions, possibly billions. And that's why these discussions are going to lead to, hopefully, to some solution and detent. Obviously, BRICS is emerging as a strong geopolitical voice, though group began as a geo-economic platform. And since then, we have seen the group gaining so much traction that even President Trump, for example, has called it an anti-American grouping. It's interesting that the foreign ministers meeting is happening at a time when Trump is in China, and no anti-American grouping can be there without China, and the fact that Wang Yi is not there, I think that also sort of underscores that this is actually not an anti-American grouping. It's more like a challenge to the hegemony of the West that we have seen post World War II specifically, and subsequently post Cold War, post the end of the Cold War, the manner in which the West, with its platforms like NATO and G7, among others, and of course the World War II vintage Bretton Woods Brothers institutions, can sort of set the agenda and control the narrative and even geoeconomics. So I think BRICS is a challenge to that, and not specifically to the American hegemony or the American dominance of the world. But the immediate backdrop, of course, looms large over this summit that's taking place at Bharat Mandapam. Prime Minister there in the family photo op, which happened just a while back. And the backdrop, of course, is that the Iran war is disruptive, Iran war is consequential, Iran war is making it difficult for most economies to manage. India has somehow managed, but as the Prime Minister indicated a couple of days back and followed it up with his own, cutting down of his convoy, that we are up for difficult times ahead in terms of economic turbulence. And all the metrics, the growth metrics, the poverty metrics, the inflation metrics, everything is going to get impacted. The energy security and its impact on, or the lack of energy security and its impact on people. I think the world is staring down at a very difficult period ahead. It's not just Prime Minister who's flagged concerns, leaders like the Prime Minister of Singapore, the Prime Minister of Australia, much of Europe. In fact, as we speak, a European foreign ministers meeting is going on in Cyprus exactly on the same issues as to how deal with this, with the consequences of this Iran war. Ultimately, all roads lead to Rome, as they say. It begins with America, and the United States has to decide for how long the world is going to pay the price of President Trump's shenanigans. And I think at some stage, we are hoping that some comment is made in the joint statement that's going to come out in a while from now. But Shivangi, that's how it is. The BRICS Foreign Ministers Summit panning out at Bharat Mandapam in New Delhi.
All right. Well, thank you, Abhishek, for getting us all those details. India hosts the BRICS FM meet, and there we can see that Prime Minister Modi is having a very solid handshake with those foreign ministers who have come. Okay, let's move ahead. And at the same time, the big story internationally we were tracking is that Chinese President Xi Jinping hosted a welcoming ceremony for visiting US President Trump in Beijing today. And President Trump and Xi stood side by side for the playing of the country's national anthems before inspecting the military guard of honor. They later held the crucial bilateral meeting. Watch this report for all the latest updates. US President Donald Trump received a grand welcome in Beijing today. Trump arrived at the Great Hall of the People in Tiananmen Square, where he was greeted by Chinese President Xi Jinping. Senior US officials, including Marco Rubio, Pete Hegseth, along with top American business leaders such as Elon Musk, were part of the visiting delegation. Trump received the Guard of Honor as the two leaders stood side by side while their national anthems were played. The US national anthem echoed through Beijing as a Chinese military band performed it at the Great Hall of the People. The two leaders were later seen walking together along the red carpet, speaking as hundreds of school children waved Chinese and American flags while welcoming them. The high-profile welcome was followed by a crucial bilateral meet between the two leaders. During the opening remarks, Xi Jinping said China and United States could move beyond the so-called Thucydides trap and set a new example for ties between major powers. President Trump also remarked both nations had always worked through differences quickly and expressed confidence about a fantastic future together. Trump also underlined the presence of leading American business executives accompanying him on the visit.
I just want to say on behalf of all of the great delegation that we have the greatest businessmen, the biggest, and I guess the best in the world. We have amazing people, and they're all with me. Every single one of them, we asked the top 30 in the world, every single one of them said yes. And I didn't want the second or the third in the company. I wanted only the top. And they're here today to pay respects to you and to China. And they look forward to trade and doing business, and it's going to be totally reciprocal on our behalf. So I really look very much forward to our discussion. It's a big discussion. There are those that say this is maybe the biggest summit ever. They can never remember anything like it. I can say in the United States, people aren't talking about anything else.
Amid growing global attention on the summit, stability in US-China relations remains the key focus of the two-day summit. And viewers, taking a short break. Do not go anywhere. A woman was gang raped in a moving bus in Delhi. Two have been arrested and the bus has been seized. One of the top stories we're tracking here. Stay tuned as we keep getting you the latest details.
अरे ये डिबेट बाहर की सोचे विकी डिबेट यानी विवाद भारत विवाद नहीं संवाद यानी कंस्ट्रक्टिव डिस्कशन इसमें भरोसा रखता है
सच नरेट नहीं करना होता नरेटिव को सच बनाना होता है
जब भी भगवे के ओर कोई कालिक फेंकता है तो उसी स्याही से इतिहास लिखा जाता है
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट अब बताओ स्वाद आया
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला दिल्ली
delicious, healthy every day.
This week, we've seen a developing investigation into a cluster, a very unusual cluster of cases of a certain type of Hantavirus.
What we do know is that the Andes virus, in previous outbreaks, there has been instances of human-to-human transmission, mainly among close contacts, either providing clinical care or people who have had close physical contact.
For the decades that scientists have known about Hantavirus, they've almost always believed that the only way you can get it is from being in contact with the droppings, the dried urine of mice or other rodents. Saying this is not the next pandemic, this is not the next epidemic, this is a cluster of cases, a very unusual situation that is not expected to spread its tentacles across the world and across the United States.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome viewers, you're watching live and breaking on Republic TV with me, Ishita Mitra. Now viewers, Donald Trump is in China for a two-day visit. The crucial bilateral has now taken place and details of the discussion between US President and his Chinese counterpart are now emerging. Now both leaders are in agreement that Strait of Hormuz must reopen. Getting you all the updates about that discussion on the other side. But first up, a quick check at the top headlines we're tracking at this hour. Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can. VD Satheesan named as Kerala's next Chief Minister. Venugopal loses out in Chief Minister race. Government bans export of sugar with immediate effect from 30th September. RBI Governor Sanjay Malhotra says government may eventually have to raise fuel price if Middle East crisis continues. After DMK's Udinidhi Stalin, TVK MLA S. Mustafa calls for eradication of Sanatan Dharma. One of the accused in Neet paper leak alleges big names are now being shielded. Iranian Foreign Minister Saeed Abbas Araghchi takes part in BRICS Foreign Ministers meet in the national capital. A woman gang raped in a moving bus in Delhi. 2 accused arrested. The bus has now been seized. Donald Trump in Beijing for bilateral talks receives a grand welcome, travels with top business leaders. Over 100 people killed due to a deadly storm in various parts of Uttar Pradesh. Bengal government makes Vande Mataram mandatory in all schools in state. National anthem to be followed by Vande Mataram in school assemblies. All right, welcome viewers. Now, more details are emerging of the bilateral that took place between US President Donald Trump and his Chinese counterpart Xi Jinping. Now, both the leaders discussed Iran and the reopening of Strait of Hormuz. The leaders were in agreement that Strait of Hormuz need to be reopened at the moment. Now, this needs to support global energy needs, and according to a readout of their Thursday meeting by a White House official, Xi also opposed any implementation of tolls on vessels which are crossing the strait, the crucial economic corridor, which effectively has been closed since the start of the US-Iran war. Now, Chinese president also expressed interest in China purchasing more US oil to reduce the future dependence on Gulf oil. And according to an official who has not been named as of now, both the leaders also discussed stemming the flow of fentanyl precursor chemicals into the US and increasing Chinese purchase of US agricultural products. So these are few details that are now out about the bilateral meet that took place between the US president and his Chinese counterpart. All right, my colleague Amrita now joins me with more details on this. Amrita, we have been covering this since morning, and the crucial bilateral meet took place between the US president and his Chinese counterpart, and now details of the discussions are also emerging. It looks like that Hormuz was something that dominated the talks between the two.
That's right, Ishita, and we all knew it was coming to this towards as a main point of discussion, the Strait of Hormuz, and we all know that the naval blockade is still in place. It has not been removed so far, and the global energy crisis is still in a very critical state. And now US President and Xi Jinping are now discussing reopening of the Strait of Hormuz, and we are also getting reports that President Xi Jinping is in fact against the tolls being placed in the Strait of Hormuz by Iran as well, and both of the leaders are now in agreement as to reopening of the Strait of Hormuz and also the free flow of all the ships and tankers in the region. And also, Ishita, we are getting reports that both the leaders have also expressed that the Strait of Hormuz needs to be open to support global energy needs, and according to a readout of both of their meeting by a White House official. We are also seeing that one of the major players would be also, Iran, in fact. It remains to be seen how Iran will be coming into the negotiation for them to agree to open the Strait of Hormuz, which is why US was, in fact, hoping that China would be one of the countries that they can use the leverage to push Iran to open the Strait of Hormuz, as we know that China is one of the biggest importer of Iranian oil, and that remains to be seen how it unfolds, but that is one of the major flashpoints that have been discussed so far between the two nations. Ishita.
Right, of course, Amrita, we'll have to wait and see how does Iran react to both US and China agreeing that Strait of Hormuz must reopen now. On that note, thank you so much for joining us and giving us all those details. Now, viewers, shifting focus to the Neet leak operation. Now, Republic here has infiltrated Telegram group, which is linked to the paper leak. And on camera, Republic has been tracking down these Neet sheets. Now, it has been found that after we infiltrated these Telegram group, which are linked to this entire leak operation, the admin of the group was in fact claiming that most authentic paper will, in fact, you will be getting the most authentic paper on this group. Now, it's a shocking claim that has come to light after we try to infiltrate these groups and try to expose these Neet sheets. Now, in fact, this paper was also being planned, the re-paper, which is now set to take place. The dates have not been declared yet. But on this group, there were discussions taking place that even the second paper, the re-paper that comes in, will also be released. Now, as we track down these Neet sheets, as sources of the leak have come down to Rajasthan. This is where Yash Yadav emerged as a key link in the question paper trail. And according to our sources, this paper reached Rajasthan only through this source called Yash Yadav. Now, on your screen, in fact, you can see how the conversations are playing out in these groups that we try to infiltrate to expose these Neet cheats. Now, it is, you can see on your screen, one of the guy can be seen as saying, join kar lo, dekh lo. Those who seriously want to get selected in Neet must purchase paper. Now, in fact, these are the claims being made by the admin of these groups as they try to sell these paper to Neet aspirants.
लोगों को बचाया जा रहा है, लोगों को बचाया जा रहा है, उनको बचाया जा रहा है, बचाया जा रहा है, लोगों को बचाया जा रहा है, उनको बचाया जा रहा है, बचाया जा रहा है, लोगों को बचाया जा रहा है, उनको बचाया जा रहा है, बचाया जा रहा है, लोगों को बचाया जा रहा है, उनको बचाया जा रहा है।
More details on this, Revati, do tell us. Now, you were interviewing several students, and they've now, confessed to you that how this entire league operation was being conducted through several telegram groups, and how they were being told that they will be sold this paper, which is of complete authenticity, and even the re-paper which will take place can be sold to these students.
Right, as you rightly mentioned, before going into the details of this particular matter, I would like to raise a question here that after the paper which is leaked of the Neet 2026 examination, the question arises, what is the future of medical field in India? Because the future of these medical aspirants is at stake if every year this paper leaks all the time. So getting into the details of this very matter, Republic exclusively talked with a person, with a student actually, who appeared for the Neet examination 2026. He himself is a MBBS second year student, but he is also a mentor to many of the medical students out in Maharashtra. So just to know the pattern, how it works, he appeared for the exam, and the most shocking details he told to Republic is that when he appeared for the exam, person sitting behind him, right behind him, when he asked him that how was your paper, did it go well, he literally pulled out 2 A4 sheets where he had answers to all the questions. Mind you, all the answers with the same sequence. There was not even a 0.5% difference within the sequence of the answers which he was possessing at that point of time. The second most shocking revelation was made by that very student is that one of his junior approached him and said that there is one guy at her father's office where he is trying to sell the Neet 2026 examination paper for some amount, but she was not really confirmed about it. So she asked him, and before it could be a confirmed thing, she already paid 50,000 rupees to that very guy who said that मैं आपको दे दूंगा paper. So these are the scams which are coming up right now, and exclusively on Republic we can see those screenshots. Over to you.
Right. Thanks, Revati, for joining us and giving us all these details. Now, viewers, it all boils down to the students. 22 lakh students who appeared for this exam will now have to reappear, in fact, for this exam. And we, in fact, Republic has tried to speak to some of these students who appeared in this exam. What exactly was this entire leak operation and how were they impacted by this? Take a listen to this exclusive conversation.
Neet paper leak scandal has created a stir not only in a specific state but in entire nation. Everyone had screenshots of literally people asking for 10 to 15 lakhs to get the Neet paper of 2026 examination. First, many students came up with this, but no one believed them. And one such example is here with me right now. I have Deepa with me, who is a second year MBBS student, but he appeared for 2026 Neet examination, and the reason behind it is that he is a mentor. He does mentorship to various students in medical field for the Neet examination. But the most shocking part of this very case is that students approached him, and then they told him very shocking details. And today, exclusively on Republic, we are going to see that what exactly students told him. दीपक जी, सबसे पहले तो मैं आपका शुक्रिया अदा करना चाहती हूँ कि आप ये जो बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण मुद्दा है उस पे आप बात कर रहे हैं. तो सबसे पहले आप मुझे बताइए कि आपके साथ क्या हुआ इस एग्जाम सेंटर पे.
मैं 3 मई को एग्ज़ाम देने गया था. मेरा सेंटर लातूर के अंदर मारवाड़ी स्कूल बोल के, राजस्थानी मारवाड़ी स्कूल बोल के है. मैं पेपर देने गया। पेपर मैं एग्ज़ाम देने इसलिए गया था कि सिर्फ मेरा एक उद्देश्य था कि नीट के एग्ज़ाम जो दे रहे लड़के उनकी मेंटालिटी क्या है, उनका प्रेशर क्या है, मतलब वो मैं उनसे जान सकूं। फिर मैंने उनसे एग्ज़ाम के पहले ही बातचीत की और एग्ज़ाम के बाद भी बातचीत की। बातचीत के दौरान मुझे जब एग्ज़ाम हुआ तो एक लड़के से मैंने क्वेश्चन पूछा जो मेरे हॉल के अंदर मेरे पीछे बैठा था। मैंने उसको बोला एग्ज़ाम कैसा गया। फिर उसके बाद उसने मुझे बोला कि वो पेपर मेरे पास पहले ही था। बट मुझे शॉक लगा, मुझे लगा ये कुछ भी बोल रहा है। बट मैं थोड़े आगे जाता हूँ, मैं उससे बातचीत करता हूँ और तो मुझे अंदर पैंट से एक 2 A4 शीट्स निकालते हैं वाइट, उसके ऊपर डायरेक्टली पूरे आंसर्स लिखे हुए थे। बायोलॉजी, फिजिक्स, केमिस्ट्री पूरे आंसर्स डायरेक्टली उसके ऊपर आंसर्स लिखे हुए थे। मैं वो देख के शॉक हो गया और जैसे मैं 5:10 तक वो मुझे बताया, उसके बाद मैंने सोशल मीडिया पे ये डिक्लेयर कर दिया कि पेपर लीक हो चुका है। अनफॉर्चुनेटली मैं उसका फोटो नहीं निकाल पाया, बट मैंने सोशल मीडिया पे डाल दिया। वो सोशल मीडिया पे डालने के बाद मेरे पेज पे वो ज़्यादा वायरल हो गई पोस्ट और मुझे ऐसे मैसेजेस प्राप्त हुए कि लोग खुद से आके आगे आके बोल रहे कि हमको भी ऐसा मैसेज आया था, हमको भी ऐसा पैसा डिमांड किया गया था, बट हम कुछ कारण से नहीं दे पाए। ऐसे बहुत सारे स्क्रीनशॉट्स हैं।
पहले हम आगे जाने से पहले ऐसा मैसेज आया था, मतलब क्या मैसेज आया था?
ये आप देख सकते हैं इधर। 6 अप्रैल को मुझे एक मैसेज आया था जो मैं मेंटरशिप प्रोवाइड करता हूँ स्टुडंट्स को 100% फ्री। वो ज्युनियर मुझे अप्रोच किया और मुझे वो बताते हैं की मी तुम्हाला हे खूप ट्रस्ट ठेवून सांगते आहे, तुम्ही कोणालाच नका सांगू. माझ्या पप्पाच्या स्टाफला एक सिस्टर आहे, नर्स आहे त्या, आणि त्यांनी मी या पेपर मध्ये काम करतो नीटच्या एक्झामिनेशन मध्ये आणि मी तुम्हाला पेपर देतो, तुम्ही मला पैसे द्या, अशी मागणी काही लोग करत आहेत. तो ज्युनियर ती मला मैसेज करून सांगते कि मैं इसके ऊपर ट्रस्ट करूँ या नहीं. फिर मैंने उसको बोला कि नको करूँ, मतलब ये ट्रस्ट करने लायक नहीं, इट्स फेक, 100% फेक. तो उसने आगे भी लिखा है कि वो 1 ईयर से मेरे से संपर्क के अंदर है, मेरे पापा के जिधर मेरे पापा काम करते उधर मेरे संपर्क के अंदर है, और उन्होंने 50K पैसे ऑलरेडी लिया भी है. ये आप लाइव स्क्रीनशॉट
ये 50K किससे लिया है उन्होंने पैसे?
जो स्टूडेंट है जो अभी नीट देने वाला है उसके पापा से लिए है.
ओके.
यस.
ये वो स्टूडेंट बात करिए जो इस साल नीट का एग्जाम
है कि ये मैं उसके ऊपर ट्रस्ट करूं कि नहीं, एज अ मेंटी मैं उसका मेंटर हूं, मुझे बता रही है कि वो मैं उसके ऊपर ट्रस्ट करूं या नहीं, या पढ़ाई करूं.
ये बात है. तो बिफोर वी मूव फॉरवर्ड, द मैसेज विच वॉज रिसीव्ड बाय दीपक पाटिल is the translation of that very message is that because as he mentioned earlier, he is a mentor, he does mentorship to various medical field students. One particular student approaches him and then she says that there is one guy in her staff where her father works. From that very staff, a person is approaching her. He is saying that I have paper, you can pay me for that, and then he is being constantly in contact with her from last 1 year. This is a very shocking thing, and already she has paid 50,000 rupees to that particular person. This is very shocking, and now we can see that this is a very big nexus behind it, because this particular NEET paper leak scam is under construction or was underway from last 1 year. So moving फॉरवर्ड, दीपक जी आप बताइए कि इससे आगे क्या हुआ? आपको अभी ऐसे कितने सारे स्टूडेंट्स अप्रोच?
जो सोशल मीडिया पे मैंने पोस्ट डाली वो वायरल गई, कुछ लैक्स में उसको व्यूज आए, अभी तक मिलियंस में उसको व्यूज आए, और जो लोग उस ग्रुप के अंदर थे बट वो खरीद नहीं पाए, उन्होंने मुझे स्क्रीनशॉट भेजे, अनेक वीडियो भेजे, बट मैं वो सोशल मीडिया पे डाल दिया, वो भी वायरल चला गया. बट कुछ लोगों का ऐसा कहना था कि ये एडिटर है और AI की मदद से हम ऐसे तैयार कर सकते, बट अभी ये NTA ने और CBI ने एक कंफर्म कर लिया है कि पेपर लीक हो चुका है. उसके मेरे पास बहुत सारे स्क्रीनशॉट भी अवेलेबल है और वीडियो भी अवेलेबल है.
ओके. तो आप हमें ये जो पहले टेलीग्राम पे आया था, फिर कुछ प्राइवेट मीडिया नाम का एक ग्रुप भी बना था, तो आपके पास उस रिलेटेड कोई स्क्रीनशॉट आया है कि हाँ हमसे ऐसी ऐसी मांग की गई थी?
यस, वो डायरेक्टली मांग की, वैसा स्क्रीनशॉट भी हमारे पास है.
तो वो स्क्रीनशॉट में क्या है बताना जरा.
वो बोल रहे कि फीस 2,000 दीजिए, फीस 20,000 दीजिए और पेपर लीजिए. जो पेपर बाय नहीं कर रहे हैं वो 101% नीट क्रैक नहीं कर सकते, उम्मीद ही मत करना. ठीक है. और कुछ स्क्रीनशॉट ऐसे है कि मतलब बिफोर पेपर 30K देना, आफ्टर पेपर 70K देना. और ये जो चैट से मतलब रिसेंट एग्जाम के 1 हफ्ते पहले है. मतलब पहले तो उन्होंने पेपर लैक्स में भेजा, अभी वो 1 लाख पे आ गए. पहले 10 लाख भी 15 लाख में भेजा, अभी 1 लाख के अंदर आ गए. उनका एक ही मकसद है, पैसे कमाना है. और उसके अंदर 2 टाइप के स्कैम हुए. जो लोग सच में पैसे लेके पेपर लीक भी कर चुके, वो पेपर सही था, और कुछ लोगों से ऐसे पैसे लिए गए मैं पेपर दूंगा बट वो पेपर फेक था. मतलब स्टूडेंट्स की जो है, जो 2 तरीके से यहाँ पर क्या बोल रहे हैं हम, चीट किया जा रहा है लड़कों को कि मतलब, और इस कोटा से भी एक ऐसा उदाहरण आया मेरे पास, वो स्टूडेंट ने अप्रोच किया कि
राजस्थान
कोटा से जो इंडिया का मोस्ट बिगेस्ट ट्यूशन हब है, उधर से एक स्टूडेंट ने ही सबसे 24 लाख रुपए जमा किए पेपर दूंगा बोल के, बट वो पेपर नहीं दे पाया और उसके ऊपर वो स्टूडेंट ने कुछ तो एक्शन भी लिया, ऐसे भी प्रूफ हमारे पास है।
Now, viewers, on this entire Neet leak operation, we also spoke to Delhi Chief Minister Rekha Gupta. Take a listen.
ये सभी एजेंसीज अपना काम कर रही है, सरकार अपना काम कर रही है, और मुझे लगता है कि अरविंद केजरीवाल जैसे लोग जो हर विषय का राजनीतिकरण करते हैं, उनको इस बात को समझना चाहिए कि देश के युवाओं को जिस तरीके से आप गुमराह कर रहे हैं, आपने ना कभी अपने समय में सत्ता सरकार को ठीक से चलाया। आज भी आपके पास पंजाब है जहां पे युवा नशे में लत होकर के, आपके मुख्यमंत्री नशे में लत होकर के घूमते हैं। आपके पास उन पे बात करने के लिए समय नहीं है, परंतु आप देश के हर एक ऐसा व्यक्ति विषय जो कि बहुत ही संवेदनशील है, उस पे ऊल जलूल बातें जब करते हैं तो उनको सच में हम सब जनता ये कहना चाहती है कि आप कृपया करके देश के युवाओं को गुमराह करने की कोशिश ना करें।
All right, viewers, now let's take a look at the other stories which are making headlines from across the country. Iran's foreign minister attends BRICS foreign ministers meet in New Delhi, strengthening multilateralism and promoting sustainable development on the agenda. External Affairs Minister S. Shankar greets a Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov. Ministers discuss ways of stepping up efforts in key areas including politics and security. Shocking incident of gang rape in the national capital, Delhi. Women allegedly gang raped inside a moving bus by driver and conductor. After a drubbing in West Bengal Assembly polls, Mamata Banerjee put on a black robe to argue about poll violence in Calcutta High Court. A severe storm claims the lives of over 100 people across Uttar Pradesh. Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath condoles deaths, announces compensation in 24 hours. All right, viewers, we're getting some more breaking news development from West Bengal. Now, several slogans are being raised against the former Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee outside the Calcutta High Court, where she had put on a black robe to argue against the poll violence. Now, on your screen, you can see several people raising slogans against the former Chief Minister, calling her a thief. In fact, all right, viewers, so this is what unfolded right outside the Calcutta High Court, where Mamata Banerjee was appearing to argue against the poll violence. Now, the former Chief Minister was booed by people outside the court. There were several people raising slogans against her, calling the former Chief Minister a thief. Chor, chor. These were the slogans which were raised against the Mamata Banerjee. You can also see Kalyan Banerjee is just standing beside her. Let's take a listen as to what exactly unfolded outside the Calcutta High Court. All right, viewers, so this is what exactly unfolded right outside the Calcutta High Court. This is where Mamata Banerjee was trying to argue against poll violence, but as she was exiting the premises of the court, she was heckled, she was booed, and slogans calling her a thief were raised. All right, viewers, now moving on to another breaking news development. Now at BRICS, foreign ministers are meeting. Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi has now said that these crimes and the Western silence they are met with can only take place if there is a sense of impunity. He also goes on to say that false sense of entitlement must be shattered by all of us. Iran, therefore, calls upon BRICS members and states and all the responsible members of the international community to explicitly condemn violations of the international law by the US, Israel, including their illegal aggression against Iran, which is a member of the BRICS, prevent the politicization of the international institutions and take concrete action to halt warmongering and bring an end to the impunity of those who violate the UN Charter. Now, at the BRICS Foreign Ministers meet, which was underway just a short while ago in New Delhi, we are looking at Iran, in fact, making a big statement, calling for all the countries to condemn the actions of US and Israel against the country. Let's take a listen.
Your Excellency, Dr. Jaishankar, Honorable Minister of External Affairs of India, Honorable Minister of... Why ready to fight with everything we have in defense of our freedom and our soil, we are equally ready to pursue and defend diplomacy. As I have repeatedly stated, there is no such thing as a military solution to anything related to Iran. We Iranians never bow to any pressure or threat, but we reciprocate the language of respect. As much as our powerful armed forces remain ready to exact devastating retribution on foreign aggressors, my people are peace-loving and do not seek war. We are not aggressor in this sordid situation, but the aggrieved. These crimes and the Western silence they are met with can only take place if there is a sense of impunity. That false sense of entitlement must be shattered by all of us. Iran, therefore, calls upon BRICS member states and all responsible members of the international community to explicitly condemn violations of international law by the United States and Israel, including their illegal aggression against Iran, a member of BRICS.
All right, viewers, coming up after a short break, a woman was gang raped in a moving bus in Delhi. 2 accused, including a driver and conductor, have now been arrested while the bus seized. Getting you all the updates on the other side. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
कोई ग्लोबल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन नहीं है, इट्स अ टेरर मशीन।
अगर हम टेररिस्ट होते तो टेररिस्ट हमें क्यों मारते?
आरएसएस ने बाबरी मस्जिद तोड़ी और आरएसएस वायलेंट है।
वो तब गिरा जब इस देश के बहुसंख्यक समाज का विश्वास टूट गया।
आप लोगों ने तो देश चलाने का दावा किया है, लेकिन आप लोगों का ना कोई हिसाब है ना कोई किताब।
ये चोट निशान छोड़ेगी।
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा से। MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा
ये सब आप इसलिए कर रहे हैं ना सर, ताकि आप अपने आरएसएस को बचा सके। वैसे भी आप आरएसएस के भोपोई तो हैं। आरएसएस का सच है मेरी थीसिस, जो सालों से छुपाया गया है। But I am going to unmask the truth.
क्लास अब शुरू होगी because the professor is here.
ये जो भी हो रहा है, ये injustice, ये conspiracies, ये manipulation, अगर आप इसको terrorism नहीं कहेंगे तो फिर किसको कहेंगे? ये है मेरा आखिरी सवाल. This is my last question to you.
This week, we've seen a developing investigation into a cluster, a very unusual cluster of cases of a certain type of Hantavirus.
What we do know is that the Andes virus, in previous outbreaks, there has been instances of human-to-human transmission, mainly among close contacts, either providing clinical care or people who have had close physical contact.
For the decades that scientists have known about Hantavirus, they've almost always believed that the only way you can get it is from being in contact with the droppings, the dried urine of mice or other rodents. Saying this is not the next pandemic, this is not the next epidemic, this is a cluster of cases, a very unusual situation that is not expected to spread its tentacles across the world and across the United States.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can. VD Satheesan named as Kerala's next CM. Venugopal loses out. Government bans export of sugar with immediate effect till 30th of September. RBI Governor Sanjay Malhotra says that government may eventually have to raise the fuel prices if the Middle East crisis continues. After DMK Sudhanidhi Stalin, TVK MLA Mustafa calls for eradication of Sanatan. One of the accused in Neet paper leak case alleges that big names have been shielded. Iranian Foreign Minister Saeed Abbas Arakchi took part in the BRICS Foreign Ministers meeting. A woman was gang raped in a moving bus in Delhi. 2 have been arrested and the bus has been seized. President Trump is in Beijing for bilateral talks, receives grand welcome, travels with top business leaders. Over 100 people were killed due to a storm in various parts of Uttar Pradesh. West Bengal government makes Vande Mataram mandatory in all schools in the state. National anthem to be followed by Vande Mataram in school assemblies. Good afternoon, viewers. We are live and breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest. Let's tell you a little bit about the big investigation and how Republic has exposed the paper leak scam. And we have got some updates for you. The Nashik connection is out in the Neet paper leak scandal. It has come to light that the accused Shubham Khernar was actually running a training center for the medical admission procedures. Shubham's office is situated within a luxurious commercial complex in Nashik's upscale locality. And Shubham, who by the way is also called Dr. Shubham Khernar, operates this office under the name SR Education Consultancy. Online records on Google indicate that Shubham's consultancy has branches not only in Nashik but also in Chhatrapati Sambhaji Nagar, Pune, Nagpur, Bhopal and Bengaluru. The exact nature of the operation conducted within Shubham's office has now become a subject of intense speculation. What appears, so this is the update coming in, where we see that this accused Shubham was running a very, very suspicious network. His office was situated within a luxurious commercial complex in Nashik's upscale area, and he was operating his office under the name SR Education Consultancy. We are getting these updates coming in. This is one of the main accused in this case, and we have been getting you all these updates because CBI is also intensifying its investigation into the alleged Neet paper leak network.
बचाया जा रहा है लोगों को तो बचाया जा रहा है उनको बचाया जा रहा है बचाया जा रहा है लोगों को तो बचाया जा रहा है उनको बचाया जा रहा है बचाया जा रहा है लोगों को तो बचाया जा रहा है उनको बचाया जा रहा है बचाया जा रहा है लोगों को तो बचाया जा रहा है उनको बचाया जा रहा है बचाया जा रहा है लोगों को तो बचाया जा रहा है उनको बचाया जा रहा है बचाया जा रहा है लोगों को तो बचाया जा रहा है उनको बचाया जा रहा है बचाया जा रहा है लोगों को तो बचाया जा रहा है उनको बचाया जा रहा है बचाया जा रहा है लोगों को तो बचाया जा रहा है उनको बचाया जा रहा है.
Okay, so we see this is Dr. Shubham Khernar. He is somebody who has also apparently never finished his medical degree. He's built a counseling business on students' dreams, allegedly selling leak papers for a huge amount of money. And we will, of course, try to go across to our reporters in a short while from now to really understand what the latest is. But speaking specifically about Shubham, the Magistrates Court in Mumbai has granted a 2-day transit remand of Neet paper leak accused Shubham Khernar to the CBI. Okay, now we can see this is the consultancy service that Shubham was operating. So there you can see those pictures which are coming in on your screen because it's come to light that the accused Shubham was actually running a training center for medical admission procedures. And as you can clearly see, this is called SR Education Consultancy. Now, in those pictures, which are by the way exclusive only on Republic TV, you can see that this consultancy is now closed. This is the SR Education Consultancy, and it says, we help students for career. But he was running a very nefarious operation there, selling leaked papers for a huge amount of money. One of the main accused in the Neet paper leak case. He was running his office under the name SR Education Consultancy. And online records on Google indicate that Shubham's consultancy has branches not only in Nashik, but it has branches in Chhatrapati Sambhaji Nagar, Pune, Nagpur, Bhopal, Bengaluru. So it was not just Nashik where he was operating this so-called consultancy. He was operating this consultancy in other areas such as Pune, Nagpur, Bhopal, Chhatrapati Sambhaji Nagar, all these places. Now, the exact nature of the operations conducted within Shubham's office has now become a subject of intense speculation. What was he doing inside? What was really happening in this consultancy? Because he's one of the main accused in this case. He was running a center. And that is the pictures of the training center, so-called training center that the accused was running. So this is the Nashik connection in the Neet paper leak scandal. Shubham Khernar, one of the main accused in this case, already has been granted 2-day transit remand of Neet paper leak accused Shubham Khernar and to the CBI. So the court has already given 2-day transit remand of Shubham Khernar to the CBI.
Remember, the crime branch had detained Khainar following a request from Rajasthan police. He was produced before a magistrate's court where the CBI sought his transit remand so that he could be taken to Delhi for further investigation. So this is Shubham Khainar. He was running a training center, exclusive pictures coming in on Republic TV. Now, we know that CBI has submitted to the court that the involvement of other persons from the states cannot be ruled out at present, but the custodial interrogation of Khainar was required. So one of the main accused is Shubham Khainar. The court has agreed to send Khainar to a 2-day transit remand. So we are seeing that this is just one accused in this case. There are many more, I repeat, there are many more accused in this case. We will be getting our viewers all those updates. We're trying to go across to our reporters as well. We have Revati joining us live from Sambhaji Nagar. Revati, now, you know, we just showed those pictures of the so-called training center of Shubham, and he had other branches. He also had a branch in Sambhaji Nagar, Revati.
Right, as you rightly mentioned, that one of the main accused in Neet paper leak scandal, Dr. Shubham Khainar, he himself is a doctor, and yet he is one of the main accused in the Neet paper leak scandal. The most important development in this particular matter is that he used to run a training center not only in Nashik but Pune, Chhatrapati Sambhajinagar, and he had many other branches as well. The most important thing here to be noted is that he has a medical background, that he himself is a doctor, a BAMS doctor. His father is also a doctor and his brother runs a medical shop. So coming from a medical background, he started medical training center who would give training to various medical aspirants in Maharashtra, and they would seek help actually from him. And then he would approach these students, and then he would try to sell PDF. I would like to repeat that he would sell these PDF. He first received this PDF obviously in a high definition format, and then he tried to sell it. He bought it for 10 lakh rupees and then he tried to sell it for 15 lakh rupees. And that's how, through training center and of course by approaching various coaching centers, he would try to sell those PDFs which he got to leak the NEET 2026 examination paper. And more probe is set into this matter, and as you rightly mentioned that there are very high possibilities that there might be more arrests in this particular matter, because scrutiny of who are all involved and who all were approached is currently underway by the CBI. Over to you.
All right, well, thank you for getting those details. I will be coming back to you for more on this story, as Republic has conducted a multi-state investigation, and right here, viewers will get all the top updates coming in. Now, let's move ahead to the other stories we're tracking. Congress has named VD Satheesan as the next Chief Minister of Kerala, ending days of suspense and speculation over the matter. The Congress has picked VD Satheesan over KC Venugopal, who has been considered close to the leader of opposition in the Lok Sabha, KC Venugopal. In fact, we'll get you all those updates. In fact, VD Satheesan had thanked KC Venugopal for helping UDF win in Kerala. Let's have a look at this report as we tell you what is happening.
Congress finally announced today that VD Satheesan is elected as the leader of the Congress Legislative Party. 10 days of whisper, waiting and political chess finally came to an end on Thursday. The road to this decision was far from smooth. The party's central leadership held wider consultation, with the uncertainty continued for days, even after party observers Maken and Wasnik met Congress MLAs.
The Congress Legislature Party had met in Thiruvananthapuram on May 7, 2026, and had unanimously resolved to authorize the Congress President to appoint the new leader of the CLP in the state of Keralam. Based on all these discussions, it has been decided that Shri VD Satheesan be appointed as the leader of the CLP.
It's a historic footnote that the LDF's defeat in Keralam marks the first time in 50 years that no state in India has any communist party in power. UDF leaders VD Satheesan secured a decisive victory with margins exceeding 20,000 votes. The 2026 Keralam Assembly election concluded with a historic landslide for the Congress-led UDF, which secured a commanding 102 seats of the 140, cementing Satheesan's influence within the alliance.
I express my gratitude. I'm very grateful to the AICC leadership because our CLP adopted a resolution entrusting the Congressperson to take a decision. Congressperson.
Okay, let's go straight across to pictures coming in. This is the other big headline which is making news all over the world. This is the historic meeting, Trump and Xi meeting, and we will get our viewers all the updates coming in. So this is a big update coming in on Republic TV, where we have cut live to pictures of President Trump and Xi Jinping. So let's tell you exactly what has been happening so far. There are many updates which have come in. US President Trump and his Chinese counterpart are discussing key issues, including trade, America's relation with Taiwan, and the war in Iran. As a meeting in Beijing, Xi was greeted with pomp and ceremony as they met at the Great Hall of the People a short while back. Trump has arrived for the two-day summit accompanied by CEOs, including Tesla's Elon Musk. It was an elaborate welcome ceremony as his motorcade rolled past skyscrapers lit with Chinese character reading Beijing welcome. So Trump got a huge welcome, a very, very enthusiastic welcome there. And President Trump saying he's very, very excited to make a good deal with China. So big updates coming in here, viewers of Republic TV. US President Trump and Chinese leader Xi Jinping holding a meeting in Beijing. The White House said they had a very good meeting in Beijing. And the White House said in a statement that President Trump had a good meeting with President Xi of China. The two sides discussed ways to enhance economic cooperation. So back to updates coming in here on Republic TV. And Chinese President Xi Jinping has hailed the meeting as a new positioning of ties with the U.S.
先生们，很高兴为特朗普总统对中国进行国事访问举行国宴。首先，我
We will try to, of course, get more updates on that because we see that now President Xi is speaking, and President Trump has described talks with Xi Jinping as great after the nearly 2-hour-long high-stakes meeting in Beijing. But deep differences do remain because they don't see eye to eye on many topics. Now, soon after the talks began, Beijing released comments by Xi repeating warnings of potential conflict with U.S. over Taiwan. So Taiwan does remain a flashpoint here. So we're getting these updates coming in. These are scenes from the banquet hall. So this is the welcoming banquet which is kicking off. We can see officials and members of the U.S. delegation standing around the banquet hall talking to each other. Pete Hegseth, Stephen Miller, Tim Cook of Apple are among them. Elon Musk already seated. And the room is decorated in Chinese style. And we are just waiting for more updates to come in. The leaders are speaking. President Xi is speaking. And a short while back, both the President Xi and President Trump arrived in the room as everyone stood up to welcome them. President Xi is starting a speech, and we'll tell you exactly what he's saying. These are pictures coming in first on Republic TV. President Xi speaking there. Then we can expect President Trump to speak next. So this is the banquet hall known as the Golden Room in the Great Hall of the People. And the leaders are speaking. Trump has arrived at the Great Hall of the People for a state banquet.
5-year plan for economic and social development. The over 1.4 billion people of China, drawing on the rich heritage of our over 5,000-year civilization, are advancing Chinese modernization on all fronts through high-quality development. This year is also the 250th anniversary of American independence. The over 300 million American people are reinvigorating the spirit of patriotism, innovation, and enterprise, and ushering in a new journey for the development of the United States. The people of China and the United States are both great peoples. Achieving the great rejuvenation of the Chinese nation and making America great again can go hand in hand. We can help each other succeed and advance the well-being of the whole world.
55年前，尼克松总统派基辛格博士访华，中美开展乒乓外交，双方官民并举，推开了中美冰封20多年的大门，成为当代国际关系史上重大事件。此后，中美之间以很多开放合作的故事，不断书写着友谊的佳话。新形势下，我同特朗普总统顺应两国人民和国际社会期待，通过多次会晤和通话，推动中美关系保持总体稳定。
55 years ago, President Richard Nixon sent Dr. Henry Kissinger to visit China, and ping-pong diplomacy was carried out between our two countries. Through efforts of the two governments and peoples, the door that had remained frozen for over 20 years was opened, marking a milestone in contemporary international relations. From then on, China and the United States have written many chapters of friendship through mutual openness and cooperation. Under the new situation, President Trump and I, fully aware of the expectations of our two nations and the international community, have had multiple meetings and phone calls and kept China-US relations generally stable.
今天，我同特朗普总统就中美关系和国际及地区形势深入交换意见。我们一致认为，中美关系是当今世界最重要的双边关系，只能搞好，不能搞坏。两国合则两利，斗则俱伤，应该成为伙伴而不是对手。我们同意构建中美建设性战略稳定关系，推动中美关系稳定、健康、可持续发展，为世界带来更多和平、繁荣、进步。
Today, President Trump and I had in-depth exchanges on China-US relations and international and regional dynamics. We both believe that the China-US relationship is the most important bilateral relationship in the world. We must make it work and never mess it up. Both China and the United States stand to gain from cooperation and lose from confrontation. Our two countries should be partners rather than rivals. President Trump and I also agreed to build a constructive China-US relationship of strategic stability to promote the steady, sound, and sustainable development of China-US relations and bring more peace, prosperity, and progress to the world.
尊敬的特朗普总统先生、女士们、先生们、朋友们，纵观中美关系发展历程，能不能做到相互尊重、和平共处、合作共赢，是中美关系能否稳定发展的关键所在。当今世界变乱交织，中美关系承载着两国 17亿多人民的福祉，关乎世界80多亿人民的利益。我们应当共同扛起这个历史重任，推动中美关系这艘巨轮沿着正确的航道平稳前行。
Honorable President Donald J. Trump, ladies and gentlemen, friends, looking back at the course of China-US relations, whether or not we could have mutual respect, peaceful coexistence, and win-win cooperation is the key to whether the relationship can advance steadily. The world today is changing and turbulent. China-US relations concern the well-being of the over 1.7 billion people of both countries and affect the interests of the over 8 billion people of the world. Both sides should rise up to this historic responsibility and steer the giant ship of China-US relations forward, steadily and in the right direction.
最后，我提议，为中美两国发展繁荣和人民幸福，为中美关系的美好未来和两国人民的友谊，为特朗普总统以及在座的各位朋友的健康，干杯！
Now please join me in a toast to the development and prosperity of China and the United States and the well-being of our people, to the bright future of China-US relations and the friendship between the two peoples, and to the health of President Trump and all the friends present. Cheers.
干杯
Cheers.
谢谢习近平主席。
Thank you, President Xi.
现在请特朗普总统致辞。
Next, a toast by President Trump.
Well, thank you very much. This is a great honor. It was a fantastic day. And in particular, I want to thank President Xi, my friend, for this magnificent welcome. And it really was a magnificent welcome like none other. And for so graciously hosting us on this very historic state visit. We had extremely positive and productive conversations and meetings today with the Chinese delegation earlier. And this evening is another cherished opportunity to discuss among friends some of the things that we discussed today, all good for the United States and for China. And it was a great honor to be with you. Please.
感谢习近平主席。今天我们度过了非常美好的一天。首先要感谢习近平主席这一盛大的欢迎，那么也非常感谢在这一次历史性的国事访问当中非常慷慨地接待了我的代表团。那么今天早些时候，我们跟中方进行了富有成效以及具有建设性的对话。那今天晚上将是我们另外的一次机会，能够共同再次讨论我们今天早些时候已经讨论到的一些问题，以及我们的共同利益，以及我们如何能够为全人类塑造更好、更安全的未来。
The relationship between the American and Chinese people goes all the way back to America's founding. The first American consul to China, Samuel Shaw, arrived on the first American trading ship to reach these shores in 1784. The Chinese merchants had a name for the Americans. They called their visions the New People. 2.5 centuries later, that first connection has grown into one of the most consequential relationships in world history.
美国人民和中国人民之间的友谊可以追溯到美国的建国之初。那么，美国的第一任驻华大使萨缪尔·肖先生在1784年乘坐第一艘美国的商船到达了中国的沿岸。当时中国的商人是这样称呼到来的美国访客，他们将当时到来的美国访客称为一个崭新的民族。250年后的今天，这一个当初的友谊已经慢慢的演变成为当今世界当中最举足轻重的关系之一。
From the beginning, our citizens have shared a deep sense of mutual respect. Founding Father Benjamin Franklin published the sayings of Confucius in his colonial newspaper, and today's sculpture, recognizing that ancient Chinese sage, is carved into the face of the United States Supreme Court very proudly.
从一开始，我们两国之间的人民就已经有深厚的相互的尊重。美国的国父本杰明·富兰克林曾经在他的殖民报纸当中刊登了孔子的《论语》，而今天在美国最高法院建筑物的门前，可以说有一个雕刻，这个雕刻就是为了向中国的这一名古代的圣人进行致敬。
The appreciation ran in both directions. Chinese admirers of President George Washington gifted a stone tablet honoring his memory to adorn the Washington Monument. It bears the words of a Chinese official who called the great general and statesman a hero among men.
这一种欣赏是相互的。那么，许多中国人非常崇敬乔治·华盛顿总统。那么，这些人当时就向美国捐赠了一个石碑，就是为了纪念华盛顿总统。目前这个石碑已经镶嵌在华盛顿纪念碑里面，石碑上刻有当时的一名中国官员形容这一名伟大的将军和政治家，他们把他称为人中豪杰。
And across the centuries, this mutual esteem grew into a relationship that reflected the tremendous talent and potential of our two people. Chinese workers helped lay the railroad tracks that connected our Atlantic coast to the Pacific. American travelers to China helped spread literacy and modern medicine. And at the request of China's ambassador, it was President Theodore Roosevelt who provided the funds to establish President Xi's alma mater, Tsinghua University.
在过去几百年当中，这种相互的尊敬已经成为了一段全新的关系。这段关系可以说反映出我们两国人民之间巨大的潜力以及我们的努力和智慧。中国工人当初帮助美国建设了我们的铁路路轨，连通了美国的大西岸和太平洋沿海地区。美国当时早期出访中国的美国人也帮助中国提升了识字率，并且引入了现代医学，并且应时任中国驻华大使的请求，罗斯福总统也专门提供了资金，成立了习主席的母校清华大学。
As allies in World War II, President Franklin Roosevelt's mentions of the brave people of China, that's what they were, drew loud cheers in his speeches in the United States, and everybody loved what he had to say, just as many Chinese now love basketball and blue jeans. Chinese restaurants in America today outnumber the 5 largest fast food chains in the United States, all combined. That's a pretty big statement.
那么，作为二战期间的盟国，罗斯福总统在美国的多次演讲当中提到了勇敢的中国人民。正如当前许多中国人非常喜欢篮球和穿蓝色的牛仔裤，在美国目前的中餐厅的数量 要比美国前5大快餐连锁店的总的店面还要多。
This bond of commerce and respect that stretches back 250 years is the foundation for a future that benefits both of our nations. The American and Chinese people share much in common. We value hard work, we value courage and achievement, we love our families, and we love our countries. Together we have the chance to draw on these values to create a future of greater prosperity, cooperation, and happiness, and peace for our children. We love our children, this region and the world. It's a special world with the two of us united and together.
那么至于商业当中的纽带以及我们的相互尊重，可以说追溯到250年前，是我们将要构建的未来的基础。至于未来将会惠及我们两国的人民，美国人民和中国人民有许多的共同点，我们都崇尚劳动，我们都崇尚勇气和成就，我们都非常爱我们的家庭，我们也爱我们的国家。我们两国一道，我们将有机会基于我们共同的价值观，创造出一个更加繁荣、基于合作、幸福、和平的未来，为我们的子孙、为本地区以及全世界造福。
Thank you again, President Xi, for this beautiful welcome. And tonight it is my honor to extend an invitation to you and Madam Peng to visit us at the White House this September 24th, and we look forward to it. And I'd now like to raise a glass and propose a toast to the rich and enduring ties between the American and Chinese people. It's a very special relationship, and I want to thank you again. This has been an amazing period of time. Thank you, President Xi.
那么再一次感谢习主席，感谢这一美好的欢迎。那么今天晚上，我也想借此机会向您以及彭女士提出邀请，于9月24号邀请你们出访白宫。那我也希望，针对美国人民和中国人民之间深厚的以及持久的友谊，我提议我们进行举杯。那么我们这两国关系是非常独特的一项关系。
Thank you, everybody.
感谢。
Thank you, everybody, very much.
感谢。
Trump to speak thereafter, President Xi. So both the leaders have just spoken at the banquet. Let's tell you exactly what Trump has said. Trump has described the meeting as a great honor. Trump is saying he received a magnificent welcome like no other. He says that he and Xi had a productive conversation earlier today with a cherished opportunity to discuss many things. It was a great honor. This is what Trump has said. He has invited Xi to visit the United States. Trump closed his speech with an invitation to Xi to visit the White House on 24th of September. So that's a big takeaway, where we see that Trump inviting President Xi to the United States. Coming in the backdrop, just after Xi spoke, Xi has also spoke about China-US relations, saying that they're the most important in the world. Okay, so we are getting these updates coming in. Both the leaders have just spoken at the banquet hall, and it looks like a meeting which has gone pretty well, with both trying to reset ties. Getting you more updates coming in, viewers on Republic TV. Let's move ahead to some of the other stories we're tracking. All 5 accused before the court. This is the Neet paper leak case. All 5 accused have now been produced before court. Mangilal Biwal, Vikas Biwal, Dinesh Biwal, Yash Yadav, Shubham Khainar have been produced in court. A special judge, Ajay Gupta. All 5 accused have been produced in court. So back-to-back updates coming in here on Republic TV. And coming as a backdrop of the investigation, which has really picked up pace, CBI has intensified its investigation, and there are multiple accused in this case. Now, 5 of these are being produced in court. We're getting some reactions. Let's go ahead and play them out.
बड़े लोगों को तो बचाया जा रहा है, उनको बचाया जा रहा है, बचाया जा रहा है, बड़े लोगों को तो बचाया जा रहा है, उनको बचाया जा रहा है, बड़े लोगों को तो बचाया जा रहा है, उनको बचाया जा रहा है, बड़े लोगों को तो बचाया जा रहा है, उनको बचाया जा रहा है, बड़े लोगों को तो बचाया जा रहा है, उनको बचाया जा रहा है, बड़े लोगों को तो बचाया जा रहा है, उनको बचाया जा रहा है, बड़े लोगों को तो बचाया जा रहा है, उनको बचाया जा रहा है, बड़े लोगों को तो बचाया जा रहा है, उनको बचाया जा रहा है.
All right. Remember that we're getting all these updates coming in as the Republic is also continuing its multi-state investigation. Republic has infiltrated the Telegram groups where the paper was shared, and Republic is getting you back-to-back updates on the Neet paper leak, really trying to understand that which are the players involved to bring accountability. Now, latest coming in that the probe is underway in the Neet paper leak case, and 5 of these accused are being produced in court very, very shortly. Getting you back-to-back updates coming in. Serious allegations on the Neet question paper leak have surfaced. We also understand that the Republic has got explosive details and screenshots of conversations that point to organized attempts to sell the paper. Let's put out some of those conversations and screenshots. You can see them right over there coming in for you. And clearly, looks like the papers are being sold there. Remember that the Neet papers, the guest paper, the papers were being sold for an absurd amount of money. So one message says, soon I shall upload full paper. Kindly note that. So the explosive details are out on Republic TV. The screenshots of conversations that point to there was an organized and corrupt attempt to sell the paper. Also, viewers, we have been speaking to a couple of aspirants. Republic has spoken to some of the Neet aspirants. Take a listen in as Neet aspirants tell Republic what they expect next.
Neet paper leak scandal has created a stir not only in a specific state but in entire nation. Everyone had screenshots of literally people asking for 10 to 15 lakhs to get the Neet paper of 2026 examination. First, many students came up with this, but no one believed them. And one such example is here with me right now. I have Deepa Patil with me, who is a second-year MBBS student, but he appeared for 2026 Neet examination, and the reason behind it is that he is a mentor. He does mentorship to various students in medical field for the Neet examination. But the most shocking part of this very case is that students approached him, and then they told him very shocking details. And today, exclusively on Republic, we are going to see that what exactly students told him. दीपक जी, सबसे पहले तो मैं आपका शुक्रिया अदा करना चाहती हूँ कि आप ये जो बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण मुद्दा है उस पर आप बात कर रहे हैं. तो सबसे पहले आप मुझे बताइए कि आपके साथ क्या हुआ इस एग्जाम सेंटर पे.
मैं 3 मई को एग्ज़ाम देने गया था. मेरा सेंटर लातूर के अंदर मारवाड़ी स्कूल बोल के, राजस्थानी मारवाड़ी स्कूल बोल के है. मैं पेपर देने गया. मैं एग्ज़ाम देने इसलिए गया था कि सिर्फ मेरा एक उद्देश्य था कि नीट के एग्ज़ाम जो दे रहे लड़के, उनकी मेंटालिटी क्या है, उनका प्रेशर क्या है, मतलब वो मैं उनसे जान सकूं. फिर मैंने उनसे एग्ज़ाम के पहले ही बातचीत की और एग्ज़ाम के बाद भी बातचीत की. बातचीत के दौरान मुझे जब एग्ज़ाम हुआ तो एक लड़के से मैंने क्वेश्चन पूछा जो मेरे हॉल के अंदर मेरे पीछे बैठा था. मैंने उसको बोला एग्ज़ाम कैसा गया. फिर उसके बाद उसने मुझे बोला कि वो पेपर मेरे पास पहले ही था. बट मुझे शॉक लगा, मुझे लगा ये कुछ भी बोल रहा है। बट मैं थोड़े आगे जाता हूँ, मैं उससे बातचीत करता हूँ, और तो मुझे अंडर पैंट से एक 2 A4 शीट्स निकालते हैं वाइट, उसके ऊपर डायरेक्टली पूरे आंसर्स लिखे हुए थे, बायोलॉजी, फिजिक्स, केमिस्ट्री, पूरे आंसर्स डायरेक्टली उसके ऊपर आंसर्स लिखे हुए थे। मैं वो देख के शॉक हो गया, और जैसे मैं 5:10 तक वो मुझे बताया, उसके बाद मैंने सोशल मीडिया पे ये डिक्लेयर कर दिया कि पेपर लीक हो चुका है। अनफॉर्चुनेटली मैं उसका फोटो नहीं निकाल पाया, बट मैंने सोशल मीडिया पे डाल दिया। वो सोशल मीडिया पे डालने के बाद मेरे पेज पे वो ज़्यादा वायरल हो गई पोस्ट, और मुझे ऐसे मैसेजेस प्राप्त हुए कि लोग खुद से आके आगे आके बोल रहे कि हमको भी ऐसा मैसेज आया था, हमको भी ऐसा पैसा डिमांड किया गया था, बट हम कुछ कारण से नहीं दे पाए। ऐसे बहुत सारे स्क्रीनशॉट्स है।
पहले हम आगे जाने से पहले ऐसा मैसेज आया था, मतलब क्या मैसेज आया था?
ये आप देख सकते हैं इधर, 6 अप्रैल को मुझे एक मैसेज आया था, जो मैं मेंटरशिप प्रोवाइड करता हूँ स्टुडंट्स को 100% फ्री। वो ज्युनियर मुझे अप्रोच किया और मुझे वो बताते हैं की मी तुम्हाला हे खूप ट्रस्ट ठेवून सांगते आहे, तुम्ही कोणालाच नका सांगू. माझ्या पप्पाच्या स्टाफला एक सिस्टर आहे, नर्स आहेत त्या, आणि त्यांनी मी या पेपरमध्ये काम करतो नीटच्या एक्झामिनेशनमध्ये, आणि मी तुम्हाला पेपर देतो, तुम्ही मला पैसे द्या, अशी मागणी काही लोग करते हैं। तो जूनियर ती मला मैसेज करून सांगते कि मैं इसके ऊपर ट्रस्ट करूँ या नहीं। फिर मैंने उसको बोला कि नको करूँ, मतलब ये ट्रस्ट करने लायक नहीं, इट्स फेक, 100% फेक। तो उसने आगे भी लिखा है कि वो 1 ईयर से मेरे से संपर्क के अंदर है, मेरे पापा के जिधर मेरे पापा काम करते उधर मेरे संपर्क के अंदर है, और उन्होंने 50K पैसे ऑलरेडी लिया भी है। ये आप लाइव स्क्रीनशॉट
ये 50K किससे लिया है उन्होंने पैसे?
जो स्टूडेंट है जो अभी नीट देने वाला है उसके पापा से लिए है।
ओके,
यस,
ये वो स्टूडेंट बात करिए जो इस साल नीट का एग्जाम
कि ये मैं उसके ऊपर ट्रस्ट करूँ कि नहीं, एज अ मेंटी मैं उसका मेंटर हूँ, मुझे बता रही है कि वो मैं उसके ऊपर ट्रस्ट करूँ या नहीं, या पढ़ाई करूँ।
ये बात है। तो बिफोर वी मूव फॉरवर्ड, द मैसेज विच वॉज रिसीव्ड बाय दीपक पाटिल is the translation of that very message is that because as he mentioned earlier, he is a mentor, he does mentorship to various medical field students. One particular student approaches him and then she says that there is one guy in her staff where her father works. From that very staff, a person is approaching her. He's saying that I have paper, you can pay me for that, and then he is being constantly in contact with her from last 1 year. This is a very shocking thing, and already she has paid 50,000 rupees to that particular person. This is very shocking, and now we can see that this is a very big nexus behind it, because this particular NEET paper leak scam is under construction or was underway from last 1 year. So moving forward, दीपक जी आप बताइए कि इससे आगे क्या हुआ? आपको अभी ऐसे कितने सारे स्टूडेंट्स अप्रोच?
जो सोशल मीडिया पे मैंने पोस्ट डाली वो वायरल गई, कुछ लैक्स में उसको व्यूज आए, अभी तक मिलियंस में उसको व्यूज आए, और जो लोग उस ग्रुप के अंदर थे बट वो खरीद नहीं पाए, उन्होंने मुझे स्क्रीनशॉट भेजे, अनेक वीडियो भेजे, बट मैं वो सोशल मीडिया पे डाल दिया, वो भी वायरल चला गया। बट कुछ लोगों का ऐसा कहना था कि ये एडिटर है और AI की मदद से हम ऐसे तैयार कर सकते, बट अभी NTA ने और CBI ने एक कंफर्म कर लिया है कि पेपर लीक हो चुका है। उसके मेरे पास बहुत सारे स्क्रीनशॉट भी अवेलेबल है और वीडियो भी अवेलेबल है।
ओके, तो आप हमें ये जो पहले टेलीग्राम पे आया था, फिर कुछ प्राइवेट मीडिया नाम का एक ग्रुप भी बना था, तो आपके पास उस रिलेटेड कोई स्क्रीनशॉट आया है कि हाँ हमसे ऐसी ऐसी मांग की गई थी?
यस, वो डायरेक्टली मांग की, वैसा स्क्रीनशॉट भी हमारे पास है।
तो वो स्क्रीनशॉट में क्या है बताना जरा।
वो बोल रहे कि फीस 2000 दीजिए, फीस 20,000 दीजिए और पेपर लीजिए। जो पेपर बाय नहीं कर रहे हैं वो 101% नीट क्रैक नहीं कर सकते, उम्मीद ही मत करना, ठीक है। और कुछ स्क्रीनशॉट ऐसे है कि मतलब बिफोर पेपर 30K देना, आफ्टर पेपर 70K देना, और ये जो चार्ट से मतलब रिसेंट एग्जाम के 1 हफ्ते पहले है, मतलब पहले तो उन्होंने पेपर लैक्स में भेजा, अभी वो 1 लाख पे आ गए, पहले 10 लाख भी 15 लाख में भेजा, अभी 1 लाख के अंदर आ गए। उनका एक ही मकसद है, पैसे कमाना है। और उसके अंदर 2 टाइप के स्कैम हुए, जो लोग सच में पैसे लेके पेपर लीक भी कर चुके, वो पेपर सही था, और कुछ लोगों से ऐसे पैसे लिए गए मैं पेपर दूंगा बट वो पेपर फेक था। मतलब स्टूडेंट्स की जो है, जो 2 तरीके से यहाँ पर क्या बोल रहे हैं हम, चीट किया जा रहा है लड़कों को, कि मतलब, और इस कोटा से भी एक ऐसा उदाहरण आया मेरे पास, वो स्टूडेंट ने अप्रोच किया कि
राजस्थान
कोटा से, जो इंडिया का मोस्ट बिगेस्ट ट्यूशन हब है, उधर से एक स्टूडेंट ने ही सबसे 24 लाख रुपए जमा किए पेपर दूंगा बोल के, बट वो पेपर नहीं दे पाया, और उसके ऊपर वो स्टूडेंट ने कुछ तो एक्शन भी लिया, ऐसे भी प्रूफ हमारे पास है।
All right, let's go straight across to my colleague Harsh, who's joining us. There's a whistleblower that Republic spoke to. You just heard that, viewers. And the whistleblower is telling what was the modus operandi of these accused, how they tried to sell the paper. So he was just describing the kind of messages, the conversation, all the explosive details. Harsh, yes, take our viewers through the latest coming in. We also know that all 5 accused have been produced in court. Over to you, Harsh.
Well, right now, this is the latest that we are saying, that the 5 key accused in the Neet paper leak have now been presented. In fact, here this is a special hearing by CBI. Now, CBI has presented all of these 5 accused in this hearing. Now, let me also read out the details of these individuals who have been presented before this special court in Delhi. Shubham Khairnar, who is from Nasik, Mangilal Biwal, Vikas Biwal and Dinesh Biwal. These 3 individuals have been apprehended from Jaipur in Rajasthan, and Yash Yadav, who has been detained from Gurgaon in Haryana. Now, these are the details of the individuals, in fact, that we are fetching. And these are, in fact, the very individuals who are involved in this paper leak and are now being presented before a special court by the Central Bureau of Investigation at the Rouse Avenue Court in New Delhi. This is a special hearing that has been organized, and all of these individuals who have been detained by the Central Bureau of Investigation are now being presented before the court. Now, this is a big breaking news that we are fetching for our viewers, that all of these individuals who have been apprehended and detained from different locations across India are now being presented before the court. And earlier, we also saw at least 16 individuals have been detained across different locations in India.
All right, Harsh. Yes, absolutely. And we have also
the mastermind Manish Yadav was also...
Absolutely, Harsh. I'll be coming back to you for more. All 5 accused have been produced in court. And we have multiple players there, multiple accused. The CBI really tried to understand who played what role here. We also spoke to Delhi CM Rekha Gupta. Let's play out that reaction.
ये सभी एजेंसीज अपना काम कर रही है, सरकार अपना काम कर रही है, और मुझे लगता है कि अरविंद केजरीवाल जैसे लोग जो हर विषय का राजनीतिकरण करते हैं, उनको इस बात को समझना चाहिए कि देश के युवाओं को जिस तरीके से आप गुमराह कर रहे हैं, आपने ना कभी अपने समय में सत्ता सरकार को ठीक से चलाया। आज भी आपके पास पंजाब है जहां पे युवा नशे में लत होकर के, आपके मुख्यमंत्री नशे में लत होकर के घूमते हैं। आपके पास उन पे बात करने के लिए समय नहीं है, परंतु आप देश के हर एक ऐसा विषय जो कि बहुत ही संवेदनशील है, उस पे ऊल जलूल बातें जब करते हैं तो उनको सच में हम सब जनता ये कहना चाहती है कि आप कृपया करके देश के युवाओं को गुमराह करने की कोशिश ना करें।
And viewers, also the big story we're tracking, which is happening here in the national capital, foreign ministers are meeting. Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araqchi says that these crimes and the Western silence they are met with can only take place if there is a sense of impunity. So Iran urges BRICS to condemn US-Israel for the war which is continuing. And he continues to say that that false sense of entitlement must be shattered by all of us. Iran therefore calls upon BRICS member states and all responsible members of the international community to explicitly condemn violations of international law by the US and Israel, including their illegal aggression against Iran. A member of the BRICS prevent the other politicalization of international institutions and take concrete steps to halt warmongering. So essentially, Iran is urging the BRICS to condemn the US-Israel for the situation that is unfolding when it comes to the war. I will just go ahead and play out what the Foreign Minister of Iran had to say.
Your Excellency, Dr. Jaishankar, Honorable Minister of External Affairs of India, Honorable Minister, why ready to fight with everything we have in defense of our freedom and our soil, we are equally ready to pursue and defend diplomacy. As I have repeatedly stated, there is no such thing as a military solution to anything related to Iran. We Iranians never bow to any pressure or threat, but we reciprocate the language of respect. As much as our powerful armed forces remain ready to exact devastating retribution on foreign aggressors, my people are peace-loving and do not seek war. We are not aggressor in this sordid situation, but the aggrieved. These crimes and the Western silence they are met with can only take place if there is a sense of impunity. That false sense of entitlement must be shattered by all of us. Iran, therefore, calls upon BRICS member states and all responsible members of the international community to explicitly condemn violations of international law by the United States and Israel, including their illegal aggression against Iran, a member of BRICS, prevent the politicization of international institutions, and take concrete action to halt warmongering and to bring an end to the impunity of those who violate the UN Charter. Those who pursue reckless adventures may believe it furthers their geopolitical interests. But as consumers and governments around the world now sense and understand, regional instability is a lose-lose proposition for all sides, including the aggressors. To virtually everyone in this room, our resistance against US bullying is not an unfamiliar but common and dangerous challenge we all face. History has shown that empires in decline will stop at nothing to arrest their inevitable fates. A wounded animal will desperately claw and roar on its way down.
And taking a short break, RBI Governor Sanjay Malhotra says that government may eventually have to raise the fuel prices if Middle East crisis continues. Stay tuned. We will continue to be live in breaking.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
अरे ये डिबेट विबेट बाहर की सोचे विकी। डिबेट यानी विवाद, भारत विवाद नहीं, संवाद यानी कंस्ट्रक्टिव डिस्कशन, इसमें भरोसा लगता है।
सच नरेट नहीं करना होता, नरेटिव को सच बनाना होता है।
जब भी भगवे के ओर कोई कालिक दिखता है तो उसी स्याही से इतिहास लिखा जाता है।
हमें पेट्रोल डीजल का उपयोग कम करना होगा।
Prime Minister Narendra Modi recently issued a strong warning to the nation, asking citizens to save fuel, avoid unnecessary travel, and even work from home if possible. This urgent appeal comes because global tensions are creating a massive energy crisis that directly threatens India. India currently imports up to 90% of the crude oil it needs to survive, and more than half of that oil comes from the Middle East. But the country is currently facing a massive challenges due to the blockade caused by the US-Iran conflict. And right in the middle of this dangerous situation, an event is about to take place that could make things much.
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
कोई ग्लोबल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन नहीं है, इट्स अ टेरर मशीन।
अगर हम टेररिस्ट होते तो टेररिस्ट हमें क्यों मारते?
आरएसएस ने बाबरी मस्जिद तोड़ी और आरएसएस वायलेंट है।
वो तब गिरा जब इस देश के बहुसंख्यक समाज का विश्वास टूट गया।
आप लोगों ने तो देश चलाने का दावा किया है, लेकिन आप लोगों का ना कोई हिसाब है ना कोई किताब।
ये चोट निशान छोड़ेगी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
This week, we've seen a developing investigation into a very unusual cluster of cases of a certain type of hantavirus.
What we do know is that the Andes virus, in previous outbreaks, there has been instances of human-to-human transmission, mainly among close contacts, either providing clinical care or people who have had close physical contact.
For the decades that scientists have known about hantavirus, they've almost always believed that the only way you can get it is from being in contact with the droppings, the dried urine of mice or other rodents. Saying this is not the next pandemic, this is not the next epidemic, this is a cluster of cases, a very unusual situation that is not expected to spread its tentacles across the world and across the United States. We've seen a developing investigation into a very unusual cluster of cases of a certain type of hantavirus. It's called an Andes virus. It's a hantavirus from South America. And it's the one type of hantavirus that scientists suspect may be able to spread from person to person. For the decades that scientists have known about hantavirus, they've almost always believed that the only way you can get it is from being in contact with the droppings, the dried urine of mice or other rodents. Different viruses have different abilities to spread. Some, like measles, can spread like wildfire. Others are harder to spread. You have to be in very close contact with someone who's very sick, who has a lot of symptoms. This hantavirus, if it's spreading from person to person, seems to be in that latter. Health officials say the general public does not need to be worried about hantavirus. It's still rare. Officials are saying this is not the next pandemic. This is not the next epidemic. This is a cluster of cases, a very unusual situation that is not expected to spread its tentacles across the world and across the United States. Well, investigators are still nailing down exactly what's going on.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा राजा और मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
ये सब आप इसलिए कर रहे हैं ना सर, ताकि आप अपने आरएसएस को बचा सके। वैसे भी आप आरएसएस के बोपोई तो हैं। आरएसएस का सच है मेरी थीसिस, जो सालों से छुपाया गया है। But I am going to unmask the truth.
क्लास अब शुरू होगी, because the professor is here.
ये जो भी हो रहा है, ये injustice, ये conspiracies, ये manipulation, अगर आप इसको terrorism नहीं कहेंगे, तो फिर किसको कहेंगे? ये है मेरा आखिरी सवाल. This is my last question to you.
Our pure शाही पनीर मसाला, delicious, healthy, everyday.
हमें पेट्रोल डीजल का उपयोग कम करना होगा।
Prime Minister Narendra Modi recently issued a strong warning to the nation, asking citizens to save fuel, avoid unnecessary travel, and even work from home if possible. This urgent appeal comes because global tensions are creating a massive energy crisis that directly threatens India.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Top headlines. VD Satheesan named as Kerala's next CM. Venugopal loses out. Government bans export of sugar with immediate effect till 30th of September. RBI Governor Sanjay Malhotra says the government may eventually have to raise fuel prices if Middle East crisis continues. Our DMK's Udaynidhi Stalin TVK MLA Mustafa calls for eradication of Sanatan Dharma. One of the accused in Neet paper leak case alleges that the big names have been shielded. Iranian Foreign Minister Saeed Abbas Arakchi took part in BRICS Foreign Ministers meeting. A woman was gang raped in a moving bus in Delhi. 2 have been arrested and the bus has been seized. President Trump is in Beijing for bilateral talks. He's traveling with top business leaders and received a grand welcome. Over 100 killed due to storms in various parts of Uttar Pradesh. Bengal government makes a Vande Mataram mandatory in all schools in state. National anthem will be followed by Vande Mataram in school assemblies.
Good evening, you with Republic. The top focus today in the Pune angle of the Neet paper leak case. The crime branch has now detained Sanjay Wagmare. He's 46 years, a beautician who runs her own beauty parlor in Pune in Sukh Sagar Nagar. Now, investigations reveal 10 lakh rupees was deposited into her bank accounts from as many as 21 different accounts during the NEET examination period, suspected to be advance payment for the leak question papers. Along with her, there was a second-year engineering student, Omkar, from Wagholi, an Ayurvedic doctor from Junar, and Dhananjay Lokhande, also from Wagholi, under investigation for their involvement. I want to go across to Swarali to get more details. Police sources state that Wagmare has also admitted to knowing these people in the past. I want to go across. Swarali, what is it that you are picking up? 10 lakhs deposited from 21 accounts. Republic's exclusive access details on the NEET leak probe.
Yes, that's true. Republic has exclusively accessed detail in the Pune angle in this entire NEET scam. Let me tell you, if we specifically talk about Manisha Wagmare, who is a 46-year beautician, she has her own beauty parlor, and across the time of this entire NEET procedure, these 10 lakh rupees were being deposited through 21 different accounts. Now, let me tell you, currently CBI is investigating the owners about the whereabouts and the actual details of the owners of these 21 accounts, but it is suspected that these were being deposited in relation to the transactions for the buying or selling of the NEET papers, on the other hand, related transactions. Now, let me tell you, she has also accepted, according to the highly placed sources in the police official department, she has accepted that she was knowing accused since last 3 years, but further she has not revealed the information about the exact delivery date of this paper. All these angles are being investigated right now, with Manisha Wagmare, Omkar, who is a second-year engineering student, is also being detained and investigated. On the other hand, Dhananjay Lokhande, who is Ayurvedic doctor, is from Junnar and is detained from Wagholi area of Pune, is also being detained, and all of them are being investigated right now, but this can be a major lead in this entire NEET scam. Let me also tell you how Manisha Wagmare is suspected to be coming in contact with this entire syndicate. 2 years ago, her daughter was supposed to give a NEET examination, and at that time, through social media handle, she came in contact with the syndicate members, and that's how she got involved into this entire process. All the alleged suspicions are are being investigated right now. Back to you.
All right. I also want to introduce my colleague Revati, who's joining us now. And we're also going to go across to more breaking news that's coming in. I want Swarali and Revati to be with us. This is the new breaking news that's also coming in, viewers. The CBI has entered Latur in Maharashtra, and they have discovered more details that a retired professor who was reportedly involved in setting the question papers for the examination was also involved. I want to go to Revati for details. Revati, you've given us details through your sources that the professor who retired 3 to 4 years ago is believed to be a key link in the Latur connection that's related to the paper setting process. Following this, Revati, what is the CBI now doing? It's actively conducting searches and interrogation. Give us more details.
Right, as you rightly mentioned that there are more and more connections coming up in this Neet scam, because the CBI has set probe in this particular matter, and more people who were approached and who approached the students are under scrutiny at the moment. And now the latest development is coming up from Latur, where a former principal of a specific college, the college is not mentioned yet, he is detained by the CBI for the suspected activities in this particular Neet scam. Along with him, there are more 4 detains in Maharashtra. First, we know of Shubham Khainar, who is one of the prime accused from Maharashtra, who is arrested, by the way, now. Also, along with him, his friend Dhananjay Lokhande, who is also a BMS student, is detained by the CBI, and he is questioned at the moment. Along with him, Manisha Wagmare, who runs a beauty parlor in Pune, and her husband is a dentist. So these are the detains which are currently made in Maharashtra by the CBI, and a probe is set into this matter. So as of now, the development is coming up in the Latur case. There are also more connections that might come up in the upcoming time, because it is said that there are more and more connections to this, because as a principal, a former principal, is involved in this particular matter. Over to you.
It's a full story. We're going to track the exact extent of that conspiracy, identifying other individuals involved, and also the network and how deep this real read is. Now, viewers, the other big story that we're tracking at this time, the Bar Council of India has written to the Bar Council. But first, we're going to go across to the breaking news coming in. VD Satheesan's reaction and interview coming in from my colleague Sankar. Take a look.
Hearty congratulations.
Thank you.
On behalf of Republic TV.
Thank you.
Sir, finally, after 10 years, UDF came back to power, that too with a stunning margin. So what do you want to say to the public, how it has been achieved? What was the efforts you made into reality, and how it could be achieved?
Our coalition, Team UDF, worked together as a single party. And All India Congress Committee supported us in everything. And we worked together, organization set up, thousands of workers worked together. They worked hard. And this is the result of their hard work. And we offered many things to the people. We discussed about the future Kerala. And we offered the people that we will create a new era in Kerala. That we will bring back Kerala as the #1 state in India. We are going through a vulnerable situation. Our fiscal situation is very pathetic. Even then, we have alternatives. We are the first opposition in the history of India. Started 2 years back for the alternatives. We have been criticizing the government, we have been exposing the government, but wherever the government failed, we have alternatives. So be prepared in major sectors, health, education, infrastructure, in industry, everywhere. We have prepared documents, Pakka documents. We discuss with experts. Now we are going to implement those documents. That is our plan. We have a future plan in many areas. And dream projects like coastal shipping, aviation projects, and in the agriculture sector, We have innovative programs, innovative approach. We offer the people of Kerala good governance.
Yes, sir.
Without corruption.
So you have everything in mind in advance, even before your friend coming to power, because it's whenever you speak, so you had it in mind that how the government should go ahead. So you were already aware that the UDF would have come to power even before the votes were counted.
That I have already predicted that there are 26 surveys, national surveys and state surveys. Only one survey predicted that we may get 90 seats. But I have predicted that we will get more than 100 seats. You know?
Yes,
and I said 12 ministers will lose the election. 13 ministers lost their election. Yeah. So we have election engineering. We have very good work, election work everywhere. That's social engineering, everything we have done. And there was a credibility in our words. People believed that. And we have taken a pakka, adamant secular stand without any compromise. Wherever, whenever some religious leaders started hate campaign, we spoke to them, stop it. Stop it, don't repeat it.
Okay. What is the challenge you see ahead in the government? What challenges?
Government is the fiscal situation. I have already told you in many sectors. For our allegation against government was the health Kerala is in ventilator. So we have to survive. Then brain drain is happening everywhere. Higher education is collapsed. And infrastructure development is going on, not going on. And the coastal area, the situation of people is very bad. And the agriculture sector, they are not getting minimum support price. They are in trouble. There is wildlife attack. So we have to take many steps.
You have a number of things ahead to do, and you have on top of all, my another question is the votes were counted on May 4th, and there was a delay in fixing the CM.
No, I don't think that this is a delay. This is a delay. Congress party is a democratic party. We convened our CLP meeting and adopted a resolution entrusting the Congress president to select the CLP leader. The Congress president and Sri Rahul ji, with the blessings of Madam Sonia ji, they started that democratic process. They have discussed with all the MLAs, all the MPs, all the working committee members, all the former PCC presidents, and many senior leaders. They even discussed with the cross-section of the people across Kerala. Where is it happening? In BJP, it is happening? No, somebody is taking decision somewhere. I am proud of that. My party has been doing a democratic process. Only after then they have finalized, they have taken a decision. In CPM it is not happening. In BJP it is not happening. No other party is happening. In Congress party only.
Will there be any Kadakapuratu when you go into
that? You know, that I am very humble. I cannot say. I am comparatively junior also. But
and one more thing, sir. So this is the 10th or 11th day after the votes were counted. And there were in the beginning KC Venugopal's were name in the forefront. But when we see the ground reality, a good number of people were coming out to the streets in support of you, and it exposed the kind of support and the exposure you had in the grassroots level. And how could you, I don't think that any other leader ever in the Congress party got such a support from the grassroots level. So what was the magic behind that?
That I have been working hard. When I took over this position in 2021, our situation, what was our situation? We were only 41. Now it is 102. Then we won almost all the by-elections, parliament election, local body election. The people and party workers they have been observing all these things. And both the leaders are senior to me. They are my leaders also. Ramesh Anathala was my senior leader. KC Venugopal is my contemporary. Even then he is my leader. Compared to them, I am junior. But party entrusted me this position.
One controversial question: is Chennithala unhappy?
No, nobody will be unhappy. We are all united. We will work together. We will work together. He is a senior person. He is a leader to me. He is a leader. He is my leader. We will discuss everything.
Okay. And about the CLP meeting?
That it has to be convened at 5:35.
Taking ceremony?
We are waiting for the observers coming from Delhi. Okay, sir.
Okay. All the best, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
And Kerala there gets a new chief minister. Now, the other top focus, viewers, the Bar Council of India has written to the Bar Council in West Bengal seeking detailed information on the status of former Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee legal practice. Remember, viewers, this move comes after Mamata Banerjee appeared in the Calcutta High Court. She was dressed in lawyer's attire. It is not something that is allowed unless her license is already working. The BCI has directed the State Bar Council to submit a report in 2 days on whether she's currently enrolled with the Bar Council of West Bengal, which is very important. Because if you're not enrolled with the Bar Council, then you cannot be practicing in the Calcutta High Court. This is something that they've asked for. If any intimation was given, they've asked whether regarding the suspension of her practice during her tenure as a chief minister and whether she had filed any subsequent application to resume her legal practice. I want to go across to my colleague Harsha, who's joining us on the story. Harsha, what we've really been told right now is very, very clear. We have to understand and get a sense about whether Mamata Banerjee has been still enrolled as a practicing lawyer. And you know, this is something very basic. The TMC and Mamata Banerjee should have known this. When I was a lawyer and I joined journalism, I had to say I am no longer enrolled with the Delhi High Court Bar Association, and the Bar Council had to know of it. Has Mamata Banerjee or the TMC given any such intimation?
Rhythm, I think you are the best to know the nitty-gritties of the code because you have covered the code for long and you know very well that there are some sort of protocols which need to be followed. You know very well that if a person becomes a chief minister, if she had left the, left practicing, that time also she had given some notice to the Bar Council of India, if she did give and she was doing it that time also, then she had to give a letter to the Calcutta High Court as well. And we have seen two instances, Rhythm. She argued during the time of SIR in the Apex Court, which is Supreme Court of India. At that time also she didn't give any sort of such letter. Now she was presented in Calcutta High Court where she was arguing on the postponed violence issue. In that case also she just wore the black robe of lawyer. She went inside. She said that I'll argue my own case, but it is still not clear that whether she's fit still to continue as a lawyer. She left practicing. She again is, resuming her practicing. Any sort of such thing she has not presented to the Calcutta High Court. And the Bar Council of India has stated she has to give, the Calcutta High Court will have to now present the detailed report in 2 days to the Bar Council of India on the current status of Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee. And Mamata Banerjee will have to inform that whether she is resuming her legal practice, she left legal practice, or she continued it at the time of the Chief Minister as well. So all details had to be mentioned written in the detailed report which the Calcutta High Court will be submitting to the Bar Council of India, because she will be present inside the Calcutta High Court, not today, but again as well for the argument which she will put forth in the case of the postponed violence of the issue petitioner has been filed in the Calcutta High Court. Back to you.
All right, thank you, Harsha, for giving us those details. We're going to continuously track whether Mamata Banerjee, in fact, has been seen as a lawyer. Now, viewers, we're going to tell you a horrifying incident in the national capital that once again raises serious questions over women's safety in Delhi. A woman has been gang raped inside a sleeper bus by the driver and the conductor. The incident took place in Delhi's Rani Bagh. Both accused are arrested. The bus in the crime has been seized. The incident, however, reminds us once again of the shocking Nirbhaya incident in 2012. Take a look at this report.
In a shocking incident, a woman was gang raped inside a stationary sleeper bus in Delhi by the driver and conductor of the vehicle. The incident took place on the night of May 11 in Delhi's Rani Bagh area. The survivor was returning home from work when the bus stopped near her. The woman approached a man standing at the bus door to ask for the time. She was then allegedly forced inside the bus. The accused drove the vehicle towards Nangloi and sexually assaulted her. The survivor later approached the police, following which an FIR was registered at Rani Bagh police station. Delhi police have arrested both the accused, bus driver and the conductor. The bus has also been seized and the investigation is now underway. The horrifying case has once again triggered outrage over women's safety in the national capital, despite repeated promises of stricter security measures after the deadly Nirbhaya case in 2012.
Coming up after a short break, RBI Governor Sanjay Malhotra has said the government may eventually have to raise fuel prices if Middle East crisis continues. Much more lined up on Republic TV today. Stay on with us.
अरे ये डिबेट बाहर की सोचे विकी। डिबेट यानी विवाद, भारत विवाद नहीं, संवाद यानी कंस्ट्रक्टिव डिस्कशन, इसमें भरोसा रखता है।
सच नरेट नहीं करना होता, नरेटिव को सच बनाना होता है।
जब भी भगवे के ओर कोई कालिक फेंकता है तो उसी स्याही से इतिहास लिखा जाता है।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा, आर प्योर मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
This week, we've seen a developing investigation into a cluster, a very unusual cluster of cases of a certain type of Hantavirus.
What we do know is that the Andes virus, in previous outbreaks, there has been instances of human-to-human transmission, mainly among close contacts, either providing clinical care or people who have had close physical contact.
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाई जीरा सिम। MDH का जलजीरा जीरा सिम।
जीरा सिम, असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH।
Character, the taste of success.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
हमें पेट्रोल डीजल का उपयोग कम करना होगा।
Prime Minister Narendra Modi recently issued a strong warning to the nation.
ये जश्न है, जश्न का ये जश्न है। राष्ट्रीय इलायची, जश्न का जश्न।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
कोई ग्लोबल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन नहीं है, इट्स अ टेरर मशीन।
अगर हम टेररिस्ट होते तो टेररिस्ट हमें क्यों मारते?
आरएसएस ने बाबरी मस्जिद तोड़ी और आरएसएस वायलेंट है। जस्ट
वो तब गिरा जब इस देश के बहुसंख्यक समाज का विश्वास टूट गया।
आप लोगों ने तो देश चलाने का दावा किया है, लेकिन आप लोगों का ना कोई हिसाब है ना कोई किताब।
ये चोट निशान छोड़ेगी।
This week, we've seen a developing investigation into a cluster, a very unusual cluster of cases of a certain type of Hantavirus.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल। बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
हमें पेट्रोल डीजल का उपयोग कम करना होगा।
Prime Minister Narendra Modi recently issued a strong warning to the nation, asking citizens to save fuel, avoid unnecessary travel, and even work from home if possible. This urgent appeal comes because global tensions are creating a massive energy crisis that directly threatens India. India currently imports up to 90% of the crude oil it needs to survive, and more than half of that oil comes from the Middle East. But the country is currently facing a massive challenges due to the blockade caused by the US-Iran conflict. And right in the middle of this dangerous situation, an event is about to take place that could make things much worse.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can. VD Satheesan named as Kerala's next Chief Minister. Venugopal loses out. Government bans export of sugar with immediate effect till 30th September. RBI Governor says the government may eventually have to raise fuel prices if Middle East crisis continues. After DMK's Udaynidhi Stalin, TVK MLA VMS Mustafa calls for eradication of Sanatan Dharma. One of the accused in Neet paper leak case alleges big names have been shielded. Iranian Foreign Minister Saeed Abbas Araghchi took part in the BRICS Foreign Ministers meeting. Shocking horror! When is it going to stop? Yet again, a woman is gang raped in a moving bus in the capital. 2 people are arrested. The bus has been seized. The big Trump-Xi handshake in Beijing. He's received grandly, travels with top business leaders. Over 100 killed people killed due to storm in various parts of UP. Bengal government makes Vande Mataram mandatory in all schools in state. National anthem to be followed by Vande Mataram in school assemblies. Good evening, welcome to Republic. I am Rhythm. Our top focus in Manipur, the Kobru Range Liagamai Women's Union has organized a protest at the bazaar located on the borders of Imphal West and Kangpokpi districts. Now, the demonstrators there, viewers, have demanded the immediate and unconditional release of Naga civilians who were abducted allegedly by Kuki groups from the valley and the village of Lialon Kuki. The protest was held as a follow-up action to the recent ambush on Thadau Baptist Association church leaders. The Women's Union highlighted the safety and security concerns of the Naga community amid the ongoing ethnic tensions in the state. I have Johnson, who's joining us live on the story. And Johnson, the big question, there's unrest yet again in Manipur. The demonstrators demand the unconditional release of Naga civilians who were abducted. What is the ground reality right now?
Yes, Freedom. I'm at a ground zero. I'm at the spot itself at Kangatombi Bazaar, the last village of Imphal West bordering Kangpokpi district. Yeah, I will show you the background. The women folk of the Liangmai community of Liangmai Naga community right now, they are staging a sit-on protest. They are demanding the immediate and unconditional release of those Naga civilians abducted by the Kuki villagers and by Kuki miscreants, armed miscreants of Lailon Baipai village. These armed miscreants, they abducted the Naga civilians from the Konsakul and also from the bordering villages. So right now they are sitting here, the sitting protest. This is along the National Highway to this Imphal Dimapur Road, and this is the last village that borders Imphal West and Kangpokpi district. So the only demand in the protest is not a violence. They demand only justice. They demand only the peace and unconditional release of those abducted 20 Naga civilians. So in this regard, I will let one of the protesters to talk very exclusively to Republic. So I'll show you. Ma'am, your good name, please. Okay, so what is today's protest all about?
Okay.
Want to demand the government to take up the action, serious action, immediately.
So if the government kept silent and without taking up any action, so what is your further step?
We are planning to take up the leaders from Naga, NPO, we'll talk to them to take up the action.
There seems to be a network issue. We're not able to hear that reaction coming in, but the top focus that we're showing you, the unrest continues in Manipur, and we've got Johnson telling us the ground reality and the details that are coming in from Manipur. We've been tracking and had for top focus on the Neet paper leak. Republic infiltrated a Telegram group that was allegedly linked to the Neet paper leak racket. We've tracked down the operations on camera. The administrator of the group was caught claiming that they were offering the most authentic paper you will get. Shocking revelations have been made. A Neet paper leak was also being planned. According to sources, the investigating agencies have traced the origin of the leak to Rajasthan, with Yash Yadav emerging as a key link in the question paper trail. It's alleged the leaked paper reached Rajasthan through Yash Yadav, further intensifying the multi-state probe into the scandal. And before we take a look, let's also first, viewers, take a look at our Republic TV exclusive investigation.
बचाया जा रहा है लोगों को तो बचाया जा रहा है उनको बचाया जा रहा है बचाया जा रहा है लोगों को तो बचाया जा रहा है उनको बचाया जा रहा है बचाया जा रहा है लोगों को तो बचाया जा रहा है उनको बचाया जा रहा है बचाया जा रहा है लोगों को तो बचाया जा रहा है उनको बचाया जा रहा है बचाया जा रहा है लोगों को तो बचाया जा रहा है उनको बचाया जा रहा है बचाया जा रहा है लोगों को तो बचाया जा रहा है उनको बचाया जा रहा है.
Republic TV also spoke to the Neet whistleblower who brought the case forward. Take a listen.
Neet paper leak scandal has created a stir not only in a specific state but in entire nation. Everyone had screenshots of literally people asking for 10 to 15 lakhs to get the Neet paper of 2026 examination. First, many students came up with this, but no one believed them. And one such example is here with me right now. I have Deepa Patil with me, who is a second year MBBS student, but he appeared for 2026 Neet examination, and the reason behind it is that he is a mentor. He does mentorship to various students in medical field for the Neet examination. But the most shocking part of this very case is that students approached him, and then they told him very shocking details. And today, exclusively on Republic, we are going to see that what exactly students told him. दीपक जी, सबसे पहले तो मैं आपका शुक्रिया अदा करना चाहती हूँ कि आप ये जो बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण मुद्दा है उस पर आप बात कर रहे हैं। तो सबसे पहले आप मुझे बताइए कि आपके साथ क्या हुआ इस एग्ज़ाम सेंटर पे।
मैं 3 मई को एग्ज़ाम देने गया था। मेरा सेंटर लातूर के अंदर मारवाड़ी स्कूल बोल के, राजस्थानी मारवाड़ी स्कूल बोल के है। मैं पेपर देने गया। मैं एग्ज़ाम देने इसलिए गया था कि सिर्फ मेरा एक उद्देश्य था कि नीट के एग्ज़ाम जो दे रहे लड़के, उनकी मेंटालिटी क्या है, उनका प्रेशर क्या है, मतलब वो मैं उनसे जान सकूं। फिर मैंने उनसे एग्ज़ाम के पहले ही बातचीत की और एग्ज़ाम के बाद भी बातचीत की। बातचीत के दौरान मुझे जब एग्ज़ाम हुआ तो एक लड़के से मैंने क्वेश्चन पूछा जो मेरे हॉल के अंदर मेरे पीछे बैठा था। मैंने उसको बोला एग्ज़ाम कैसा गया। फिर उसके बाद उसने मुझे बोला कि वो पेपर मेरे पास पहले ही था। बट मुझे शॉक लगा, मुझे लगा ये कुछ भी बोल रहा है। बट मैं थोड़े आगे जाता हूँ, मैं उससे बातचीत करता हूँ, और तो मुझे अंडर पैंट से 2 A4 शीट्स निकालते हैं वाइट, उसके ऊपर डायरेक्टली पूरे आंसर्स लिखे हुए थे। बायोलॉजी, फिजिक्स, केमिस्ट्री, पूरे आंसर्स डायरेक्टली उसके ऊपर आंसर्स लिखे हुए थे। मैं वो देख के शॉक हो गया, और जैसे मैं 5:10 तक वो मुझे बताया, उसके बाद मैंने सोशल मीडिया पे ये डिक्लेयर कर दिया कि पेपर लीक हो चुका है। अनफॉर्चुनेटली मैं उसका फोटो नहीं निकाल पाया, बट मैंने सोशल मीडिया पे डाल दिया। वो सोशल मीडिया पे डालने के बाद मेरे पेज पे वो ज़्यादा वायरल हो गई पोस्ट, और मुझे ऐसे मैसेजेस प्राप्त हुए कि लोग खुद से आगे आके बोल रहे कि हमको भी ऐसा मैसेज आया था, हमको भी ऐसा पैसा डिमांड किया गया था, बट हम कुछ कारण से नहीं दे पाए। ऐसे बहुत सारे स्क्रीनशॉट्स है।
पहले हम आगे जाने से पहले ऐसा मैसेज आया था, मतलब क्या मैसेज आया था?
ये आप देख सकते हैं इधर। 6 अप्रैल को मुझे एक मैसेज आया था, जो मैं मेंटरशिप प्रोवाइड करता हूँ स्टुडंट्स को 100% फ्री। वो ज्युनियर मुझे अप्रोच किया और मुझे वो बताते हैं की मी तुम्हाला हे खूप ट्रस्ट ठेवून सांगते आहे, तुम्ही कोणालाच नका सांगू। माझ्या पप्पाच्या स्टाफला एक सिस्टर आहे, नर्स आहेत त्या, आणि त्यांनी मी या पेपर मध्ये काम करतो नीटच्या एक्झामिनेशन मध्ये, आणि मी तुम्हाला पेपर देतो, तुम्ही मला पैसे द्या, अशी मागणी काही लोक करत आहेत। तो ज्युनियर ती मला मैसेज करून सांगते कि मैं इसके ऊपर ट्रस्ट करूँ या नहीं। फिर मैंने उसको बोला कि नको करूँ, मतलब ये ट्रस्ट करने लायक नहीं, इट्स फेक, 100% फेक। तो उसने आगे भी लिखा है कि वो 1 ईयर से मेरे से संपर्क के अंदर है, मेरे पापा के जिधर मेरे पापा काम करते उधर मेरे संपर्क के अंदर है, और उन्होंने 50K पैसे ऑलरेडी लिया भी है। ये आप लाइव स्क्रीनशॉट देखिए।
ये 50K किससे लिया है उन्होंने पैसे?
जो स्टूडेंट है जो अभी नीट देने वाला है, उसके पापा से लिए है।
ओके,
यस।
ये वो स्टूडेंट बात करिए जो इस साल नीट का एग्जाम
कि ये मैं उसके ऊपर ट्रस्ट करूँ कि नहीं, एज अ मेंटी मैं उसका मेंटर हूँ, मुझे बता रही है कि वो मैं उसके ऊपर ट्रस्ट करूँ या नहीं, या पढ़ाई करूँ।
ये बात है। तो बिफोर वी मूव फॉरवर्ड, द मैसेज विच वॉज रिसीव्ड बाय दीपक पाटिल is the translation of that very message is that because as he mentioned earlier, he is a mentor, he does mentorship to various medical field students. One particular student approaches him, and then she says that there is one guy in her staff where her father works. From that very staff, a person is approaching her. He's saying that I have paper, you can pay me for that, and then he's being constantly in contact with her from last 1 year. This is a very shocking thing, and already she has paid 50,000 rupees to that particular person. This is very shocking, and now we can see that this is a very big nexus behind it, because this particular NEET paper leak scam is under construction or was underway from last 1 year. So moving forward, दीपक जी आप बताइए कि इससे आगे क्या हुआ? आपको अभी ऐसे कितने सारे स्टूडेंट्स अप्रोच?
जो सोशल मीडिया पे मैंने पोस्ट डाली वो वायरल गई, कुछ लैक्स में उसको व्यूज आए, अभी तक मिलियंस में उसको व्यूज आए। और जो लोग उस ग्रुप के अंदर थे बट वो खरीद नहीं पाए, उन्होंने मुझे स्क्रीनशॉट भेजे, अनेक वीडियो भेजे, बट मैं वो सोशल मीडिया पे डाल दिया, वो भी वायरल चला गया। बट कुछ लोगों का ऐसा कहना था कि ये एडिटर है और एआई की मदद से हम ऐसे तैयार कर सकते। बट अभी ये एनटीए ने और सीबीआई ने एक कंफर्म कर लिया है कि पेपर लीक हो चुका है। उसके मेरे पास बहुत सारे स्क्रीनशॉट भी अवेलेबल है और वीडियो भी अवेलेबल है।
ओके, तो आप हमें ये जो पहले टेलीग्राम पे आया था, फिर कुछ प्राइवेट मीडिया नाम का एक ग्रुप भी बना था, तो आपके पास उस रिलेटेड कोई स्क्रीनशॉट आया है कि हाँ हमसे ऐसी ऐसी मांग की गई थी?
यस, वो डायरेक्टली मांग की, वैसा स्क्रीनशॉट भी हमारे पास है।
तो वो स्क्रीनशॉट में क्या है बताना जरा।
वो बोल रहे कि फीस 2000 दीजिए, फीस 20,000 दीजिए और पेपर लीजिए। जो पेपर बाय नहीं कर रहे हैं वो 101% नीट क्रैक नहीं कर सकते, उम्मीद ही मत करना, ठीक है। और कुछ स्क्रीनशॉट ऐसे है कि मतलब बिफोर पेपर 30K देना, आफ्टर पेपर 70K देना। और ये जो चार्ट से मतलब रिसेंट एग्जाम के एक हफ्ते पहले है, मतलब पहले तो उन्होंने पेपर लैक्स में भेजा, अभी वो 1 लाख पे आ गए। पहले 10 लाख भी 15 लाख में भेजा, अभी 1 लाख के अंदर आ गए। उनका एक ही मकसद है, पैसे कमाना है। और उसके अंदर 2 टाइप के स्कैम हुए, जो लोग सच में पैसे लेके पेपर लीक भी कर चुके, वो पेपर सही था, और कुछ लोगों से ऐसे पैसे लिए गए मैं पेपर दूंगा बट वो पेपर फेक था। मतलब स्टूडेंट्स की जो है, जो 2 तरीके से यहाँ पर क्या बोल रहे हैं हम, चीट किया जा रहा है लड़कों को कि मतलब। और इस कोटा से भी एक ऐसा उदाहरण आया मेरे पास, वो स्टूडेंट ने अप्रोच किया कि
राजस्थान
कोटा से, जो इंडिया का मोस्ट बिगेस्ट ट्यूशन हब है, उधर से एक स्टूडेंट ने ही सबसे 24 लाख रुपए जमा किए पेपर दूंगा बोल के, बट वो पेपर नहीं दे पाया और उसके ऊपर वो स्टूडेंट ने कुछ तो एक्शन भी लिया। ऐसे भी प्रूफ हमारे पास है।
We also spoke to Delhi Chief Minister Rekha Gupta. Listen in.
ये सभी एजेंसीज अपना काम कर रही है, सरकार अपना काम कर रही है, और मुझे लगता है कि अरविंद केजरीवाल जैसे लोग जो हर विषय का राजनीतिकरण करते हैं, उनको इस बात को समझना चाहिए कि देश के युवाओं को जिस तरीके से आप गुमराह कर रहे हैं, आपने ना कभी अपने समय में सत्ता सरकार को ठीक से चलाया। आज भी आपके पास पंजाब है जहां पे युवा नशे में लत होकर के, आपके मुख्यमंत्री नशे में लत होकर के घूमते हैं। आपके पास उन पे बात करने के लिए समय नहीं है, परंतु आप देश के हर एक ऐसा व्यक्ति विषय जो कि बहुत ही संवेदनशील है, उस पे ऊल जलूल बातें जब करते हैं तो उनको सच में हम सब जनता ये कहना चाहती है कि आप कृपया करके देश के युवाओं को गुमराह करने की कोशिश ना करें।
Viewers, a killer storm has claimed the lives of over 100 people across Uttar Pradesh, with fatalities being reported from Bhadohi, Prayagraj and Mirzapur. The storm has also brought down large trees, electric poles, disrupting communication across the state. Here's a report.
Uttar Pradesh bore the brunt of a severe storm, with over 100 people losing their lives and many others suffering injuries. Dramatic visuals show the extent of damage across Uttar Pradesh, with a particularly shocking video showing a man being tossed across the air during the storm. Communication across the state also suffers as fierce winds brought down large trees and electric poles. Deaths and destruction was reported from all over the state, with 18 fatalities reported from Bhadohi, while 17 were killed in Prayagraj. Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath directed the disbursement of compensation within the next 24 hours.
Vijay put on a Sanatan Dharma test. Vijay's MLAs declare war on Sanatan. Secular party or a DMK duplicate? Debating tonight at 9 p.m.
Presented by Amity University, ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally. Powered by RP Sanjeev Goenka Group, growing legacies since 1820. TVS iQube, India's favorite family EV.
Viewers, we're going to give you the biggest story of the day now. 16-day hearing. The 9-judge bench in the Supreme Court has reserved its verdict in the Sabrimala reference case. This was a 9-judge bench that was led by the Chief Justice of India, Surya Kant, comprising of Justices B.V. Nagratna, M.M. Sundaresh, Amanullah, Arvind Kumar, Augustine George, Masi, Prasanna Varale, Mahadevan and Joy Malia Bagchi. They will be pronouncing the order on this. But viewers, this was a marathon hearing in the Sabrimala case where we saw the likes of Dr. Abhishek Manu Singhvi, from him to others who were giving out details about what really is going to happen and what should happen in this case. Remember, Supreme Court has now reserved the verdict after a 16-day long marathon hearing. And viewers, this matter is going to be looking at the Supreme Court's 2018 verdict, which allowed women of all ages to enter the Sabrimala temple in Kerala. The 2018 judgment was overturning a custom restriction to the entry of women of menstruating ages to the hilltop shrine. I remember when this case was happening in 2018, we were present in court when we were seeing all the details that were being given out by the judges at that time and the questions being raised and also the arguments that were there before the court. Now this marathon Sabrimala case heard Dr. Abhishek Manu Singhvi. It heard that this was going to really question about the display of what is really important. The Article 25, which is freedom of religion, or whether it's going to be Article 14 that's important. Remember, Mukul Rohatgi, senior advocate, Dr. Abhishek Singhvi, senior advocate, J.Sai, Deepak and others made their arguments. Eklavya Dwivedi also made his arguments. And present before the court was also the Parsi woman who challenged her excommunication for marrying a Hindu man. This will impact all other religions also. And therefore, as Mukul Rohatgi viewers had stated in this case, in the last 75 years, there has in fact been no excommunication at all. It's not as though there exists some arbitrary or diabolical authority that constantly is telling people, threatening them that this will happen. Nothing has happened for decades. We've heard those arguments. We've heard senior advocate Gopal Subramaniam give and say there's a distinction between religion and religious denomination. Then we've heard also others who appeared in this case. There was Rajiv Dhawan, senior advocate, who appeared and argued on the limited scope of judicial interference in religious matters. Viewers, to put it simply, all of them are saying that whatever's happening at Sabrimala is a religious matter and there can be no scope of interference from the top court of the country. 9 judges, historic, heard this matter. We've also heard senior advocate Rakesh Dwivedi there in his expressing concerns about the expression of Hinduism as a way of life. We also saw amicus curiae, senior advocate K. Parmeshwar appeared in the Sabrimala case, and he was also looking at and supporting senior advocate Gopal Subramaniam's view in the matter. Viewers, it's been clearly seen. Let me go across to Swapnil Kothari joining us on the phone line. Swapnil, this was a hearing that has closely been watched. We've seen what senior advocate and everybody said. I want to also, before I hand across to you, go across to what the Solicitor General Tushar Mehta said when he said he objects to the objections that have been raised in this case. He is only trying to understand that judicial review does not mean that one can interfere in religious matters. How do you look at it, Swapnil?
Well, I think, Rhythm, as I understand, I think the judgment has been reserved. But this is the comment of Tushar Mehta. So what he's basically trying to tell you is that the judiciary should not interfere within religious matters, especially when there is a particular action or a part or something that is peculiar to a particular religion. So basically, his argument is that the judicial review does not extend to that aspect because it unnecessarily lets the court into a territory which is not in itself governed by the courts or governed by the judiciary. So he wants that the Supreme Court should stay out of it. Indirect suggestion to that. That is surprisingly after so many days of hearing. But, you know, I'm sure he must have started his arguments with that also. But be that as it may, this is what it is. And he wants to say that basically the judiciary needs to stay out of it and let the people decide, because it is a secular practice, it's a secular country. So each religion has its specific norm, has its specific rule. And let the people of the country decide rather than the judiciary itself. So if there is a certain, governing body of that particular temple, then let that governing body decide. But now that it has reached the Supreme Court and there are constitutional questions involved, so the Supreme Court should answer on the constitutional questions.
All right. Thank you, Swapnil, for giving us those details. And exactly what Swapnil is saying is very critical to understand, as the Solicitor General also told the court that we have to understand that Article 25 and 26, which is the right to religion and fundamental right, cannot be in isolated silos. And we also need to understand that in this particular case, Sabrimala practice is not a case of gender exclusion. It's a unique women-centric devotion to a celibate deity, Brahmachari Lord Ayappa. We also saw other top senior advocates give out contextually what had to happen in this case. So Tushar Mehta, SG, also maintained Indian society is not patriarchal in the Western understanding, and therefore the court should not apply its mind to social, should not be in this case, which applies to social reforms to spiritual traditions. Chinese President Xi Jinping has hosted a welcoming ceremony for visiting US President Donald Trump in Beijing on Thursday. Donald Trump and Xi stood side by side for the playing of their country's national anthems before inspecting the military guard of honor. They later held a meeting. Take a look at this report.
US President Donald Trump received a grand welcome in Beijing today. Trump arrived at the Great Hall of the People in Tiananmen Square, where he was greeted by Chinese President Xi Jinping. Senior US officials, including Marco Rubio, Pete Hegseth, along with top American business leaders such as Elon Musk, were part of the visiting delegation. Trump received the Guard of Honor as the two leaders stood side by side while their national anthems were played. The US national anthem echoed through Beijing as a Chinese military band performed it at the Great Hall of the People. The two leaders were later seen walking together along the red carpet, speaking as hundreds of school children waved Chinese and American flags while welcoming them. The high-profile welcome was followed by a crucial bilateral meet between the two leaders. During the opening remarks, Xi Jinping said China and United States could move beyond the so-called Thucydides trap and set a new example for ties between major powers. President Trump also remarked both nations had always worked through differences quickly and expressed confidence about a fantastic future together. Trump also underlined the presence of leading American business executives accompanying him on the visit.
I just want to say on behalf of all of the great delegation that we have the greatest businessmen, the biggest, and I guess the best in the world. We have amazing people, and they're all with me. Every single one of them, we asked the top 30 in the world, every single one of them said yes. And I didn't want the second or the third in the company. I wanted only the top. And they're here today to pay respects to you and to China. And they look forward to trade and doing business, and it's going to be totally reciprocal on our behalf. So I really look very much forward to our discussion. It's a big discussion. There are those that say this is maybe the biggest summit ever. They can never remember anything like it. I can say in the United States, people aren't talking about anything else.
Amid growing global attention on the summit, stability in US-China relations remains the key focus of the two-day summit.
And viewers, at the BRICS Foreign Ministers meeting, Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi says these crimes in the Western silence they are met with can only take place if there is a sense of impunity. That false sense of entitlement must be shattered by all of us. Iran, therefore, he says, calls upon BRICS member states and responsible members of the international community to condemn the violations by US, including their aggression in Iran. Take a look at what he said.
Sí,
Dr. Jaishankar, Honorable Minister of External Affairs of India, Honorable Minister of... Why ready to fight with everything we have in defense of our freedom and our soil, we are equally ready to pursue and defend diplomacy. As I have repeatedly stated, there is no such thing as a military solution to anything related to Iran. We Iranians never bow to any pressure or threat, but we reciprocate the language of respect. As much as our powerful armed forces remain ready to exact devastating retribution on foreign aggressors, my people are peace-loving and do not seek war. We are not aggressor in this sordid situation, but the aggrieved. These crimes and the Western silence they are met with can only take place if there is a sense of impunity. That false sense of entitlement must be shattered by all of us. Iran, therefore, calls upon BRICS member states and all responsible members of the international community to explicitly condemn violations of international law by the United States and Israel, including their illegal aggression against Iran, a member of BRICS, prevent the politicization of international institutions, and take concrete action to halt warmongering and to bring an end to the impunity of those who violate the UN Charter. Those who pursue reckless adventures may believe it furthers their geopolitical interests. But as consumers and governments around the world now sense and understand, regional instability is a lose-lose proposition for all sides, including the aggressors. To virtually everyone in this room, our resistance against US bullying is not an unfamiliar battle. So many of us encounter slight variations of the same repugnant coercion. It is high time for us to jointly step up and work towards making clear that those practices belong in the dustbin of history. Today, our nations are closer to one another than ever before, and we cannot ignore the common and dangerous challenge we all face. History has shown that empires in decline will stop at nothing to arrest their inevitable fates. A wounded animal will desperately claw and roar on its way down.
Iran war tensions, rising fuel prices, BRICS in New Delhi being closely monitored globally. This is India's crucial diplomatic moment. On Our Global today at 6:30 p.m. Good evening. We're going to get you a power-packed bulletin with what's been there and on the charts for India globally when it comes to the BRICS summit and how it's our diplomatic moment. We're also going to be telling you what's happening in that meeting between Trump and Xi. But first, we're going to tell you about Kerala and how their new chief minister has been chosen and voted in.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
VD Satheesan named as Kerala's next chief minister. Venugopal loses out. Government bans export of sugar with immediate effect till 30th September. RBI governor says the government may eventually have to raise fuel prices if Middle East crisis continues. TVK is now attacking one MLA of TVK. VMS Mustafa calls for eradication of Sanatan Dharma. One of the accused in Neet paper leak case alleges big names have been shielded. Iranian Foreign Minister Saeed Abbas Araghchi took part in BRICS Foreign Ministers meeting in New Delhi. It's a deja vu. A woman is gang raped in a moving bus in Delhi yet again. After 2012 Nirbhaya, there is no shame, no remorse. Donald Trump is in Beijing for bilateral talks. He receives a grand welcome, travels with top business leaders. Over 100 people killed due to storm in various parts of Uttar Pradesh. And Bengal government makes Vande Mataram mandatory in all schools in the state. National anthem to be followed by Vande Mataram in school assemblies. We're going across to visuals that are coming in on the protests in Manipur that have intensified. These are marking the years of ethnic conflict between the Meitei and the Kuki-Zo communities. Recent demonstrations were driven by killings. There's been rising violence and protest that has been seen. We can see one such protest that is taking place which says kidnapping is not justice. There's been widespread shutdown. Intense protests following the series of killing, including the deadly ambush of church leaders, a bomb attack in Bishnupur. And various groups are including and stating they've called for shutdown to mark the 2 years of conflict. There are security concerns that are being seen. People have been seen, protesters involved in clashes with security forces. The demands of the demonstration are simple. They want a resolution to the conflict. Let me go across to Johnson. Johnson, you're looking at scenes there of unrest in Manipur and now this demonstration. What are you picking up as the ground reality of this unrest?
Yes, madam. The exact ground reality is that in yesterday ambush, 3,000 leaders were killed, and one of the Jirunaga village civilian was killed in ambush that happened in 2 different places yesterday. So as a follow-up of that earlier ambush that happened on early morning around 10 a.m., 20 Naga civilians were abducted by the Kuki villagers and Kuki miscreants, as report from the Naga side. So they were abducted from Pansakul Naga villages, and as a result, those arrested, as of now, they have not been released, and their whereabouts are not known. So in Kangnatombi, this Kangnatombi is one of the last villages that borders Imphal West and Kampupi district. So the youth, the women folks of this Liang Mai group, they have came out on street, they protest and crying various slogans, including the immediate release and unconditional release of those Naga civilians that have been abducted from yesterday. And those this protest, they demand, they seek the consent of the government to act accordingly, and also to act, seriously, to go on operation, so to find out where are those 20 civilians that has been abducted since yesterday. As of now, the protest is organized along this National Highway 2 Imphal Dimapur Road, and the protesters, they are staging on road at Kangnatombi Bazaar itself. So the protesters' cries, their demand is very clear and simple. They don't demand for further violence. They demand for peace, for justice, and also the immediate release without any condition of those abducted 20 Naga civilians. Back to you.
Thank you, Johnson, for giving us that update, focusing completely on that unrest in Manipur. We're going to track it closely. And now we show you a Republic exclusive in the Pune angle of the Neet paper leak case. The crime branch has detained Manish Sanjay Vagmare, a 46-year-old beautician. She runs her own beauty parlor in Pune. Investigations reveal 10 lakh rupees was deposited into her bank account from 21 different accounts during the examination period. There was a second-year engineering student along with her. There was an Ayurvedic doctor from Junar and also from Wagholi, Dhananjay. They're all under investigation. I want to go across to my colleagues who are joining us on this big exclusive investigation that they have done. But let me give you a view of who these people are. Dhananjay Lokande, Shubham Kharinar, Neet leak suspect, and also the beautician Manisha Vagmare. Now, viewers, let me tell you, police sources are telling Republic TV they've been in contact with the accused, that Vagmare was in contact with the accused for 3 years. He admits to knowing them. She has, however, not given out details about the planned delivery of the paper. However, her mobile phone records confirm the multiple fund transfers. Let me go across to Swarali, who's joining us. Swarali, what is it that the police is picking up? They're trying to show that there was a deep conspiracy. How are they going to be going around that?
Yes, that's true. Let me tell you, if we talk about all the 3 people who have been detained from Pune, to be very specific, Manisha Wagmare, who is 46 years old and is beautician and has her own beauty parlor. Let me tell you that 10 lakh rupees has been deposited in her account from 23 different accounts. Now, currently, CBI is currently investigating about the owners and whereabouts of the actual details of all the 21 account holders. On the other hand, if we talk about Omkar, who is second-year engineering student, and Dhananjay Lokhande, who is an Ayurvedic doctor from Junnar, is being detained from Bagholi. All of them are being investigated. Manisha Wagmare got into this syndicate. Allegedly, it is suspected that these 10 lakh rupees which are being deposited are related to the transactions for the buying or selling of the Neet paper. Allegedly, all these angles are being investigated right now. On the other hand, she has also accepted that she was in contact with accused since last 3 years. Now, she has not exactly revealed the date of appearance of the Neet paper, but all of this transaction has happened during the procedure of Neet papers when the exam was supposed to be conducted. All the timelines are fishy, and that's why all the angles are being investigated right now. All the 3 are detained. Also, some more students will be detained in Pune, is what we are collecting right now.
All right. Thank you for giving us that update. We're going to track the story very, very closely. These people need to be punished, Swarali. Viewers, our top focus was rising fuel prices. Global economic uncertainty continue to shake international markets. The BRICS foreign ministers meeting that's going to happen and is currently happening in New Delhi is crucial for talks on security, for energy, for cooperation. The high-level meeting is coming at a very sensitive geopolitical moment. It's India's diplomatic moment. There are divisions within the bloc over the Iran conflict, also testing BRICS unity ahead of this year's summit in India.
BRICS foreign ministers gathered in New Delhi Thursday for high-level talks on global conflicts, energy security and economic uncertainty.
Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi will be a huge stakeholder in the talks, with the conflict in West Asia, of course, being a dominant discussion that will take place in Bharat Mandapam today. And this meeting is a procedural precursor that comes before India's BRICS summit hostership that will come 3 months from now in September.
Top diplomats from Russia, Iran, Brazil, South Africa and Indonesia joined Indian Foreign Minister Subramaniam Jaishankar at Bharat Mandapam for the 2-day meeting.
We meet at a time of considerable flux in international relations. Ongoing conflicts, economic uncertainties, and challenges in trade and technology and climate are shaping the global landscape. There is a growing expectation, particularly from emerging markets and developing countries, that BRICS will play a constructive and stabilizing role.
The talks come as the Iran conflict disrupts global energy supplies and pushes oil prices higher. Concerns over the Strait of Hormuz are adding pressure on energy-dependent economies. India said discussions would focus on economic resilience, supply chains, food security and cooperation among developing nations. Jaishankar called on BRICS to play a stabilizing global role.
In this background, our discussions today are an opportunity to reflect on global and regional developments and to consider practical ways to strengthen our cooperation. Development issues remain central. Many countries face challenges on energy, food, fertilizer and health security, as also access to finance. BRICS can help them respond more effectively. Economic resilience is also key. Reliable supply chains and diversified markets are its essential components. We must focus on both.
Divisions within BRICS remain visible over the Iran war and the Middle East crisis. Differences between Iran and the UAE have complicated efforts for a joint position. The meeting is also taking place during Donald Trump's visit to China. Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi skipped the summit, with Beijing represented by its ambassador to India. Expanded in recent years, BRICS is seeking a bigger global role as a voice for the global south. The New Delhi meeting will help set the agenda for the BRICS summit in September.
Neet scandal. Big name shielded. Republic investigation blows the lid. Republic tracks down the Neet cheats. Debating tonight at 8 p.m.
Presenting by Zoho Business Software, trusted by 15 crore users. Co-powered by IIHM International Institute of Hotel Management.
We're getting you breaking news, viewers. Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov has now called on Prime Minister Narendra Modi today and briefed him on the progress that's been made in the bilateral cooperation since the 23rd India-Russia annual summit held in 2025 December. During the meeting, both sides exchanged views on various regional and global issues, including the situation in Ukraine and West Asia. Prime Minister Modi reiterated India's consistent position in favor of dialogue and diplomacy as the best way forward for resolving conflicts. Prime Minister has also asked Sergei Lavrov, the finance minister of Russia, to convey his warm greetings to President Vladimir Putin. Viewers, this is a report we keep coming back to. It's horrific and there are no lessons learned. In the national capital, once again, serious questions over women's safety are being raised. A woman is gang raped inside a sleeper bus by the driver and the conductor. This happened in Delhi's Rani Bagh. They've been arrested. The bus has been seized. But this incident reminds us again of the shocking 2012 Nirbhaya incident.
In a shocking incident, a woman was gang raped inside a stationary sleeper bus in Delhi by the driver and conductor of the vehicle. The incident took place on the night of May 11 in Delhi's Rani Bagh area. The survivor was returning home from work when the bus stopped near her. The woman approached a man standing at the bus door to ask for the time. She was then allegedly forced inside the bus. The accused drove the vehicle towards Nangloi and sexually assaulted her. The survivor later approached the police, following which an FIR was registered at Rani Bagh police station. Delhi police have arrested both the accused, bus driver and the conductor. The bus has also been seized and the investigation is now underway. The horrifying case has once again triggered outrage over women's safety in the national capital, despite repeated promises of stricter security measures after the deadly Nirbhaya case in 2012.
Well, once again, there was internal fighting within the Congress, and this time it was for the Kerala Chief Minister. However, today, VD Satheesan has been named as the next Chief Minister of Kerala, ending days of suspense and speculation about the matter. Congress picked VD Satheesan over KC Venugopal, who's been considered close to the leader of opposition in the Lok Sabha.
Congress finally announced today that VD Satheesan is elected as the leader of the Congress Legislative Party. 10 days of whisper, waiting and political chess finally came to an end on Thursday. The road to this decision was far from smooth. The party's central leadership held wider consultation with the uncertainty continued for days, even after party observers Maken and Wasnik met Congress MLAs.
The Congress Legislature Party had met in Thiruvananthapuram on May 7, 2026, and had unanimously resolved to authorize the Congress President to appoint the new leader of the CLP in the state of Keralam. Based on all these discussions, it has been decided that Shri VD Satheesan be appointed as the leader of the CLP.
It's a historic footnote that the LDF's defeat in Keralam marks the first time in 50 years that no state in India has any communist party in power. UDF leaders VD Satheesan secured a decisive victory with margins exceeding 20,000 votes. The 2026 Keralam Assembly election concluded with a historic landslide for the Congress-led UDF, which secured a commanding 102 seats of the 140, cementing Satheesan's influence within the alliance.
I express my gratitude. I'm very grateful to the AICC leadership because our CLP adopted a resolution entrusting the Congress President to take a decision. Congress President having discussion with Congress President and Rahul ji, Priyanka ji and all other leaders, in charge General Secretary, they discussed with all the leaders. That was the procedure. Former President's Working Committee members, the cross-section of the people, they discussed, they have taken a decision. Now, I dedicate this Chief Ministership to the people of Kerala. We have offered many things to the people. We are going through the vulnerable situation. We have to make changes. We have to start a new era. I promise to the people of Kerala that there should be a new Kerala.
Satheesan said he's looking forward to building a new Keralam. According to Satheesan, Keralam is going through a tough time and he would need the support of the opposition to rebuild the state. In a notable, humble and emotional tone, Satheesan said that he does not see this position as a personal achievement, but as something divine. The Indian National Congress emerged as the dominant force with 63 seats. As of now, the swearing-in ceremony is reportedly scheduled for Monday, and it has been a big week for Keralam.
Iran war tensions, rising fuel prices, BRICS in New Delhi being closely monitored globally. This is India's crucial diplomatic moment. On Our Global Today at 6:30 p.m.
Join International Institute of Hotel Management. Call 983-10-50,000.
थोड़े में ज़्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
ये सब आप इसलिए कर रहे हैं ना सर, ताकि आप अपने आरएसएस को बचा सके। वैसे भी आप आरएसएस के भोपोई तो हैं। आरएसएस का सच है मेरी थीसिस, जो सालों से छुपाया गया है। But I am going to unmask the truth. Class option होगी, because the professor is here. ये जो भी हो रहा है, ये injustice, ये conspiracies, ये manipulation, अगर आप इसको terrorism नहीं कहेंगे, तो फिर किसको कहेंगे? ये है मेरा आखिरी सवाल. This is my last question to you.
This week, we've seen a developing investigation into a cluster, a very unusual cluster of cases of a certain type of hantavirus.
What we do know is that the Andes virus, in previous outbreaks, there has been instances of human-to-human transmission, mainly among close contacts, either providing clinical care or people who have had close physical contact.
For the decades that scientists have known about hantavirus, they've almost always believed that the only way you can get it is from being in contact with the droppings, the dried urine of mice or other rodents. Saying this is not the next pandemic, this is not the next epidemic, this is a cluster of cases, a very unusual situation that is not expected to spread its tentacles across the world and across the United States. we've seen a developing investigation into a cluster, a very unusual cluster of cases of a certain type of hantavirus. It's called an Andes virus. It's a hantavirus from South America. And it's the one type of hantavirus that
अरे ये डिबेट बाहर की सोचे विकी डिबेट यानी विवाद भारत विवाद नहीं संवाद यानी कंस्ट्रक्टिव डिस्कशन इसमें भरोसा रखता है
सच नरेट नहीं करना होता नरेटिव को सच बनाना होता है
जब भी भगवे के और कोई कालिक दिखता है तो उसी स्याही से इतिहास लिखा जाता है
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट
क्या बात है स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और बरसान अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट यानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला डिलीशियस हेल्दी एवरीडे
हमें पेट्रोल डीजल का उपयोग कम करना होगा
Prime Minister Narendra Modi recently issued a strong warning to the nation, asking citizens to save fuel, avoid unnecessary travel, and even work from home if possible. This urgent appeal comes because global tensions are creating a massive energy crisis that directly threatens India. India currently imports up to 90% of the crude oil it needs to survive, and more than half of that oil comes from the Middle East. But the country is currently facing a massive challenges due to the blockade caused by the US-Iran conflict. And right in the middle of this dangerous situation, an event is about to take place that could make things much worse. United States President Donald Trump is traveling to Beijing to meet with Chinese President Xi Jinping, while the news might focus on their discussions about trade rules, technology, or artificial intelligence.
कोशिश को कामयाबी को शोहरत बनते देखा है हाँ पिछले 60 सालों में मैंने देश को बनते देखा है कमला पसंद 60 सालों से अनोखा स्वाद
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा सिप एमडीएच का जलजीरा जीरा सिप
असली रिफ्रेशिंग असली स्वाद असली मजा कोई ग्लोबल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन नहीं है इट्स अ टेरर मशीन
अगर हम टेररिस्ट होते तो टेररिस्ट हमें क्यों मारते
आरएसएस ने बाबरी मस्जिद तोड़ी और आरएसएस वायलेंट है
वो तब गिरा जब इस देश के बहुसंख्यक समाज का विश्वास टूट गया
आप लोगों ने तो देश चलाने का दावा किया है लेकिन आप लोगों का ना कोई हिसाब है ना कोई किताब
ये चोट निशान छोड़ेगी
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला
This week, we've seen a developing investigation into a cluster, a very unusual cluster of cases of a certain type of hantavirus.
What we do know is that the Andes virus, in previous outbreaks, there has been instances of human-to-human transmission. Close contacts, either providing clinical care or people who have had close physical contact.
For the decades that scientists have known about hantavirus, they've almost always believed that the only way you can get it is from being in contact with the droppings, the dried urine of mice or other rodents. Saying this is not the next pandemic, this is not the next epidemic, this is a cluster of cases, a very unusual situation that is not expected to spread its tentacles across the world and across the United States.
Join International Institute of Hotel Management. Call 983-10-50,000.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है अरे मेरे राजा
हमें पेट्रोल डीजल का उपयोग कम करना होगा.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi recently issued a strong warning to the nation, asking citizens to save fuel, avoid unnecessary travel, and even work from home if possible. This urgent appeal comes because global tensions are creating a massive energy crisis that directly threatens India. India currently imports up to 90% of the crude oil it needs to survive, and more than half of that oil comes from the Middle East. But the country is currently facing a massive challenges due to the blockade caused by the US-Iran conflict. And right in the middle of this dangerous situation, an event is about to take place that could make things much worse. United States President Donald Trump is traveling to Beijing to meet with Chinese President Xi Jinping. While the news might focus on their discussions about trade rules, technology, or artificial intelligence, the most critical topic for India is what these two leaders will decide regarding the Middle East and global oil supplies. The choices made during this specific meeting will determine if India will have enough fuel for its vehicle or if the country will face a severe shortage at the petrol pumps. The biggest risk for New Delhi involves a major shift in how China buys its energy. Currently, China is the main buyer of Iranian oil, taking in about 1.5 million barrels a day. This discounted oil keeps the global...
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Thank you for joining us on The Verdict. The elections have ended, but the aftermath of the elections as governments just continue to be formed in the 5 battleground states. We are focusing on Kerala today and in Tamil Nadu. In Kerala, finally the Congress party has found the courage to name the leader who could be the Chief Minister. VD Satheesan is his name, and he has beaten Venugopal to the post.